Chapter 226. 222, Momin Road Chauga, come to worship the mountain. 2 in 1. Spring and Autumn Mountain is located in the extreme north of Beizhou. Lu. Chauga and others are heading north all the way, and the snow in the air is getting bigger and denser. Snowflakes fell from the sky, but they consciously avoided the surroundings of the three of them, not getting close. Between heaven and earth, water is almost everywhere. But there are also many. The snow-covered Beizhou is indeed a good place for Lu Chauga. As the spring and autumn mountains got closer and closer, many memories of previous lives came to my mind. Among the 4 major sects, Chuanqiu Mountain has the smallest number of players. The main reason is that it is the most remote and in the extreme north. Unless players are lucky in the early stages of the game and make mistakes like Lu Chauga, it will be extremely difficult to worship Chuanqiu Mountain. However, the players of Chuanqiu Mountain have always been the most proud of the 4 major sects, and they can compete with the players of the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect players are all showy because they practice swords, and the Chuanqiu Mountain players are so proud because there are so many female cultivators in the spring and autumn mountains. Just as there are more women than men in colleges, many sects in Tianqian realm also have imbalances in the ratio of men and women. As one of the 4 major sects, Chuanqiu Mountain is the only sect with nearly 70% female members. Each one is beautiful and strong. It is simply paradise on earth. It would be better if they had less of their quirks. As a player of Chuanqiu Mountain in his previous life, Lu Chauga naturally knew why the ratio of males and females was unbalanced. First of all, the founding patriarch of Spring and Autumn Mountain was a woman, and the saints of all dynasties were all women, and for some unknown reason, it seemed that they could only be women. Secondly, Chuanqiu Mountain's exercises are more friendly to women, and women naturally have a small advantage. As for why this happened, Lu Chauga couldn't figure it out either. Anyway, he is a one-click upgrade, so it doesn't matter. In this life, he learned through the player forum that Chuanqiu Mountain still seems to be the sect with the smallest number of players among the 4 major sections. After learning that Lu Chauga was going to Chuanqiu Mountain, there were already Chuanqiu Mountain players on the forum who checked in every day, looking forward to the first day that Lu Chauga came to Chuanqiu Mountain. Check in. Looking forward to the second day that Lu Chauga came to Chuanqiu Mountain. Check in. Looking forward to Lu Chauga. Lu Chauga passed the post of Chuanqiu Mountain players. He also learned that in the spring and autumn mountains, there are already a large number of cultivators waiting for him, whether they are high-level or disciples. Many Chuanqiu Mountain players revealed on the forum, most of the sects are now curious about who this Lu Chauga is and what it looks like. No way, who is Jiang Xinyan? One of the ice flowers. A good-looking senior sect, indifferent, doesn't look like he likes men. I like it if I like it, but he is still a young sword cultivator, still far away in Qingzhou. Let's see how charming this man is. The most important thing is that the sect master pursued Jiang Xinyan when he was young, which is a well-known secret in Chuanqiu Mountain. It's the kind of thing that everyone knows, but can only talk about quietly behind the scenes. For this sect, where everyone has quirks, Lu Chauga's visit to the spring and autumn mountains is simply more lively than the Chinese New Year. The sand sculpture players on the forum feel that they can already guess what the rhythm is. As for the maiden family, when a man comes to the door for the first time, it is also very common to do something like Ma Wei. Just like when you are welcoming your relatives, don't you have to fix the groom too? Some people with a strong sense of substitution have already begun to feel nervous for Lu Chauga. As a party, Lu Chauga was not too calm at this moment. In this dictionary, there is no fear of words, and the pole person is not panic at all, but is still planning something in his heart. Uncle Lu, we will arrive at Spring and Autumn Mountain soon. Pei Qian turned her head with a smile. She wanted to see even the slightest trace of nervousness on Lu Chaoga's face. But she saw that he was indifferent and extremely relaxed. That's not right. Pei Qian wondered. In her opinion, let alone Spring and Autumn Mountain is a behemoth. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people will be a little nervous when they go to the sect of Taoist companions for the first time. After all, it is the first time. However, for Lu Chaoga, coming to Chuanqiu Mountain is like going home. On the contrary, Jiang Xinyan was nervously dying, and his whole body was tense. On one side is a person from the sect, and on the other is the man she likes. She is really afraid that something bad will happen. So, instead, Lu Chaoga patted the back of her hand lightly, signaling her to feel more at ease. This made Pei Qian help his forehead and sigh, because Jiang Shishu had obviously been eaten by Lu Shishu. Here we are. Pei Qian pointed to the mountain in front of him and rushed towards the song. Lu Chaoga looked forward and saw many snow peaks in Chuanqiu Mountain at a glance. The first sentence that popped out of his mind was, Mountain Dance Silver Snake, Yuanqi Wax Figure, I want to compare with Tiangong Test. The main peak of Chuanqiu Mountain is the highest peak Lu Chaoga has ever seen. In Tianqian realm the mountain is steep, but because of the snow and ice, the sense of steepness is slightly reduced. Pei Qian took out the token she originally planned to start the mountain protection formation of Spring and Autumn Mountain, and then led Chaoga in first. But Lu Chaoga waved her hand, motioning her not to make her own decisions. The visitor is a guest, and since it is a guest, the ceremony is still to be done. Lu Chaoga stood on a light boat, facing this high mountain, toward one of the four major sects in the Shantian realm, and cupped his hands. Momin Lu Chaoga, come to worship the mountain. The voice was loud and spread all over the place. The tone is calm, neither humble nor arrogant. Qingzhou, Momin, martial arts field. The middle-aged scholar and Ji Chongkong stood together, and Lu Dongli on the martial arts field had withdrawn his original sword, longevity. I saw her bowing to the middle-aged scholar and salute, Dongli Xie Jianzuan's uncle for guidance. The middle-aged scholar nodded slightly, looked at her with a gentle smile, and said, it's really as the younger brother said, Xializi has excellent understanding, it's all right. Humph, don't even look at who's apprentice. Ji Chongkong raised his chin, narrowed his eyes, and looked proud. To be honest, since his kendo cultivation base has no progress, for him, the happiest thing over the years is to accept such a disciple and become Lu Chaoga's sword master. And for Lu Dongli at this moment, it is also full of harvest. Ask yourself, Master Jianzuan is indeed better than Master in guiding people. Lu Dongli thought to himself. What confusion she had, the middle-aged Confucian scholar could always explain it in an easy-to-understand, yet inspiring way. Lu Dongli felt that she had gained a lot today, much better than her work behind closed doors. This also made her deeply realize what is sword sovereign and what is the pinnacle of kendo. Of course, these cannot be told to the master, otherwise he will faint with anger, and then go to the middle-aged scholar to fight for 300 rounds. Fight but fight. At least scold it. After the instruction was over, Ji Chongkong remembered that, in addition to instructing Xializi's practice, he also brought a baby to Momin. He took out the sword test stone from the storage ring and handed it to Lu Dongli. As soon as Lu Dongli saw the sword test stone, his eyes immediately lit up. As the big housekeeper of Momin, she naturally knows how precious this thing is, and how useful it is for a sect. With it, the cultivation of the disciples under the sect will be beneficial. After learning that this was the handwriting of Li Suifeng, the sect master of the sword sect, Lu Dongli fell into a brief silence, and then said to Ji Chongkong and the middle-aged scholar, "Dongli thanks master and uncle." He waved his hand and said, "I don't know about this at all, it's all your master's contribution. I finally seized the opportunity to give my junior brother a hand." Ji Chongkong's hunched body seemed to straighten a little, which was very useful. After enjoying a wave of praise from his senior brothers, Ji Chongkong said, "This kid is very easygoing and has a firm mind." When she hadn't seen Lu Chaoga before, Minging told Ji Chongkong that Lu Chaoga was the one she met. The person with the most stable and persevering Dao heart in the past. Of course, this is also related to his eccentric temperament. Ji Chongkong didn't take it too seriously at first, but from Lu Chaoga's sword to cut Qin Chi, his heart is actually evident. He looked at Lu Dongli and said, "This kid shouldn't go back to Momin after he went down the mountain, right?" Lu Dongli nodded and said, "Well, not at home at all." She complained a little. "Then do you know what he said when he killed Qin Chi?" Ji Chongkong said with a smile. "Ah? What did you say?" Lu Dongli actually knew it, but just wanted to hear it again in the mouths of others. "He said he had a clear conscience, and he killed him." Ji Chongkong narrowed his eyes and laughed loudly. "That's a good point." This sentence is too appetizing for him. In his life, he hated evil and killed decisively, but Qin Chi had a special status. After all, he was the true heir of Sword Sect. From his standpoint, his mood was a little complicated. Otherwise, he would feel more refreshed. After hearing this sentence, when Lu Dongli listened, she could imagine the picture in her mind. She knew exactly what her brother was doing. After this topic was over, the middle-aged scholar looked at Lu Dongli and thought of something. "Little pair," he called Lu Dongli. "Master, please speak." Lu Dongli said immediately. "Has Yangshu ever passed a book on Feijian to you?" the middle-aged scholar asked. Hearing this, Lu Dongli was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Jianzun to know another of her disciples. "Ah. Master has seen a poplar tree?" Lu Dongli's eyes lit up and said, "There is no news about him after he went down the mountain. I occasionally get a little worried." Among the disciples who went down the mountain, Lu Dongli said, "The most worrying thing about winter pears is the poplar. Although my brother always said that this child has little timidity but great courage, but Lu Dongli sees little timidity in him on weekdays and always feels that this disciple has not grown up and can't be on his own. Coupled with this young man's red lips and white teeth, and the appearance of a man and a woman, it makes people feel a little less arrogant." The middle-aged scholar nodded and said, "I went to visit Senior Luo in Luaha Mountain a few days ago, and saw the poplar tree in his small courtyard. Senior Luo has regarded him as an inheritor, and he will surely teach him carefully." Lu Dongli heard the words, but before she turned her head, she was shocked as if she was struck by lightning. Luaha Mountain? One of the four great swords, Luo Hashan, the most senior among the four? Now that she has seen two of the four great swords, she doesn't need to be too shocked to hear the name. But the point is, such a person actually chose his own disciple as the inheritor? The nature is completely different. Before she could speak, Ji Chongkong, who was beside her, made a sound. "What?" He was startled first, then overjoyed. "This poplar tree is Xializi's apprentice." He began to count his seniority. "Xiaolizi, it's my apprentice again. Ha 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 ha, didn't I just surpass Senior Luo in terms of seniority? Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Interesting. The middle-aged scholar raised his forehead slightly and said in his heart. That's true. Not only did he guess how his junior brothers would behave, Luo Hashan also guessed it. The middle-aged scholar shook his head and said, Junior brother, Senior Luo, did not accept him as a disciple, but treated him as his own grandson. Yang Shu also called Senior Luo a grandfather, not a master. Ji Chongkong heard the words, the corner of his mouth after a slight twitch. I immediately felt that it was really boring. It's boring. It's boring. He almost walked away, feeling that the world really had no meaning at all. The middle-aged scholar was thinking, what will this little Momin look like in the future? Whether it is Lu Chaoga or Lu Dongli, or these few true disciples, they will all be extraordinary in the future. This sword sect's subordinate sect, the Momin, which is still in the Xiaobamen, may be in the whole Qingzhou in a few years. In this regard, the middle-aged Confucian scholar has some expectations in his heart. He sincerely hoped that Qingzhou, or in other words, the entire profound sky realm, would have more potential young people. After all, they are old, but in this world, there are always people who are young, right? And, the middle-aged scholar glanced into the distance, and with his realm and intuition, coupled with the trip down the mountain a few days ago, he felt that the recent profound sky realm might cause some disturbances. At night, the middle-aged scholar and Ji Chongkong did not leave Momin, but planned to stay in Momin for a few days. Lu Dongli arranged for them to live in an elegant bamboo house, which is not far from Lu Chaoga's house. Under the moonlight, the two brothers were drinking tea. Ji Chongkong looked at the middle-aged scholar and said, Senior brother seems to have a lot of thoughts recently, and his mind is very heavy. Huh? Junior brother, can see it? The middle-aged scholar said. How can I not know you? Can there be someone in this world who knows you better than me? Ji Chongkong was upset, feeling that he was being despised. The middle-aged Confucian hurriedly waved his hand and said, Junior brother, I didn't mean that. After speaking, he sighed and said, a few days ago, I felt something in my heart, so I went down the mountain. And then? Ji Long Sky asked. Nothing then. The middle-aged scholar replied. Although he said so, he still frowned slightly and his expression was solemn. Don't think so much. Seeing him like this, Ji Chongkong instantly became impatient. You worry about the country and the people all day long, thinking about this and that, as if you are the only one in the world with a brain. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. Ji Chongkong said. My sword cultivator, if there is a problem, then use a sword. If one sword can't solve it, then two swords. Ji Chongkong snorted. He's that kind of temperament, he's not good at solving problems, but he's very good at solving problems with people. Yes, thank Junior brother for his teaching. The middle-aged scholar smiled gently and started pouring tea for Ji Chongkong. In the dead of night, Ji Chongkong was tired of drinking tea, so he went into the house to meditate. The middle-aged scholar looked up at the moon outside the house, and then, under the bright moonlight, walked out of the bamboo house and strolled around the moment to enjoy the scenery. Walking and walking, he came to a lonely grave. Just looking at this lonely grave, he stopped in an instant. P.S. 2-in-1 chapter. The trash author still can't make up for it today. But I will stubbornly keep it in my heart. Chapter 227. 223, Monster Worship and the Suzerain of Spring and Autumn Mountain. Qingzhou, Momin, Dankingfang. The middle-aged scholar stood under the moonlight, looking at the lonely grave. Not far ahead, his expression was stunned, and his heart could not be calmed for A long time. Judging from his expression, there was a bit of a rudeness. If Ji Chongkong was present, he would definitely be surprised. Because he knows that although his senior brother has a warm temperament, he has always been in a state of indifference. Not to mention after reaching the top of kendo, even when he was young, he was the kind of person who did not change his face when Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. But today, just looking at this lonely grave, he can't help himself. The middle-aged scholar stared at the solitary grave, and his heart fell into endless tangle. Just now, he vaguely noticed an unusual aura, which made him think of something in an instant. Although the breath flashed by, it was still captured by him. What he is hesitating now is whether to disperse his consciousness and continue to explore the tomb. If that person really exists in the tomb, the middle-aged scholar did not expect that he would meet each other in Momin. This existence is actually staying in Momin. Is it possible that a certain member of the Momin is that? He sorted out his robes, and then solemnly gave a junior salute, and it was a cumbersome gift. After bowing deeply, the middle-aged scholar opened his mouth and said, "Senior, can you come out and see me? Is there anyone else in the world who can make Jianzun perform this great gift?" The wind was blowing, and the Danqing Peak was still silent, and there was no response from the lonely grave. The middle-aged Confucian scholar still maintained a deeply bowed state, and said sincerely again, "Senior, can you come out and see me?" Lonely Tomb still did not respond. If Lu Chaoga was present, he would definitely kindly remind Lord Jianzuan that the one in the tomb had a weak brain and not very good ears. "You speak so warmly and softly, she can't hear you." Of course, the possibility of selective deafness cannot be ruled out. The middle-aged scholar got up and thought for a while, and decided to ask again. This time, he took a few steps forward and got closer to the lonely grave. Before bowing again and introducing himself. "Senior, this junior is from the Sword Sect Wuming Peak, and is from the Black Bamboo Forest. Can you invite the senior to come out and see him?" This time a faint wisp of blue smoke finally appeared on the lonely grave. The middle-aged scholar looked up at this wisp of blue smoke, and felt the breath emanating from this wisp of blue smoke. His entire body was struck by lightning, and his face was in disbelief. "I didn't guess wrong. It's really in the Momin, it's really the Momin." "But why, it will be Momin." The blue smoke on the solitary grave leaned forward like a pet at home, and found that a strange guest came to the house. He was looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, expressing his curiosity. Beizhou, Spring and Autumn Mountains. Under the moonlight, Lu Chaoga stood on a light boat and cupped his hands. "Momin Lu Chaoga, come to worship the mountain." The voice spread throughout the peaks of the Spring and Autumn Mountains, and a few numbers made the entire Spring and Autumn Mountains lively at night. The disciples and players of Chuanqiu Mountain raised their heads one after another, and there were many discussions. Lu Chaoga. That Lu Chaoga of Momin in Qingzhou. The rumor turned out to be true, and there are people in the world who are so beautiful. Sure enough, he is a virtuous person under his reputation, and he really lost his life when he saw Chaoga. Not only is he good-looking, but he also has a good bearing. Look at how indifferent he is. Invincible in the same realm, Lu Chaoga, who has defeated his own saint and you by himself, is full of curiosity. Players are more intuitive, just 2 words, fuck. Anyway, no matter what thoughts follow, the first thing to do is lie. Damn it. The old lady has seen Lu Chaoga's original song. Damn it. The real person is more handsome than the video, so the handsome guy is not on camera? Damn. Brother, please, immediately, play with me. As for the older generation in Spring and Autumn Mountain, they are also very interested in the young people on the one-leaf canoe. A female elder looked at Lu Chaoga and said to the male elder beside him, "TSK. TSK TSK, it turns out that this is the man who made junior sister Jiang." Fascinated. There is really nothing wrong with this skin bag. The male elder heard the words, "It is not necessary to pick out a fault." Then he was surprised to find that it seemed that there was no need to forcibly pick it. If there was something wrong with this Taoist body, others would only think that they were jealous. The female elder continued, "Senior brother Cheng, what do you think the sect master is thinking now?" "I don't know." The elder Cheng glanced at the direction of the main hall of Spring and Autumn Mountain and did not dare to say more. The sect master of Spring and Autumn Mountain, famous for his preference for women over men. Treating juniors and juniors like spring breeze, treating them as juniors. That's a harsh one. When everyone was young, they were scared like tigers, and when they got older, as their cultivation realm became more and more disparate, they were even more scared. Therefore, the female elder can say this or that at will, but he does not dare. If the sect master hears it, the junior sister will at most be bounced off the forehead or lightly patted on the head, and what about me? I'm going to be shot away, right? Will it go to heaven? Hey! I knew you didn't dare to talk about the sect master. The female elder glanced at Elder Cheng and wanted to say something when she heard a voice transmission in her ear. "Junior sister Xia, it's up to you to greet the head of the road." The voice was soft and low-pitched, slightly magnetic. The female elder surnamed Xia was surprised, but she still said to the empty distance, "Yes, sect master." It was the Chuanqiu Mountain sect master who transmitted the voice just now. Elder Xia glanced at Elder Cheng and said, "What are you laughing at?" "Senior brother Cheng might as well go with junior sister." His eyes threatened. JPG. How dare Elder Cheng refuse to obey? There are many tigresses in the Spring and Autumn Mountains, and I am very afraid of dripping. Junior sister, please. He made a gesture. Elder Xia snorted, then took the lead in volleying up and flew towards the road outside the Spring and Autumn Mountain gate. At this moment, Lu Chaoga was standing on a light boat, only to see a corner of the mountain protection formation in Spring and Autumn Mountain, and a man and a woman were flying fast. "Yeah. It's Uncle Xia and Uncle Cheng." Pei Chanchan stood up, waved at them on his toes, and introduced them to Lu Chaoga. "By the way, this girl is still very energetic on weekdays." Lu Chaoga actually recognized these two elders, but he couldn't say they were too familiar. On the surface, Spring and Autumn Mountain sent an elder-level figure to greet him, but in fact, his attitude was already very good, and it was a great deal of face. Unless the four great swords of Qingzhou came in person, otherwise, Spring and Autumn Mountain would not need to let the sect master and the saints go out to greet them. This elder Xia flew to the front of a light boat and looked at Lu Chaoga with a smile. He only felt that this young sword cultivator had two completely different feelings when he looked up close and far, but both look good. The black robe and the loose black hair really have the feeling of a fairy in a painting. The most interesting thing to her was that junior sister Jiang was obviously a Huizong, but she was a little cramped and looked a little helpless. As for this young Jianqiu, who came to Spring and Autumn Mountain for the first time, his face was indifferent and calm, with a faint smile on his face, as if he had returned to his own home. Appearance, bearing, and temperament are all good, Elder Xia said in his heart. At least one man, looking big and generous, always makes people feel more comfortable. Sect Master Lu, it's better to see it once you hear it. Elder Xia said. Elder Xia, Elder Chung. Lu Chaoga also greeted him with a salute. From the current point of view, everyone is happy and the guest of honor is happy. Let's stop talking here, sect leader Lu, please come with me. Elder Xia turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation. Lu Chaoga nodded slightly and flew forward with the two of them generously. Past the mountain protection formation of Spring and Autumn Mountain, and flew into the mountain gate. Two elders, a man and a woman, were responsible for introducing them along the way, such as the names of the peaks and so on. The Shadow Emperor Lu was clearly familiar with the peaks in the Spring and Autumn Mountains, but he also pretended to be the same, a novelty for the first time. Appearance. Jiang Xinyan was still in a somewhat restrained state, but Pei Qianqian, a young girl with strong vitality, couldn't help it. Relying on being the most favored in the sect, he opened his mouth and said, "Two uncles, why don't we go to the main hall? How long are we going to be in the sect? Uncle Lu didn't leave today, let Master Jiang take him to see the scenery in the mountain gate." Slowly. Pei Qianqian couldn't wait any longer. She wants to see the scene where the sect master meets Uncle Lu now. Of course, there were also other uncles who had thoughts about Uncle Jiang. Especially those few uncles whose desires were magnified after practicing the exercises. When Pei Qianqian thought of this, she felt extremely excited. The melon eaters are already in place and want to eat melons in the front row. Elder Xia and Elder Chung looked at each other, speechless. Do you think we want to go shopping? This is because the suzerain has not sent us a voice transmission and told us to go to the main hall. There is no way we can do this, we just have to drag the time. I don't know what the sect master is doing now. He is so resolute on weekdays. Why is it so delayed today? At this time, a person was standing in front of the bronze mirror in a certain elegant courtyard in Chuanqiu Mountain. This person even changed several robes, but he was not satisfied. Who would have thought that the sect master of Spring and Autumn Mountain, a powerful practitioner of the 8th realm who could shake the entire northern state with a stomping of his feet, would actually be playing in his own room? A little game of dressing up? Change and change, UU reading www.sonicmtl. The sect master of Calm was rather annoyed, with a displeased look on his face. On weekdays, the Spring and Autumn Mountain sect master only wears black robes. All the robes in the storage ring are black, without exception. A black body is one of the biggest symbols of the Spring and Autumn Mountain sect master. When he was young, he used this image to traverse the northern state. And Lu Chaoga is also wearing a black robe today. Although it is not a hit shirt, it is also a color hit. Looking at himself in the bronze mirror, the Spring and Autumn Mountain sect master raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself, "It's all black robes, so why doesn't he dress nicely?" Angry. P.S. The first update, according to the setting of Spring and Autumn Mountain. There are many people in temperament, I think it will be a very interesting sect. Chapter 228. 224, The Agreement of the First Generation of Swordsmen. Love rivals meet, especially jealous. After the Spring and Autumn Mountain sect master recognized the reality, he realized that it made no difference what he wore, so he stopped changing clothes. A voice spread in the ears of Elder Xia and Elder Chung, but Lu Chaoga and others could not hear it. Take him to the hall. Elder Xia and Elder Chung glanced at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Xia turned back to Lu Chaoga and said, "Master Lu, why don't you come with us to the main hall first?" Lu Chaoga nodded without showing the slightest impatience on his face. He was quite interested in revisiting the old place. As far as he was Concerned, it would be fine for him to visit for a while. Occasionally in some places, he can also set off some memories. Back then, he was full of filial piety towards Jiang Xinyan, his master, leaving traces of his filial piety as a filial disciple everywhere in the sect. As for the Spring and Autumn Mountain Hall, Lu Chaoga had never entered. The main hall is a place for high-level meeting, or to welcome distinguished guests. In his previous life, he was an inner disciple of the Spring and Autumn Mountains. Unless he was assigned to guard, he would have little chance to enter the hall. But I have to say that the main hall of Spring and Autumn Mountain is indeed more imposing than Momin. As one of the four major sects, although Chuanqiu Mountain is located in a remote and extremely northern place, the traces of its arrogance can still be seen from the details. The two elders of Spring and Autumn Mountain walked in the front, Lu Chaoga and others followed. As for the hall, the high-level officials of Spring and Autumn Mountain were already waiting. Let me see what Jiang Shimi and Jiang Shiji's Dao companion look like. It stands to reason that if Lu Chaoga visited as the head of the Momin, it would be impossible to have such a posture. To have an elder-level person to accompany him would be regarded as treating each other with courtesy. But after all, he has another identity, that is, Jiang Xinyan's Taoist companion. Therefore, when he came to Chuanqiu Mountain for the first time, he should be familiar with everyone, right? After Lu Chaoga entered the hall, a lot of eyes instantly gathered on his body. Every look comes from a great practitioner. Everyone in this hall is a big man who can shake one side when they are released. When they gather together, they are one of the most high-end forces in the entire profound sky realm. To be honest, Lu Chaoga is the first to see this kind of battle. The only difference is that among these people, he still has many familiar faces, and many of them are even familiar. There are several deacons and elders, and Lu Chaoga even took over the task. On the main seat, the seat is still empty, and the Spring and Autumn Mountain Sect Master has not yet arrived. Lu Chaoga took his seat in the guest seat. From the moment he entered the main hall, he was calm, without showing any timidity, nor did he insist on being indifferent. What kind of first impression this young swordsman's performance left on everyone depends on each person. Pei Chanqian was a junior, even though she was a disciple of the Holy Master. According to the rules, she had to sit in the farthest corner. She stuck out her tongue towards Lu Chaoga as a greeting, then ran away with a smile and huddled in the corner to watch the play. Her behavior, in the eyes of everyone in Chuanqiu Mountain, undoubtedly conveyed a signal. That is, the girl Chanqian seems to have a good relationship with this Lu Chaoga, and her behavior is close. Obviously she recognizes this person in her heart. As for Jiang Xinyan, after meeting many familiar classmates, he naturally noticed the jokes and teasing in their eyes. Insert an app, a perfect replica of the old version of the book-chasing artifact, an app that can change the source, Mimi reading www. Although she was a little embarrassed and a little uncomfortable, she still sat directly beside Lu Chaoga, not the seat of the deacon of Chuanqiu Mountain. That belonged to her. Some people think that these two Taoist companions are mixing oil with honey. And a few people frowned when they looked at Jiang Xinyan's approach. After everyone sat down, a stream of light flashed, and a man in a black robe appeared on the main seat of the main hall. The sect master of Spring and Autumn Mountain, Hengyin. This great practitioner of the eighth realm is wearing a black robe without too many decorations. Compared with Lu Chaoga's black robe, his black robe is more self-cultivating. In terms of height, he is half a head shorter than the tall Lu Chaoga. The looks are also called sword eyebrows and star eyes, rich and handsome, but they are slightly inferior to Lu Chaoga. How should I put it, it's a bit like, charm 9, being dropped by, charm 10, in seconds. It's just that this person is extremely majestic, and the breath of the superior is particularly strong. Chuanqiu Mountain Sect Master Heng Yin was the most domineering among the 4 sect masters in the 4 great sects. He glanced at Lu Chaoge, and then at Jiang Xinyan, who was sitting beside Lu Chaoge. There was not too much turbulence on his face, nor did he change his eyes. Master Lu, is it the first time to come to my Beizhou? He said. The sound is low and slightly magnetic. The legendary, bubble sound? Lu Chaoge nodded, and said nonchalantly without blushing, it is indeed the first time here. When I first arrived in Beizhou, I got rid of a moon-eyed snow wolf king for me in Beizhou. It seems that Qianqian lost in your hands, and the loss is not wrong. Heng Yin said. Pei Qianqian, sitting in the corner? Sect Master Shu is really, just talk politely, why talk about my failures? Pei Qian said in his heart. Relying on the fact that the sect master also spoiled her on weekdays, she also made an unhappy expression towards Heng Yin with a wrinkled nose and a pouty mouth. Hearing the words, Lu Chaoge said, at the beginning, Qian suppressed his cultivation, otherwise, with my strength in the 3rd realm, I would definitely not be Qian's opponent at that time. He didn't mean to be humble, Lu Chaoge was such a person. He was telling the truth. Hearing this, everyone present remembered that the young sword cultivator in front of him had accomplished the feat of breaking through the 10 realms in one day. How long has it been since Pei Qianqian discussed with him? And he has already entered the 3rd realm. Hey, he is now the 3rd realm of the 4th realm. This breaking speed is simply terrifying. Looking at all the disciples of Spring and Autumn Mountain, no one can compare with it. Even the sect master and the saint teacher could never have achieved this level. The rest of the elders and deacons no longer remained silent at this time. You spoke to me, and you talked to the guest Lu Chaoge one after another. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. It's just that the sect master, Heng Yin, didn't speak much later. Since Lu Chaoge and Jiang Xinyan are Taoist partners, in a strict sense, he is also half his own. Those elders and deacons, who were familiar with Jiang Xinyan, occasionally joked directly and winsip about how they met. Anyway, Lu Chaoge did not refuse to come, did not shy away from any communication, and did not evade any questions. But he was always on the lookout for a few people who didn't say a word. In his previous life, when he was still a disciple of Jiang Xinyan, he naturally knew who had ideas about his master. It's just that Jiang Xinyan remained unmoved. In addition, the suzerain had pursued Jiang Xinyan when he was young, which led to some people being thirsty and not timid. But that didn't mean that they would feel better when they saw a young Jianshou pick this flower. The good show is yet to come. Momin, Dan Qingfeng. The middle-aged scholar stood in front of the wisp of blue smoke, letting the wisp of blue smoke float in the air, silently surveying himself. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. Senior, I didn't expect it to be you. The middle-aged scholar was respectful. Well, what were you talking about just now? A hoot sounded in his ears, and she couldn't hear what he was talking about. The middle-aged scholar was stunned for a moment, with a stunned look on his face, but he honestly increased the volume and repeated it again. Well, you recognize me. Have we met? Awu was a little delighted. With her memory fragmented, she doesn't even know who she is. The middle-aged scholar shook his head and said, naturally, I have never seen the senior before, and I don't know the specific identity of the senior. I can distinguish the aura of the senior. This answer made Awu a little disappointed. But I, from the black bamboo forest lineage, have always had an agreement with my seniors. The middle-aged scholar added. Well, what's the deal? Ouu asked. According to the patriarch's last words, if there is a chance to meet my senior in the future, I should return something that my senior has deposited in my black bamboo forest to my senior. The middle-aged scholar replied. As soon as this statement came out, if Lu Chaoga heard it, he would definitely be shocked. The so-called black bamboo forest line is the self-proclaimed line of sword master. And the patriarch of the black bamboo forest lineage is naturally the last ninth realm power in the legendary Tianqian realm, the first-generation sword master. Ah, there is something left in the hands of the first generation of sword master? Moreover, the first generation of sword sovereign had to leave a last word, which should be kept from generation to generation until someone met her, and then returned this thing to the original owner. However, the parties in the tomb are undoubtedly in a state of fog. She doesn't remember such a thing at all. The middle-aged scholar saw that the man in the tomb had not responded, so he took out something from the storage ring. P.S. Today's second update. Chapter 229. 225, Old Things 10,000 Years Ago. Keep your head down. In the hands of the middle-aged scholar, he held a long black wooden box. The wooden box is almost half a meter long and 20 centimeters wide, with a few simple cloud patterns and a few obscure characters engraved on it. In addition, there is also a talisman. There was only one word, forbidden, written on the talisman paper. This word seemed to be written in blood. The handwriting was not correct, but rather sloppy. But after the middle-aged scholar took out the wooden box, he held it with both hands, his face was solemn and serious, and he placed a ban on the whole body directly. Unless there is someone like the Holy Master, whose strength is comparable to that of a middle-aged scholar, outsiders will be unaware of everything that happens next to the solitary tomb. The middle-aged scholar looked down at the wooden box in his hand. In fact, he didn't know what was in the wooden box. To be precise, this wooden box, he couldn't open it. Since this thing was left by the ancestors of the black bamboo forest lineage, it was passed down from the hands of the first generation of sword masters to this day. If you think about it carefully, it has been around for 10,000 years. 10,000 years of time, vicissitudes of life. The entire profound sky realm has undergone earth-shaking changes, the world has undergone drastic changes, but this wooden box has remained the same. This is an old thing that has spanned thousands of years. According to the legacy of the first generation of sword sovereigns, if the successors of all dynasties can open the wooden box, then the contents of the wooden box can be owned by them. If it can't be opened, it must be passed down and kept for others. Obviously, since it has been passed down to the hands of middle-aged scholars, it proves that in these 10,000 years, none of the previous swordsmen could break this simple talisman paper on the wooden box. It looks so ordinary, it can be the cultivation base of the 8th realm of Jianzuan, but it can't shake it. The middle-aged scholar glanced at the solitary tomb in front of him. The aura of the existence in the tomb was exactly the same as the aura emanating from the wooden box. According to the patriarch's will, since the black bamboo forest lineage has not been able to open the wooden box until now, after meeting the senior with the same breath as the wooden box, it is time to return it to the original owner. The blue smoke floating on the solitary grave circled around the wooden box in the hands of the middle-aged scholar. Aowa's memory was seriously lacking. She sensed a wisp of her breath on the wooden box. She knew it was the mark she left, but she couldn't remember what it was. On the contrary, this yellowed talisman made her feel a little familiar, and a figure vaguely appeared in her mind, but it was so vague. Well, thank you. A wailing and tender voice spread in the ears of the middle-aged scholar. The brain is not very bright, and the memory is also seriously lacking. Nowadays, many conveniences are like a child. She looks like a sensible child at the moment, thanking others for keeping their things. A little silly, and a little cute. A gentle smile appeared on the face of the middle-aged Confucian scholar. After thinking about it, he still said openly, "Senior, I wonder if this junior can try it for the last time and see if I can open the talisman paper?" Well, yes. Awu didn't feel rejected by this. "Thank you, senior." The middle-aged scholar nodded, and then carefully examined the talisman paper. For more than 10,000 years, this is also an obsession that has been passed down to the black bamboo forest lineage. When they reach their realm, they are no longer burdened by external things. And even if they contain peerless treasures, they will remain unmoved. The obsession of the sword sovereigns of all dynasties is not what is in the wooden box, but this talisman paper that cannot be opened. The middle-aged scholar supported the black wooden box with his left hand, while his right hand gently brushed the talisman paper, and then closed his eyes. After about 10 breaths, he caught the corner of the talisman with his fingers. There was no earth-shattering scene, and there was no change in the world. Reading to receive cash, follow the vxpublic.public account, and you can also receive cash for reading. He's like a normal person. This rune paper is like a sticky piece of ordinary paper. Even around the solitary tomb, there was no trouble at all. Everything seems ordinary. However, the talisman paper, which has been passed down for thousands of years and has been unable to be uncovered, was slowly torn apart. There is a small part where it is attached to the wooden box, and it is torn apart like this. The blue smoke suspended on the solitary grave was motionless, as if there was no emotional ups and downs at the scene in front of him. At most it was a little curious. The middle-aged scholar's movements were slow, but more and more parts were torn at the stickers. It wasn't until he tore more than half that he slowly retracted his right hand and did not continue. There was a faint smile on the face of the middle-aged scholar. "Now that you've had enough fun, let's stop here." As he let go, the talisman moved again on its own, and the torn part stuck to the wooden box again, resealing the box. The middle-aged scholar held the wooden box in both hands, and said loudly, "Junior, thank you for your approval. Now, return it to the original owner." Awu in the solitary tomb heard the words, and controlled Qing Yan to explore. Before this faint blue smoke quickly spread to the top of the black wooden box, and then began to transform, just like a small meat hand. Qing Yan grabbed the talisman paper and moved it lightly. In the 10,000 years, the talisman paper that has stumped generations of sword sovereigns has been uncovered like this. Beizhou, Chuanqiu Mountain Hall. The greetings and hospitality are over, and the next is the wine table culture that everyone is familiar with. In this regard, the world of practice is also unavoidable. Although everyone has been able to indulge in anedias, and cannot eat the fireworks of the world, but is it too hard to just chat like this? Eat something, push the cup for a change, and the atmosphere will bake up. What's more, things like spirit valley, spirit fruit, spirit wine, etc. are also of great benefit to practitioners, and the taste is really good. Humans stand at the top of the food chain, and they are no longer just eating to be full. It's delicious, it's delicious. And at the dinner table, it is more convenient to talk about things. Sure enough, someone spoke up. The person who opened the mouth was a beautiful woman, with an ordinary appearance, an ordinary figure, and an ordinary temperament. But the status is extraordinary. She is the supreme elder of Chuanqiu Mountain. Whether it is Jiang Xinyan or Chuanqiu Mountain Sect Master Hangin, she must be called Shirshu. Under normal circumstances, the retired seniors in these big sects have no longer asked about world affairs. But today, after all, the situation is special, so there are also 3 supreme elders present, all of whom are women. One is that the ratio of males and females in Chuanqiu Mountain is not balanced, whether it is this generation or the older generation. The second is because women will pay more attention to this kind of love affair with their children. Jiang Xinyan's master has passed away, and for these supreme elders, they are Jiang Xinyan's last family elders. It is said that the mother-in-law looks at the son-in-law, and the more she sees it, the more she likes it. Whether this is true or not, Lu Chaoga is also unsure. But the elder who spoke up was gentle and close. There is no way, this young Jianqiu in front of him, this appearance makes people lose his temper. However, Chengqiushan's attitude still has to be, Lu Chaoga, I will call your name directly, and I will not call you the head of the road, so as not to live. Elder Taisheng said. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. Lu Chaoga nodded slightly and said with a smile, Senior, of course you can. He was thick-skinned anyway, so the uncle called him directly. After the elder Taisheng spoke, the originally noisy hall became quiet. Xian Yan's master has passed away, so we can only let some of us old bones guard her. You shouldn't think we old people are annoying, right? She had some smiles in her eyes, fairly kind. How could this be? This is what it should be. Lu Chaoga smiled and said. It was the first time he had met the woman's parent, and it was harmless for them to know more about him. Since we are practitioners, we will follow the rules of practitioners. You have a good rest today. Tomorrow, the 3 old people of US will give you some problems. She looked at the other 2 elders. After taking a look, he said. Jiang Xinyan opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Lu Chaoga patted the back of his hand lightly, signaling her not to stop him. Okay. He responded directly, without even the slightest change in his expression. After speaking, I was still in the mood to chat, and said, Master, can you give me some hints and reveal a thing or 2? The 3 supreme elders all smiled and said, that's not going to work. After finishing speaking, they looked around the rest of the hall and said, if you have any suggestions or ideas tonight, you can tell us. Let's brainstorm and make trouble for Chaoga tomorrow. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he felt relaxed and natural when he put everything on the table and said it. There is no man who is afraid of words in this dictionary, it doesn't matter at all. At this time, he even had the mood to glance at Chuanqiu Mountain Sect Master Hangin from a distance. Come here. Lu Chaoga said in his heart. Chapter 230. 226, The Identity of the First Generation of Swordsmen. It was getting late, and in the spring and autumn mountain hall, everything was coming to an end. Chuanqiu Mountain Sect Master Hangin was wearing a black robe, sitting on the main seat, and said, since the 3 uncles want to take the examination for the head of the road, and the head of the road is also willing to accept it, then let's settle it. After that, he glanced at Lu Chaoga in the guest seat and said, Master Lu, let's have a good night's rest in the elegant courtyard today. Lu Chaoga nodded slightly and said, okay. He expected that there would be some small twists and turns. But as the sect master of Spring and Autumn Mountain, Hangin's identity and status, as well as his own cultivation realm, are placed there. Although he is a rival in love, it is not easy to end the game in person, eh? At least for now, it won't. As for tomorrow's test, Lu Chaoga is in a good mood. He is the kind of person who never revises before the exam. Let's see. Tomorrow. After walking out of the main hall of Chuanqiu Mountain, Pei Qianshan came to say goodbye to Lu Chaoga. Uncle Lu, I'm going to find Shizhuan. The energetic girl said to Lu Chaoga. Go. Lu Chaoga waved at her. Lu Chaoga still regretted not being able to see the legendary saint today. After all, the saint teacher is not only strong, but also good-looking. If it is said that in the profound sky realm, whose soft rice is the most fragrant, it is definitely the Holy Master. After Pei Qianshan left, Lu Chaoga approached Jiang Xinyan and said jokingly. Xinyan, where is your residence in Chuanqiu Mountain? Don't you invite me to sit down? He said, you are both Taoists. LV, how can you go home to rest? Why do I go to the spring and autumn mountain guest house Shiyuan? Lu Chaoga said this, just to amuse her. After all, even when they were in Momen, Jiang Xinyan lived in a guest house. In a bamboo house, and he never stayed in Lu Chaoga's bamboo house. Jiang Xinyan heard the words, the expression on his cold cheeks did not change, but his ears were slightly red. Come with me, she said to Lu Chaoga. Huh? Lu Chaoga wondered if he had heard it wrong. Jiang Xinyan said softly, I'm afraid that you will encounter some trouble tonight, so don't think too much. The two have not progressed to that point, not to mention, even if she thinks about it, Lu Chaoga figured it out. Yes, the conditions do not allow it. Lu Chaoga, at level 43, in front of Jiang Xinyan at level 61, can still be described as a classic song, What a Man. Damn body refining flow. Just as Lu Chaoga was about to say something, Jiang Xinyan grabbed him, turned into a streamer, and flew towards his residence. Momen, Dan Qingfeng. The middle-aged scholar looked at the blue smoke in front of him, and at the talisman paper that had troubled the sword sovereigns of all dynasties. It was lightly torn off in this way. After a moment of stunnedness, he looked down at the wooden box. Obviously, the other party did not mean to avoid him. The middle-aged scholar was also curious for a long time, wondering what was inside the wooden box that had been passed down for 10,000 years. Fortunately, Ji Chongkong didn't know about it. Although he and the middle-aged scholar belonged to the same lineage of the Black Bamboo Forest, only the sword masters of the past dynasties could know about this matter, so Ji Chongkong was kept in the dark. If he found out about it, what would it be? After the talisman was torn off, it burned itself. The bloody, forbidden word appeared in the air for a moment after the talisman paper was burned, and then dissipated. After the ban was lifted, the middle-aged scholar could vaguely perceive the aura of the things in the box. Qin Yan gently pushed forward, and the black wooden box was completely opened. Inside the wooden box is a bamboo flute made of black bamboo. The bamboo flute is of ordinary style, and there are no tassels or pendants. The whole flute has a restrained breath, and it looks like a mortal thing. But after seeing the bamboo flute, the blue smoke in the air stopped, as if stunned. If Lu Chaoga was present, he would definitely ask, did you remember something? But the middle-aged scholar didn't know much about the existence in the tomb. He didn't know who the other party was or who the other party was, but he just noticed that her breath was the same as the breath left on the box. She was a terrifying existence who had lived for more than 10,000 years. Therefore, he didn't know that Awu's memory was seriously lacking. The black bamboo flute in the wooden box slowly floated up, and then was collected into the tomb. The middle-aged scholar stood there, clearly feeling a terrifying spiritual power fluctuation in the solitary tomb. He didn't know what happened in the tomb, he only knew that if he didn't stop it at this moment, the entire Danqing Peak and the entire Momen would be razed to the ground in an instant. The middle-aged scholar raised his right hand and slapped forward. The chaotic spiritual power in the solitary tomb was instantly absorbed by him. On the palm of his hand. His left hand pointed back lightly, and the surrounding restrictions were immediately strengthened. On Danqing Peak, everyone was unaware of the changes here. Lu Dongli was sitting cross-legged on the bed in meditation, with a pair of slender and straight legs folded together, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Not to mention her, even Ji Chongkong, who ranked second among the four great swords, only entered the meditation in the bamboo house, completely unaware that a force that could instantly destroy the entire Danqing Peak was spreading outwards. The expression of the middle-aged scholar did not change in the slightest, and the turbulent spiritual power was completely isolated in front of his palm. His hair, even the hair band on the crown, was motionless. The front is turbulent and the palm is calm, as if they are two worlds. Time passed by, and after about half a column of incense, everything disappeared, as if nothing had happened. The middle-aged scholar heard the voice of the one in the tomb again. "Well, thank you." He put down his palm and cupped his hand. "Senior, you don't need to be so polite." After seeing it, I remembered something. The sound of woo-woo continued to spread. She continued, "The person who entrusted this thing to you is called Luli?" Luli, the strange Luli. When Lu Chaoga was in Jianzhong's trial ground, he heard the name of the 10,000-year-old peach tree planted by Emperor Qing. Then, after he returned to Momen, he also talked about this name with Awu. Awu told him that she had some impressions of Luli. During the ancient catastrophe, Emperor Qing did not fall. After the ancient catastrophe, he also accepted a disciple. And this disciple's name is Luli. The middle-aged scholar nodded when he heard the words. The first-generation sword master of Jianzhong was Luli. In other words, the black bamboo forest line of sword sect was actually left by the disciples of Emperor Qing. Awu nodded when she saw him, but she didn't speak for a long time, which reminded her of something. After a while, she said, "Well, I'm going to sleep for a while and think." "You?" "Okay, the junior will say goodbye first." The middle-aged scholar bent over to the solitary grave again, and after paying a junior salute, he left. At this moment, inside the coffin of the lonely grave, a small hand was holding this black bamboo flute. On the outside of the partially opened coffin board, a small piece of furry tail was exposed, which was swaying gently. Obviously, she is in a good mood today. "Well, I remembered a little thing again, so I'll say I'm not stupid at all," Awu said softly, his tail wagging even more happily. That little hand brushed the black bamboo flute. The bamboo flute, which looked like a mortal thing before, trembled slightly at this moment, and it had its own spirituality. Awu looked at it and said softly, "You didn't leave it to me, he left it to him. But he's not at home. Well, let's wait for him to come back together." He embraced the black bamboo flute, slowly closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 231. 227, People are taller than the sky. Momen, Dan Qingfeng. The middle-aged scholar took a walk under the moonlight and walked towards the bamboo house where he lived. He walked slowly, because he needed to calm himself down. With his experience, he is well informed. But what happened tonight was the most amazing thing in his life. Is it a coincidence or fate? The middle-aged scholar looked up at the moon in the sky, thinking in his heart. He couldn't see through the black bamboo flute in the wooden box. But he knew very well who left this thing. The middle-aged scholar remembered very clearly the scene when he was brought back to the mountain by his master. For most practitioners, the contact with practice is relatively early, but he is the relatively late one. He was 17 years old when he was taken up the mountain by his master. At the age of 17, some practitioners of the same age have already achieved small achievements. And he has not even entered the threshold of the world of cultivation. In the profound sky realm, there is no age limit for cultivation, and it will not be said that after a certain age, it is not suitable for cultivation. Since it is cultivation, even an old man with gray hair can enter the Tao. It's just that the earlier you practice, the more advantage you will have. And the reason why he has been showing people the image of a Confucian is because he is a simple scholar under the mountain. Good reading, not asking for further explanation. This is also one of the reasons why he is always inseparable from the book in the past. To be precise, when the master took him up the mountain, it was also because he told him that Jianzong had books that he could not finish reading, and books that could not be found at the foot of the mountain. For him, it was more tempting than practicing swords. It was not until the first time he held the natal sword that his life had the second greatest pleasure besides reading. At that time, his younger brother Ji Chongkong had not yet been admitted to his sect, and the entire Black Bamboo Forest lineage consisted of only him and his master. The first lesson master gave him was to introduce the inheritance of the Black Bamboo Forest lineage. The Black Bamboo Forest line is the most special branch among the many inheritances of Sword Sect. This is the inheritance of Sword Sovereign. There is another reason why this vein is special. For this reason, only the suzerain can know except for everyone in the Black Bamboo Forest lineage. The Black Bamboo Forest lineage was born out of the most powerful sect in ancient times, Tian Dao. Tian Dao, created by Qingdi. The patriarch Lu Li was a disciple of Emperor Qing, but at that time, Tian Dao had disappeared into the long river of history. As for the black bamboo flute in the wooden box, middle-aged scholars have always been impressed by it. Because when kneeling and worshipping the ancestors of the past, middle-aged Confucian scholars and the ancestors saw the portraits of all the ancestors in the ancestral hall. On top of the portrait of Patriarch Lu Li, there is another portrait. It's just that unlike other portraits, this painting has only a back. Looking up at the sky. Although it is only a back view, it gives people an indescribable feeling. The sky in the painting is so high, but for some reason, it doesn't seem to be so high. He is taller. In the painting, there is a bamboo flute hanging around the man's waist. A simple black bamboo flute made from a piece of black bamboo. In the spring and autumn mountains, Lu Chaoge came to the familiar courtyard. This is Jiang Xinyan's residence in Spring and Autumn Mountain, and it is also where he lived after apprenticeship in his previous life. He is familiar with all the flowers, plants, tables, and chairs here. For him, this is equivalent to his former home. Of course, given his current close relationship with Jiang Xinyan, this place is also his home. Just the identity is different. Formerly a disciple, now a Taoist companion. Seeing that Lu Chaoge had been observing the surroundings, Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking at?" Lu Chaoge shook his head and said, "It's nothing, just to see if the place you live in on weekdays is the same as I imagined." "Then do you feel the same?" Jiang Xinyan asked. "Exactly the same," Lu Chaoge answered honestly. Jiang Xinyan didn't think about it when he heard what he said. After all, Lu Chaoge often babbles nonsense on weekdays. She sometimes doesn't understand some of what he said. She took Lu Chaoge into the house, and then said, "Then you rest early today?" Lu Chaoge glanced at the room in front of her and said in her heart, "My dear, isn't this the one I lived in my previous life?" "Is it?" He immediately cried and said shamelessly, "Ah? Sleeping in separate rooms?" Jiang Xinyan's cold face froze for a moment. She wasn't ready yet. Unexpectedly, Lu Chaoge pulled her into the room and leaned directly into her ear. The warm breath and the airflow when he spoke made Jiang Xinyan feel a little itchy. The powerful Tao body of body refinement flow is also a little weak at this moment. Fortunately, Lu Chaoge was hugging her waist, which was like giving her a support. You can sleep in separate rooms, but you can't leave now. He wants to bully the master in this disciple's room. Spring and Autumn Mountains, Back Mountains. Back Mountain, a very common name, but it is the first powerhouse in spring. And Autumn Mountain, the place of retreat for the saint. Just like the Sword Master of Sword Sect, the Saint Master of Spring and Autumn Mountain is also above the Sect Master, and is a very special existence. It's just the same as Jianzuan, the Saint Teacher will not ask anything about Spring and Autumn Mountain at all on weekdays. In this respect, the four sects are all the same. Pei Chanshan rode her flying magic weapon in the appearance of copper coins. And flew to the back mountain leisurely, humming a brisk little song. Not long after, she landed in front of a small courtyard, and then shouted into the house, "Master, I'm back." This escaped girl is always so full of vitality, as if her whole body is full of energy. Has unrelenting energy. There is quite a feeling of a diligent Japanese idol girl. Of course, when you don't have money, you will be shy. The wooden door of the house was gently pushed open, and a woman in a long skirt walked out of the house. Her facial features can't be said to be so delicate, and they are not too eye-catching when they are alone, but they are extremely attractive when put together. Good-looking people are all people with outstanding temperament, and this is the case with this woman. At first glance, you won't think how amazing she is, but if you look at it a few more times, you will sink into it and it will be difficult to extricate yourself. She stood there, but seemed to be one with heaven and earth. She is standing in front of the house, which is the most harmonious picture. She walked to the flowers, and the flowers were also the most suitable foil. She came under the tree and the person were also very compatible. As if anything beautiful in the world, once by her side, will embellish her beauty. It's an indescribable beauty. Do you still know how to come back? The holy teacher glanced at her and said, "Have you run out of spirit stones again?" "What? I'm missing my master." As Pei Chanshan said, he held the woman's arm, leaning on her body affectionately. Pei Chanshan is a woman. Since she is a woman, she must have had intimate sexual contact with many women. She also hugged Uncle Jiang, and acted coquettishly at other uncles, but it was always the most comfortable for master to hold. Because her body always carries a faint fragrance that makes people feel calm and comfortable. And her body is very soft, indescribably soft. I heard it is true that there is no spiritual stone. The holy teacher smiled and lightly tapped her forehead with a doting expression. Pei Chanshan pulled the holy teacher to sit down on the wooden chair and said, "Master, the spring and autumn mountains are very lively today, why don't you go out to see it?" "Really?" "A little bit of interest." "Oh, I knew it." Pei Qian sighed while holding her forehead. This is the temperament of her own master. She has no interest in most things. Only the things she thinks are beautiful can make her different. House Han has a prohibition of being isolated from the outside world, and everything that happens in spring and autumn mountain will not disturb House Han. With the temperament of a holy teacher, spiritual consciousness is usually not released outside the back mountain. But at this moment, Pei Chanshan looked at her with a bad feeling. Just like what she said to Lu Chaoge before, she firmly believes that Master will definitely like Uncle Lu. Master not only loves beauty, but also appreciates beauty. Then there is no reason not to be attracted by Master Lu. Master, Uncle Lu, is coming to Chuanqiu Mountain. Pei Qianqian said to the saint. Uncle Lu? Which Uncle Lu are you? The saint didn't understand. It's Lu Chaoga. Pei Qianqian said to the sage. Lu Chaoga? Oh, I remembered, it is the rising star of Qingzhou these years. But why do you call him uncle? The saint was still a little confused. Pei Qianqian was speechless. Master really slowed down very seriously. Completely unable to keep up with the times. Because of Jiang Xinyan's uncle Jiang, he is a Taoist companion. Pei Qianqian said. Huh? This is true. For the first time, there was an emotional change on the face of the saint. Pei Qianqian knew that Shizhuan was still very concerned about Uncle Jiang. Although there are many women in Chuanqiu Mountain, there are very few who can enter the eyes of the saints and truly make her feel beautiful. And Jiang Shishu, who has a cold temperament, delicate facial features, and a tall figure, is on the list. Pei Qianqian approached the holy teacher and said seriously, Master, let me tell you, Master Lu is very famous in the Tianqian world, not only because he is a leader in swordsmanship, but also for other reasons. What? There is a saying that is widely circulated in Qingzhou, but I don't know if Master has heard it. What? Asked the holy master. When I see Chaoga, I'll lose my life. Pei Qianqian said word by word. When the saint heard the words, Yu read www.sonicmtl.com had a smile on his face. She didn't think too much about it. Based on her life experience, it is naturally clear that it is normal for young talents to attract her. What attracts a person to others is not necessarily the appearance. His dashing, his romantic, his bearing, his strength is a comprehensive factor. Since he is a leader in Kendo, he has attracted countless girls crazy, which is very common sense. Just like on Earth, those who sing well in school performances usually have the right to choose a mate on campus. After all, although people in the world are more or less judging people by their appearance, there are very few people who are like her, who are completely judging people by their appearance. Oh, Master, take a look at him, just look at him with the sky eye technique. Pei Qianqian began to act coquettishly again. The holy master had no choice but to say, okay. Chapter 232. 228, 1 See Chaoga mistaken for life. Behind the mountain, in front of the small courtyard, the holy master and Pei Qianqian sat together, and then stretched out a green jade finger from the sleeve of the long skirt. Pei Qianqian's hands are beautiful, and so is the holy teacher. It has a soft and boneless feel. I saw this finger volley lightly, and a translucent ripple rippled in the air. Immediately afterwards, a picture appeared in mid-air. The so-called celestial eye technique is to remotely view the distant picture at the moment when the consciousness is positioned. Sky Profound Realm Edition monitoring. And when the picture came into being, Pei Qianqian immediately exclaimed and covered her eyes with her little hands, but she couldn't help showing a gap between her fingers. The legendary, ineffective, cover your eyes. After the girl exclaimed, the thought that rose in her heart was, is this sure I can watch something for free? I don't know if you have had such an experience when you were a child, that is, watching it with your parents in the living room in the series. It turns out that as soon as the TV is turned on, the hero and heroine are kissing. And kissing is just kissing. It's not the kind of slap in the water, it's the kind of deep kiss that lasts for more than 10 seconds, or even half a minute. Or even longer. The current picture is like this. For a moment, Pei Qianqian only felt embarrassed, but for some reason, she also felt a little irritated. Oh. Uncle Jiang, Uncle Lu. You, how can you? How can you? Pei Chanshan didn't know what to say for a while, and she was incoherent in her heart. To blame or to blame herself, it was she who suggested that the Saint Master use the heavenly eye technique to take a look. After all, a girl is a girl, and she doesn't understand at all how colorful the world of adults is in the dead of night. The timing is not right. Pei Chanshan is now sitting on the wooden chair, her knees are directly together, her thighs are tightly joined together, and her feet are awkwardly turned inward. It's going to die, it's going to die. It's going to die. She felt that this was the most embarrassing moment for herself in years. Shy, angry, speechless, at a loss. The mood is extremely complicated for a while. But the big eyes that were covered by the hands ineffectively flickered, and they couldn't look away. Anyway, she only now understands what it means to have a soft tongue, but it can kill people. I'm dead. At this time, Pei Chanshan secretly glanced at her master. At first, she thought that master must be more embarrassed than herself. Master has always been alone, and the love between men and women seems to have nothing to do with her. Now it's the heavenly eye technique that she performed with her hands, but as a result, she and her disciples have seen such a scene. Don't be too ashamed. What is outrageous is that the master is watching intently. And from her eyes, Pei Chanshan could directly see her emotions. When Shizhuan looks at beautiful things on weekdays, it is such eyes she turned out to be admiring. After a few seconds, the Saint Master seemed to have reacted, and then with a wave of his jade hand, he directly wiped out the heavenly eye technique. Pei Chanshan was keenly aware that it wasn't that Shizhuan didn't want to watch it, but she realized at this time that it was obviously immoral to look at others in this situation. And after closing the heavenly eyes, the Saint Master didn't say a word, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Pei Chanshan called her several times, but she didn't respond. Master. Pei Chanshan couldn't hold back and patted her lightly. At this time, the saint has a feeling like waking up from a big dream. Master, you. What's the matter with you? Pei Chanshan asked. The holy teacher shook his head and only said a word softly, Chanshan, you were right before. Ah? What is right? Which sentence is right? Pei Chanshan didn't respond for a while. The saint looked up at the moon in the sky and said nothing. Today the moonlight is bright and bright, the bright moon is only seen, but the stars are not seen. In the small courtyard, Lu Chaoga raised his head slowly, contented. Jiang Xinyan is always so cold, so even when she is intimate, she rarely makes too many noises and movements. But the more such a person is, when he makes a sound, he usually cannot suppress it, and then there is a feeling that it leaks out of his throat. The sound will be very subtle, but it will confuse the listener. The two of them were both lying on the bed at the moment, and Jiang Xinyan was leaning against Lu Chaoga's arms. Lu Chaoga grabbed the thin quilt and put it on the two of them, expressing his attitude. Although some things can't be done, it's good for beautiful women to embrace and sleep in each other's arms. Jiang Xinyan's body is in a very contradictory state, some places are weak and some places are tight. She didn't even dare to move at the moment. After a long time, she opened her mouth with a hint of resentment. There are still 3 supreme elders who will test you tomorrow, why don't you take it seriously? Lu Chaoga smiled nonchalantly and said, my heart is so big, and I have already filled it up so much, how can I still hold such a trivial matter? Jiang Xinyan naturally understood the vague meaning in these words. But maybe it's just what she thinks she understands. Go to sleep. Lu Chaoga said softly. In the disciples' room in the previous life, he hugged the master like this and fell asleep. Spring and Autumn Mountain, not Old Peak. Bulow Peak is a place of retreat for the retired older generation, which is also the nursing home of Chuanqiu Mountain. The three supreme elders are sitting together at the moment, and in front of them, there are several deacons and elders of Spring and Autumn Mountain. Among them, most are male. Among these men, the majority of them entered the Tao with love. The three supreme elders were actually quite pleasing to the eyes of Liu Chaoga. After all, this kid's appearance was likable. They want to check on Jiang Xinyan's deceased master. This is serious. Anyway, this is a necessary process. They said in the hall that if you have any suggestions, even if you tell them, it is also serious. Because these three women of high rank actually didn't know how to come. To put it simply, the examination of a cultivator is nothing more than starting from these aspects. Potential, cultivation, Xinqing. But in the end, how to test, in what form, then there are many tricks. And the male elders and male deacons in front of them, who entered the Tao with love, will naturally be trapped by love. They knew that Jiang Xinyan had many admirers on the mountain. These are definitely not all of them. But their proposals are too varied. But the core idea is the same. That is to want to end the game in person and divide the outcome with Liu Chaoga. You are all great practitioners, and they are only in the fourth realm. This is not bullying. But from another angle, there is no absolute fairness in this world. Not in the competition arena, but in the love arena? The person they have been asking for many years, this Momin elder who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, how long did it take to pluck his heart? The most important thing is that the three supreme elders knew in their hearts that since they entered the Tao with love, and now they are trapped by love, they are likely to have some kind of inner demon. Chuanqiu Mountain's exercises, UU reading www.sonicmtl.com is such a fuck. If you really don't let them do anything, it's really not good. Therefore, the three supreme elders only felt that it was a pain in the ass. Difficult to do. We are all a lot of old women, and if we knew earlier, we would not be in this muddy water. But at this moment, a figure appeared on the peak of Ageless, slowly walking towards the crowd. This person was wearing a black robe. After he appeared, the deacons and elders present gave way to him. The sovereign is here. P.S. Second update, let me tell you one thing, the copyright sale of the comic book Master, please keep a low profile, has been basically finalized. If everything goes well, the book will be revised. Looking forward to it. Also, you can pay attention to my Weibo kindergarten leader, some things will be followed directly on Weibo. Chapter 233. 229, Saint Teacher, he is really good looking. Hanging in a black robe appeared after the bold peak, and the surrounding deacons and elders gave way to him. The three Taisheng elders sat on the chairs, watching Hanging's appearance. They felt that it was unexpected at best, and it was reasonable. They knew exactly what kind of temperament the sect master was. As elders, they also watched the sect master grow up all the way. In the early years, the three of them were well aware of his admiration for Jiang Xinyan. And from that time until today, sect master Hanging has only ever had feelings for Jiang Xinyan. There are so many women in the entire Spring and Autumn Mountains, and the proportion of female practitioners is close to 70%. Hanging has been the favored son of heaven since he was young, and naturally, there are many suitors around him. Send red envelopes, reading benefits are here. You have up to 888 cash red envelopes to be drawn. Pay attention to the Weixin official account, Book Friends Base Camp, to draw red envelopes. But he never moved. This extremely proud man has always had his eyes above the top. In fact, he does have a proud capital. The ancient times are not counted, because after the ancient catastrophe, a large part of the records about the ancient times were destroyed. Simply counting from the aftermath of the ancient catastrophe until now, Hung In is the fastest recorded person who cultivated to the realm of a great cultivator. This person broke through, just like his own character, he was like a broken bamboo. From the point of view of comprehensive strength, the sword master like Jianzong is much stronger than the suzerain Li Suifeng. Ji Chongkong, his junior brother who was always worse than Jianzuan, was also stronger than Sect master Li Suifeng. In Spring and Autumn Mountain, the difference between the strength of the Saint Teacher and the Sect Master Hengyin is very small. In the eyes of the world, the four people like Jianzun and Xingshi are the four recognized powerhouses in the world. I am afraid that only the four of them know who they are. As for the four of them, most practitioners believe that the strongest is Hengyin. If he had to come to a ranking of experts in the profound sky realm, he would almost be the fifth in the world in the eyes of the world. Sect Master, but do you have any suggestions? The leader of the Supreme Elder said. Hengyin sat down on the wooden chair and nodded. He said directly, let's open the spring and autumn stage to Lu Chaoga. The three Supreme Elders looked at each other, and the one in the middle said, Is there something wrong? Dao, Lu Chaoga is Jiang Shimi's Taoist companion, so he is half of his own family. Chuanqiu Terrace is something that has continued since the establishment of Chuanqiu Mountain, so let's just treat him as a native of the country. The three Taishan elders pondered. After a while, they all nodded. In other words, this matter is settled. Hengyin looked at the three of them and said, don't worry about the three uncles, I won't go to the spring and autumn stage in person. He said lightly, the current Lu Chaoga is not qualified enough. He didn't mean to ridicule. But a simple truth. In other words, the dignified Chuanqiu Mountain Sect Master, the top powerhouse in the entire profound sky realm, can add a sentence, the current Lu Chaoga, before saying that he is not qualified, which is already a great recognition. Hengyin turned his head and glanced at the people behind him and said, according to the rules, the spring and autumn stage will only have 3 competitions at most. If there are many of you, then the choice will be left to the singer Lu Chao. I know, for you can last time on the spring and autumn stage, it was good for the mind to have a good understanding, and there was no hindrance in cultivation. But who can go and who can't go depends on his choice. What's more, if you can't even break the mere inner demons, you don't. Think about finding the Tao. The male elders and deacons standing here did not say anything. Hengyin is an extremely domineering person. Under his leadership, Chuanqiu Mountain is not as exaggerated as Yayantang, but it is true that few people can control his will. It was supposed to be a sleepless night today. It may take a long time to discuss how to treat Lu Chaoga. The sudden appearance of the sound balance made the whole progress improved. Or in other words, it just hit the nail on the head. And Chengqiutai is also acceptable to everyone. After all, this is the tradition of Chuanqiu Mountain since its establishment. Who hasn't been on the spring and autumn stage a few times? In this case, the 3 uncles, Hengyin will retire first. Hengyin stood up and saluted. After the 3 Taishan elders nodded, Hengyin turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the peak of Ageless. Looking at the distant streamer, one of the elders couldn't help but muttered. The sect master is the one who wants to go to the spring and autumn stage the most. But the current Lu Chaoga really doesn't have this level qualification. Isn't that the Tao companion who bullied Xinyan? So, he is probably looking forward to our Xinyan little Tao companion to grow up as soon as possible. The last Taishang elder with beautiful eyebrows. Smiled. On the road. And then beat up. After flying away from Bulow Peak, Hengyin in a black robe did not directly return to his elegant courtyard. After the cultivator reaches the realm of the great cultivator, he no longer needs to fly. He froze directly in the air, glanced at the bright moon in the sky, and said indifferently, I saw it, I heard it, and I still haven't come out? No one answered, and no one appeared. Hengyin frowned and said again, come out. Still no one answered, still no one appeared. Hengyin's brows furrowed deeper, but he still said helplessly, there are only 3 things. A translucent ripple rippled in the air, and a woman took a volley and walked out slowly. After she appeared, the surrounding night seemed to have merged with her. No matter where she stood, she was a beautiful picture of harmony in the picture. This is the unity of heaven and man. Hengyin looked at this woman with ordinary facial features, but very attractive, and the more she looked at the woman, the more her heart swayed. And said, Senior sister, you and I are already at this age, so don't play this set of children's tricks every time. Right. The saint looked at him with a slight smile on his face, and said, but it's fun. It's boring to play with others like this. She finds it interesting to play with Hengyin, who is serious and domineering most of the time. As early as at Bulow Peak, Hengyin sensed the aura of the Saint Master. Of course, this is also because the Holy Master did not deliberately conceal it from him. After arriving at the heaven and human unity realm, although the difference between the two's cultivation bases is not large, it is difficult to detect the trace of the saint teacher. This is a very terrifying state, or a realm-like existence. It is precisely because of its existence that it is impossible for Hengyin to be the opponent of the Holy Master. Hengyin glanced at her helplessly, and finally took a deep breath and said, Senior sister came to Bulaofeng, but she is concerned about tomorrow's situation. Yes. She looked at Sect Master Hengyin and said, it is indeed a good suggestion to let him go to Chuanqiu Terrace. Chuanqiu Terrace has existed since Chuanqiu Mountain established its sect. The so-called Chuanqiu Terrace is actually a ring in Chuanqiu Mountain. Due to the particularity of the spring and autumn mountain exercises, the practitioners in the sect were all affected by the sequelae of the exercises. In some respects, they are all affectionate people. It is normal for so many weirdos to gather together, and it is normal for chickens and dogs to jump around on weekdays. Especially for those who have the same kind of sequelae, it will appear a little paranoid. Sometimes, this paranoia can even seem comical, ridiculous. For example, if all the people affected by the exercises are the desire for the tongue, some people say that sausages are the best, but you tell her that sausages are delicious, and the best ones are bananas. There is no point in arguing, and then Bokeng will go to the spring and autumn stage together. This sect is so weird. There is even a hint of childishness in the wonderful flower. As for the spring and autumn terraces, it is a place where you can give strength to everyone. Hit it. When you get tired, you stop. For those who enter the Tao with love, it is a good thing to be able to go to the spring and autumn stage and have a head-to-head battle with Lu Chaoga. If Lu Chaoga really won them, got their approval, and made them feel inferior, then their mentality will naturally improve. Therefore, the master has no problem with this. Hengyin looked at her and said indifferently, with senior sisters temperament, you should be indifferent to this matter. You reading www.sonicmtl.com is because he is Jiang Xinyan's Taoist companion? Hearing the words, the saint nodded seriously. He nodded and said, yes. Hengyin looked at her, and instantly remembered something, only to feel that a burst of anger suddenly suffocated in his chest. A sentence was stuck in his throat, but he finally said it, "Senior sister. Have you seen his appearance?" After hearing this, the saint nodded seriously again and said, "Yes." Hanging frowned and said, "That's why senior sister is here, not just because of junior sister Jiang." He looked at the woman and said word by word, "Just because he was born beautiful?" With a bright smile on the face of the holy teacher, he replied generously, "Why not?" P.S. First update. Chapter 234. 230, Then Fight. In the air, Heng Yin's brows furrowed even deeper. There is a saying that, don't answer questions with questions. This form can easily annoy people. He asked the sage master, just because he was born beautiful? The sage master replied generously, "Otherwise?" With Heng Yin's temperament, the whole spring and autumn mountains, the sage master loved to use this little trick when everyone was young, deliberately teasing this apprentice. The most important thing is that she answered too calmly. It was just blurted out, without any thought. After he finished speaking, the saint master did not forget to add, "He is so good-looking." Heng Yin, who was wearing a black robe and frowned, opened his mouth, but was speechless. First of all, although he is domineering, he is not the kind of unreasonable person. Lu Chaoga's demeanor is indeed unparalleled in the world. With the pattern and status of Heng Yin, there is no need to say much in this regard. Secondly, he knew the temperament of his senior sister. She is very persistent in beauty and does not allow others to slander her. If Heng Yin had to say, "But that's the case at the moment," then he would be grabbed by the saint master and flew to Chuanqiu Terrace. "Well, you can warm up for Lu Chaoga, who will play tomorrow." Heng Yin looked at the sage, and finally said, "No matter how good-looking he is born, no matter how much he makes senior sister appreciate, he is also the Taoist companion of Jiang Jr." The sage looked at him and replied with the same words again, "Otherwise?" Heng Yin was so angry that he always felt how much meaning there was in her words. The holy teacher smiled and said, "You can appreciate beautiful things, but you don't have to take them for yourself." Heng Yin glanced at her, and this time he was too lazy to speak. "Give you a look and feel it for yourself." "Senior sister, is there anything else?" "If there is nothing else, I will go back first." Heng Yin wanted to end the chat. Go back, go back." The saint master waved his weak and boneless jade hand. Heng Yin glanced at her one last time, and then the whole person disappeared. The holy teacher glanced at the direction where the sect master was gone, and then looked up at the bright full moon in the sky. Looking at it, for some reason, two figures appeared on the moon in her eyes. He was clearly watching the moon, but he recalled the scene he saw when he used the sky eye technique. The moonlight is worthy of the moonlight, white with yellow. The saint shook his head, and the whole person took a step back in the air, and then melted into the night. The next day, Lu Chaoga slowly opened his eyes on the bed. It was the first time that Jiang Xinyan and Lu Chaoga slept together, so she still had a lot of idle baggage. She didn't fall asleep for a long time at first, not only caring about her sleeping position, but even the direction of her warm breath. Because once the breath hits Lu Chaoga's neck and the like, making him feel itchy, then things won't be easy. But after falling asleep, everything became more natural. She was already leaning against Lu Chaoga's arms, her slender, straight, white, and smooth right leg was even more entangled with Lu Chaoga's legs. This caused her to sit up in shock when she woke up. "Awake?" Lu Chaoga asked, looking at her. After a good night's sleep, Jiang Xinyan's blue silk was slightly messy, and a few strands of hair were hidden in front of his eyebrows. The cold temperament was reduced a little, which added a touch of softness to Her whole person. A good-looking woman with messy hair is even more attractive. Lu Chaoga raised his right hand like a ghost, and then, lightly squeezed her cheek. Master's cold face was gently squeezed like this, and it felt very good After pinching, he also stretched out his hand and patted his master's round buttocks, which caused a slight wave of flesh because of his heavy hand. Jiang Xinyan instantly became more and more embarrassed. Lu Chaoga immediately said, "Hey, I'm definitely going to encounter some trouble today, and it's not all for you, I can only charge some interest." After speaking, he bounced off the bed and slipped away. Jiang Xinyan looked at his back as he ran out, slowly got up from the bed, clenched his silver teeth, and finally did not have a seizure. Let's leave it to him today. After the two of them had breakfast, someone came to this small courtyard. The person who came was Elder Xia, who had been welcoming the road to Chaoga that day. Elder Xia looked at Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan, who were living together, and blinked at Jiang Xinyan, passing a slightly ambiguous playful look. "Master Lu, last night in my spring and autumn mountains, do you still have the habit of living?" Elder Xia couldn't hold back and joked with Lu Chaoga. "How many years have you lived in your previous life, can you not get used to it?" Lu Chaoga said in his heart, "Sleep soundly." Elder Xia opened his mouth slightly, and said, "Sect leader Lu seems to be. Don't worry about today's test. It's okay." Lu Chaoga said, "I'm worried about a fart.jpg. Don't be afraid. Then Sect leader Lu will come with me." Elder Xia made a gesture of invitation. Jiang Xinyan frowned and interrupted directly, saying, "First talk about where to go." Chengqiuti. Elder Xia didn't plan to hide it. Anyway, he would naturally know when he arrived at the place. Jiang Xinyan's frown deepened upon hearing this. Lu Chaoga looked indifferent, even. "Chengqiuti, I'm familiar with it," he said in his heart. Just imagine, with his temperament, when he was a disciple of Jiang Xinyan in the spring and autumn mountains, would he have never been on the spring and autumn stage? To be precise, not only did he go there, but he was quite diligent. The frequency was very high, the number of times was extremely high, and sometimes several times a day. This made Jiang Xinyan in the previous life quite arrogant, and only felt that his own disciples were really unable to settle down. "Then I'll take the trouble for Elder Xia to lead the way." Lu Chaoga smiled lightly. "It's been a long time since I've been there, and it's still a little itchy." After arriving at the place, Lu Chaoga found that all the high-level officials of Chuanqiu Mountain were there, but none of the disciples were there, except Pei Qianqian. As soon as Lu Chaoga arrived, the Vitality Girl stood on tiptoe in the crowd and waved at Lu Chaoga. However, it was directly ignored by Lu Chaoga. Among the three supreme elders, the one headed by Chong Lu Chaoga blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. While listening to Lu Chaoga, he nodded. In fact, he was already distracted. He only caught a few of the most critical words. There are 3 games in total. Those who want to play will be listed, and then I will choose the opponent. I am familiar with the rules of Chengqiutai, and I will learn from each other. Here. It is the same as when I played with Yu and Pei Qianqian last time. We must suppress the cultivation base to the same level. Lu Chaoga said in his heart. And according to the meaning of the elders, they didn't say that Lu Chaoga must win, but the big guy wanted to see the performance of this Chuanqiu Mountain son-in-law. After all, although Lu Chaoga has the reputation of being invincible in the same realm, it refers to the same realm. It was true that he had fought Yu and Pei Qianqian alone in the 3rd realm, but the nature was completely different from today. Without him, neither Pei Qianqian nor Yu Yu are great practitioners. Once a cultivator steps into the fifth realm, it is a substantial leap, and there will be earth-shaking and completely different huge changes. At that time, even if the cultivation base is suppressed to the fourth realm, again, many advantages will still exist. This is also why the Chuanqiu Mountain Sect Master Hanging said bluntly that Lu Chaoga is not qualified to let him take action now. What if he pressed his cultivation base to the third level of the fourth realm? His spear strength is definitely higher than Lu Chaoga's sword intent. After all, he is the boss of the eighth realm. The same is true of natal magic. Not to mention the huge gains brought by becoming a great practitioner. This was also clear to Lu Chaoga in his heart. On the day of the battle in front of Momin Mountain, if Yu Yu and Pei Qianqian had entered the fifth realm, he would definitely not be able to fight 1 against 2. And don't forget, as I said earlier, the former Jiang Xinyan was the only high-level executive of the fifth realm. Great perfection in the four major sects, and all the other high-level executives of the four major sects were above the fifth realm. Since Jiang Xinyan successfully broke through the realm, there has been no high level of the fifth realm in the four major sections. Just pick someone on the scene, let alone the sixth realm. The fifth realm and the sixth realm are two more concepts. Therefore, almost no one in the spring and autumn mountains who knew little about Lu Chaoga thought that he could win even one game. Lu Chaoga himself was quite dashing, just a little on his toes, and flew up to the stage. He glanced at the people in Chuanqiu Mountain, and took out the Sword of Life in his storage ring. Not too late. Then, he said loudly, "I don't know how many of you want to come out and learn from me?" A dozen people walked out in unison from the crowd. The corner of Lu Chaoga's mouth twitched slightly, only to feel that his Taoist companion was really charming. The weirdest thing is, how the fuck are there still women? He didn't know for a while whether the other party really wanted to discuss with him, or was he also moved by Jiang Xinyan? At this time, he did not change his mentality because of the large number of people facing him. This attitude made the three supreme elders nodded slightly. Lu Chaoga is too young. With his age and cultivation, he can have such a state of mind, and his Tao heart is so stable. It really makes people look up to him. At this time, he was even in the mood to look at Hangin, the sect master of Spring and Autumn Mountain, who said nothing. The eyes of the two met in the air and looked directly at each other. "Aren't you going to play?" Lu Chaoga probably understood what the other party thought. He also understood the other party's attitude. Lu Chaoga smiled lightly, no one knew what he was thinking. Then, he stood in the center of the ring, Yu Yu reading www.sonicmtl. Calm's eyes swept over the dozen or so people one by one. Who should I pick first? Soon, his eyes converged on a handsome man. This person is wearing a white shirt, and it seems to be integrated with the surrounding white snow. When he saw Lu Chaoga looking at him, he returned a smile that he thought was very graceful. However, Lu Chaoga, who had experienced the plot in his previous life, only felt that 3 big characters were written on his face. 2 or 5 boys. Just choose him. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel more regretful. I didn't see the holy teacher yesterday, and the holy teacher didn't come today. P.S. Second more. Chapter 235. One day off. Profound Sky Realm, Qingzhou. Qingzhou is one of the 4 major states in the Profound Sky Realm, with a vast expanse. This state has produced many talents since ancient times, and the most famous one is the sword cultivator. In Qingzhou, sword cultivation accounts for at least 70% of the practitioners. Even ordinary people in the secular world have a unique preference for swords. Children's favorite toy is the wooden sword. Wearing a long sword is also the best decoration. This is the great state of swords. The most famous sect in Qingzhou is the Sword Sect located in the center of Qingzhou. The Sword Sect has a total of 300 affiliated sects all over Qingzhou, and Momin is one of them. At this moment, at the Danqing Peak where Momin is located, there is a curvaceous young girl in a green shirt, carrying a girl with a round face up the mountain. The girl looked 16 or 17 years old, tall and slender, with long legs. The waist of the cyan gown is like the dividing line between the upper body and the hips and legs, revealing her perfect proportions of long legs. The girl's name is Lu Dongli, her father's surname is Lu, she was born on the winter solstice, and her mother loves to eat pears, hence the name. She also has an older brother named Lu Chaoga, whose name doesn't make any sense. This name is the father who opened a book at random, turned 2 pages, selected the first word of each page, and pieced it together to form the word Chaoga. It is worth mentioning that the girl wears a long sword on her waist, and there is a waist card of Momin hanging on her waist, both of which show her identity. She is a sword cultivator. The little girl on Lu Dongli's back has big eyes and is very juicy, and her face is also chubby, making people want to pinch it. The cute round face should be ravaged. The little girl looked like a well-behaved type, and said to Lu Dongli in a milky voice, "Master, why don't you take me up the mountain, aren't you able to fly?" In the eyes of the little girl, Master is the most beautiful person she has ever seen in her life, and also the most powerful person. The girl named Lu Dongli pursed her lips and smiled. Although she looked immature, her temperament and demeanor were more calm than her peers. She was very satisfied with this new disciple that she picked up at the foot of the mountain. Ahem, she was a new disciple, so she answered patiently. "Xiaqiu, this is your first time going up the mountain. As a teacher, I want you to familiarize yourself with the environment of Danqing Mountain. On the way up the mountain, I happen to inform you of the sect rules, and there are some words that the master wants to focus on telling you. Let's talk." "Master, I will listen carefully." The little girl blinked, very well behaved. Lu Dongli nodded slightly, the sun shone on her delicate pink neck, and in her calm but pleasant voice, she told the rules of the sect. After speaking, she began to introduce Momin. "Xiaqiu, in addition to you, we have 7 outer disciples in Momin. They are your brothers and sisters. Among them, 6 are my disciples, and the other one is your uncle's disciple." The little girl was stunned for a moment, and Tong Yen Wuji said, "Ah. Master has more disciples than the master. Does this mean that the master is more powerful than the master?" Lu Dongli raised his hand and flicked Xiaoqiu's forehead lightly, and said solemnly, "Be careful." Xiaoqiu realized that she had said the wrong thing, and immediately shut up. Obediently, Lu Dongli moved her slender legs, continued to climb the steps, and introduced, "Your master, Shishir, is the elder brother of Shishir, and he is 6 years older than Shishir. Therefore, you must respect it in the future. Respect him better than me, but..." After she said the word "but," she had a very serious expression on her face, as if the content behind her was particularly important, which made Xiaoqiu nervous. However, you have to keep in mind in your daily life, don't imitate his temperament. "Ah?" Xiaoqiu was stunned for a moment, but did not expect that what the master said was actually this. At a young age, she couldn't help but wonder, what kind of temperament is the headmaster? Seemingly seeing the doubts of his little apprentice, Lu Dongli narrowed her eyes slightly, with a helpless expression on her face. said, your master's temperament can be described with the words he invented. By himself, that is. Pull. Master, what do you mean by dragging? Xiaoqiu couldn't understand. Lu Dongli shook his head and said, you don't need to understand the word, you just need to know that the appearance of your uncle in charge is what it means. To drag the word. Oh. Xiaoqiu replied obediently. Lu Dongli raised her head and glanced at the top of Danqing Peak, as if recalling the past, she couldn't help sighing. Lu Dongli has been precocious since he was a child, and has a stable temperament. He makes plans for everything before moving. His cultivation is also one step at a time. Steady. And her brother, who was 6 years older than her, was completely different. He is so ordinary, yet so confident. In addition to having a good-looking skin, my brother's cultivation and talents in many aspects are really unremarkable. But in this case, since he was a child, he believed that he was the one chosen by heaven, the son of luck, and a character like the protagonist of the novel. She thought that her brother's self-confidence was innate, until she asked Lu Chaoga once, only to see him raise his head, look at people through his nostrils. His eyes were deep, and he looked up at the night sky at a 45-degree angle, clearly not yet there. During the voice change period, he squeezed out a voice that was not very low, and said solemnly but extremely arrogantly, Xiaolizi, that's because you don't know where your brother came from, and you don't know that your brother has already seen through the essence of this huge sky-profound realm. Since then, Lu Dongli has determined that his brother is not born with self-confidence. He is stunned. He is sick. Of course she knows where her brother came from. Isn't it all born from her mother's belly, just like herself? As for seeing through the essence of the profound sky realm, even the Sect master of the sword sect dare not say such words? But she couldn't understand the answer her brother gave her. It's just a game. I'm in the game world. And my brother's words and deeds on weekdays are even more indescribable. 3 years ago, when my parents passed away, my brother cried so hard that he fainted. Before he fainted, he also talked nonsense. He had lived for more than 40 years, and his parents gave him a warmth he had never had before. At that time, he was obviously not yet 20 years old. Where did he come from? 40 years? Maybe a typo. What's even more outrageous is that after the death of his parents, although his brother was sad, reading www.sonicmtl.com, but obviously more confident. This caused him to pull even more. Lu Dongli couldn't understand a word that he often talked about. What he said was the main character template. He often said that he was the protagonist template, but he didn't tell Lu Dongli what the protagonist template was. And what does this have to do with the death of our parents? Ever since she learned to flexibly use the word pull, coined by her brother, thoughts have been circling in her mind from time to time. Why does my brother live so stubbornly? Why does he live so dragged? How dare he? And his brother's behavior has deepened Lu Dongli's determination to cultivate steadily. If she doesn't practice well and then stands behind her brother, then maybe one day, her brother will be beaten to death. After all, the outside world is actually very dangerous. Although Lu Dongli didn't walk fast, he slowly walked to the top of the mountain, and then stopped. Xiaoqiu was lying on Master's back, widening her round eyes, and looking forward. She saw a man in a thin green shirt with his hands behind his back, facing the cold wind, looking up at the sky. Xiaoqiu can swear that if the Master is the most beautiful woman she has ever seen, then the person in front of her is the most handsome man she has ever seen. But the man's next words made her heart skip half a beat, leaving an indelible trace in her young mind. Heaven doesn't give birth to me, Lu Chaoga, Tianxian is like a long night. The man in the blue shirt muttered to himself. Lu Dongli's beautiful face showed a helpless look. She put down Xiaoqiu on her back, raised her hands, covered Xiaoqiu's little ears, and before blocking it, she said, "Don't listen." Chapter 236. 231, Sword is coming? The saint was not present, which made Lu Chaoga regret. On the one hand, it is because Lu Chaoga himself is very interested in the saint teacher. Whether it is in the past life or this life, he is very interested in the saint teacher. To be precise, there are very few men who are completely disinterested in the master. Heaven and man in one realm is a very mysterious realm, which is completely integrated between heaven and earth. This will give people a very intuitive feeling, that is, hugging her is hugging the whole world, kissing her is kissing the whole world, sleeping with her is. It seems that many men like to live on the top floor, and then in the huge. Exercising in front of my window gave me a strange feeling that the whole city was under me. Although real men have to dare to face their own sexual fetishes, Lu Chaoga does not have these messy fetishes. He simply thinks that the saint teacher is good-looking, and he just thinks it is eye-catching. Secondly, as far as he is concerned, the wool of the saint will be more refreshing. After all, from the perspective of reputation value alone, in the entire profound sky realm, the 4 strongest people are definitely the most worthy targets. In the end, if the Holy Master was present, the whole scene would not be up to hanging. Today, this place is completely equal to the home court of hanging. Standing on the spring and autumn stage, Lu Chaoga felt a familiar feeling. For players, this kind of place to fight is very popular. Every time Lu Chaoga goes to the spring and autumn stage, he will feel very happy. It's just that today's opponents are very powerful, and they are all very oppressive, making the atmosphere less relaxed. Lu Chaoga's eyes stayed on the handsome man. This man was an elder in spring and autumn mountain, not an ordinary 6th realm, but also a strong man in the 6th realm. His name is Zhao Ziqi, and he is one of the 2 or 5 boys who were excavated in his previous life. This man is the villain. Lu Chaoga couldn't hold back the spit in his heart. Why is the villain always the image of a handsome gentleman? I'm a little tired. The Wolf King is a disaster for Beizhou. At first, he was still hiding quite well, but he still did not escape the eyes of the world's protagonist, Pei Qianqian. However, with Lu Chaoga's understanding of Pei Qianqian now, this energetic girl is heartless every day, and she only thinks about making money. Therefore, he always felt that rather than saying that Pei Qianqian had a pair of discerning eyes that were good at discovering villains, it would be better to say that this Zhao Ziqi was killed by the plot. It was easy for Lu Chaoga to choose him because he was very confident. He firmly believed that he would not lose. Since you won't lose, no matter who you pick, the loser will be a little embarrassed. It's all Sun Yan's own family. It's not good to hit anyone in the face. It's fine to hit him anyway, he will die in the future. The dead don't hold grudges, and the villain doesn't need to give him a face. If conditions permit, I still think about it. Slash him with a few swords. And mix up the contribution and experience points. What's more, there are good reasons for choosing him. Lu Chaoga fixed his gaze on the long sword worn by Zhao Ziqi's waist, and said with a smile, "This senior brother is a sword cultivator?" Yes, as I said earlier, spring and autumn mountain is different from sword sect. Jianzong is a full-staff cultivating sword, and it is a pure kendo sect. But the other 3 sects all have magic tools, but not all of them. Most of the spring and autumn mountain spear cultivators account for about 70%, but there are also other practitioners of various styles. All sword sects are fencing, and spring and autumn are happy to shoot. There are still differences. Zhao Ziqi raised his finger and pointed at himself, then looked down at his natal sword, and nodded with a smile. His smile gave people a feeling of spring breeze, as if he had no hostility towards Lu Chaoga. Standing up at this time was just to join in the fun. In fact, Lu Chaoga knew very well that the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King was killed by him, and this guy probably would have liked to stab him to death. The reason why he stood up may be 80% just wanting to fix himself in front of everyone's eyes with legitimate reasons. Seeing that I really chose him at the moment, the smile on his face is, oh, quite sincere. Obviously from the heart. Zhao Ziqi took off the sword on his waist, and then performed a standard sword salute, saying, Zhao is not talented, and his kendo talent is not as good as Lu's master, but he is indeed a solid swordsman. Lu Chaoga was a little impatient. Did not answer the call, directly vacated the other half of Chuanqiu Terrace. And then made a gesture. Zhao Ziqi tapped his toes lightly, and the whole person fell on the spring and autumn stage. He looked at Lu Chaoga, and there was a bit of hidden playfulness in his eyes. You're out of luck, he said in his heart. If you choose someone else, even if you are not an opponent, everyone will give Jiang Xinyan a little face, and it will not hurt you too much. Well, because Jiang Xinyan is already a body refining spear cultivator in the 6th realm, he is also afraid of her revenge. But you are so immortal that you chose me. Zhao Ziqi smiled slightly. If conditions permit, he will definitely kill Lu Chaoga on the spot. But certainly not now. But it's okay to hurt him a few tricks. Practitioners discuss and learn from each other, although it is advocated to point to the end, but how can there be so many points to the end? Go all out, it is hard to get over the water. Injuries are normal. As everyone knows, Lu Chaoga thought so too. Me too. This Zhao Ziqi is the villain, but according to the game mechanism of Tiangshuanji, this kind of hidden villain must be exposed and become a red name after the player digs out a certain level of hidden lines. But in any case, he is essentially a villain. If I can hurt him today, I should calculate some contribution points in the future. Although it will not be too much, it is better than nothing. Lu Chaoga is iron. I want to rub the main plot of Beizhou. The temptation of the task prize pool is too great. Special attribute point is so difficult to deal with on weekdays. Relying on the prize pool is a coup. After Zhao Ziqi flew to the spring and autumn stage, he said to the sect, Master Hengyin, Master Lu, Zhao's current cultivation base is the 6th realm and the 8th heaven. Why not ask the sect master to impose a ban on me and seal my cultivation base to the 4th, the 3rd level of the realm? Lu Chaoga nodded slightly. Sect master Hengyin naturally would not refuse. Only to see him wave his sleeves, Zhao Ziqi groaned, and the whole person's breath began to decline suddenly. Hengyin lowered his eyes and said, Then let's start. The sword of life in Zhao Ziqi's hand was unsheathed in an instant, and the elegant gentleman did not forget to remind, Master Lu, be careful. Lu Chaoga held, not too late, I lost a detection, and then my consciousness was fully open to sense. The 4th layer of sword intent, it's okay. Lu Chaoga quickly sensed it. An ink-colored airflow was generated around him. In the stands, the senior executives of Spring and Autumn Mountain were secretly shocked. Although I had heard it earlier, Lu Chaoga was young, and with the cultivation of the 4th realm, he had already reached the 4th level of sword intent. But after all, hearing is false, seeing is believing, and seeing this scene with their own eyes, they still feel shocked. From this level alone, he is no weaker than most of the deacons and elders present. Then, if one day, his cultivation will reach the 6th realm, or even the 7th realm? At that time, the head of the Momin, how terrifying should be. The two sword intents and sword chi clashed directly. Lu Chaoga took half a step forward, but Zhao Ziqi retreated 2 steps in a row. In an instant, his face turned ugly. Everyone in the world only heard about Lu Chaoga's record, but few people actually watched him make his move. And even if you've seen it, so what? After 10 days and a half months, he will be a brand new self again, and his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. My every move comes with a crit effect. I didn't expect it. The drinking chi I practiced makes the total amount of spiritual power in my body far exceed that of ordinary practitioners. I didn't expect it. My swordsmanship, slow voice, has also been upgraded from the current highest level. Didn't you expect it? His comprehensive strength, only those who have really fought against him can understand a thing or two, otherwise, it is beyond everyone's imagination of. For most people, it is good to have one attribute that stands out. Lu Chaoga is different, he is full. This is a hexagonal warrior. The most talked about in the world has always been his sword intent. But this is only one aspect. This made Heng Yin, the sect master of Spring and Autumn Mountain, slightly moved in the stands. Ask yourself, at this stage, he is definitely not Lu Chaoga's opponent. There is no way. Who is Lu Chaoga, who is only level 43, the experience value of hitting him has reached a terrifying number. The sum of his experience points may be higher than the total experience points spent by ordinary level 60 players. This makes the attribute bonus brought by him much higher than that of ordinary practitioners and players every time he level up. Invincible in the same environment, is it not a vain name? Zhao Ziqi's feeling at the moment is the most intuitive. He even thinks that he is not facing a sword cultivator, but a body refining practitioner. No, it's even scarier than body refinement flow. He had also discussed with Jiang Xinyan in his early years, but in the same realm, the sense of oppression brought by Lu Chaoga far surpassed Jiang Xinyan. Fortunately, he just suppressed the cultivation base to the 4th realm, and he is not the 4th realm in the true sense. When he was in the realm of Lu Chaoga, he just realized his sword intent. He is not his enemy of unity at all. Lu Chaoga can cut him off the ring with one sword. Zhao Ziqi's biggest advantage now is that he is essentially a great practitioner. After reaching the realm of the great cultivator, all his comprehensive strengths will leap forward in his spiritual consciousness, spiritual soul, Taoist body, and control over spiritual power. And it will also form its own sword domain. Domain is the biggest gap. Lu Chaoga was well aware of this. The reason why he was able to kill Chen Qi at the beginning was also because Chen Qi fell into the way of evil ghouls, and his domain had been abolished. It's just that this person is also a genius of the sky, and when he came out to disrupt Qingzhou with the cultivation of the 7th realm, he has a new ghost realm, which is even more terrifying than before. Zhao Ziqi thought he didn't need to use Jianyu, because it would be dishonorable to win that way. Yu reading www.sonicmtl. But now it seems that, if you don't need it, it will be even more embarrassing if you have to press and fight all the way. I saw him wave his hand and said, Zhao borrows a sword to use it. Sword come. Zhao Ziqi shouted loudly. In an instant, in the inner gate and outer gate of Spring and Autumn Mountain, many swordsmen of sword cultivators were unsheathed and flew to the Spring and Autumn Terrace. Many disciples know that the Spring and Autumn Terrace is very lively today. But the sect master did not allow everyone to come in and watch. Lu Chaoga glanced at him indifferently, and said disdainfully in his heart, You also come with a sword. The faint dark gold rose like a tide and spread between his eyes. P.S. First more. Chapter 237. 232, One person, one sword. On the spring and autumn stage, dark golden eyes suddenly appeared. Black robe, black hair, black sword. This makes everything a little more solemn. And these dark golden eyes made Lu Chaoge seem even more indifferent. This is also a great advantage of heart sword, that is, it allows people to maintain absolute sanity in a state of battle. The voice in my heart, you also come with a sword, is Lu Chaoge's contempt. From the bottom of his heart. What kind of bullshit sword is this? Lu Chaoge looked at nearly 100 flying swords in the air. After the dark golden eyes appeared, Lu Chaoge could see at a glance what Zhao Ziqi's sword domain was, or what the essence of his move was. In his opinion, the so-called sword coming is uninvited. It is the return of Wan Jian. But every flying sword in the sky, under the gaze of Lu Chaoge's eyes, is entwined with a thread formed by the gathering of qi machines. It is these lines that are controlling these swords. Zhao Ziqi's sword domain can have a miraculous effect similar to one-hearted two-purpose, or even one-hearted. He can control all these swords, and it is like an arm. This is a very powerful move, yes, but essentially he is forcing these flying swords. This is a stolen sword. That's why, when he said the word Jianlai, Lu Chaoge sneered in his heart. This realm is completely different. However, bluffing is still very bluffing, at least from the perspective of momentum, it is so right. At this moment, the power of water in Lu Chaoge's body was extremely active. Since Chuanqiu Mountain is in a state of snow, and the surrounding area is covered with snow, how could the power of water not be active? As soon as he thought about it, he noticed the snow around him, and he was quite eager to move. This is the connection that arises after having heaven and earth affinity. This is uninvited. They are just waiting for your order. Lu Chaoge looked at the flying sword in the air and said loudly, "Then I will use the snow." As soon as the voice fell, Lu Chaoge stepped forward and the soles of his feet landed. All the snow around the spring and autumn terrace instantly shot up into the sky. Rise. They condensed together and turned into swords of ice and snow. It is true that the swords transformed by ordinary snow are naturally inferior to these spirit swords that were forcibly captured by Zhao Ziqi. But there are so many. There are only 100 spirit swords, but thousands of snow swords. Don't you want to bluff? Lu Chaoge said in his heart. Hundreds of spirit swords, how can there be thousands of ice and snow swords? To be aggressive. What's more, these spirit swords didn't recognize Zhao Ziqi at all, they just couldn't get rid of his control. This scene made Zhao Ziqi's pupils shrink. The high-level members of Spring and Autumn Mountain in the stands were amazed at the unprecedented power of water. And because these flying swords and snow swords are rising into the sky, all the Spring and Autumn Mountain disciples and players who were not allowed to step into the vicinity of the Spring and Autumn terrace saw the scene in the sky. This? What is this? The power of water. These snow swords must be Lu Chaoge's water power. This momentum is not weaker than the cloud and mist sword that slashed across the ice field. The players started recording video one after another, and the disciples of Chuanqiu Mountain were amazed. Everyone is about the same age, why can the other party be so fierce? No wonder people can directly capture Jiang Shishu's heart and directly win. The great cultivator. In midair, Fei Jian and Xue Jian collided. The snow swords that filled the sky directly blocked the nearly 100 menacing spirit swords. It seems to be a tie, but in fact, in the eyes of Heng Yin and others, these are completely two concepts. Junior brother Zhao's move is not as good as this road Chaoge. Heng Yin spoke directly, and his words were pertinent. The three Taisheng elders nodded, and one of them said, Ziqi has finally fallen. It was like a confrontation between the two armies. This can't be compared at all. His power of water is amazing, much more brilliant than Qian Qian's usual use of lightning power. Heng Yin glanced at Pei Qianqian and directly compared her. Pei Qianqian opened her mouth, instinctively making her want to say a few words for herself. But when she thought that the other party was Uncle Lu, she smiled and said, Yes, Uncle Lu is amazing. Everyone. In midair, after this encounter, the ice and snow melted, and the snow sword dissipates cleanly. Although those spirit swords were also shot down, Zhao Ziqi immediately made amends. Threads of qi that ordinary people couldn't see wrapped around each of the spirit swords again, and then lifted them upwards, causing the spirit swords to float in the air again without falling to the ground. A spirit sword is a spirit sword, at least it's not a one-off. Lu Chaoga smiled in his heart and didn't care about it. In his opinion, he is too embarrassed to damage these natal swords. Every natal sword comes from a disciple and player of Chuanqiu Mountain. In his eyes, he has placed his position on their elders. You have to call me Shu or Shu. Then definitely can't break their swords. That's why Lu Chaoga despised Zhao Ziqi's sword coming. He directly inserted the not too late in his hand back into the scabbard. This scene puzzled everyone. What's the matter? In the face of hundreds of flying swords, you only have one sword, and you have directly sheathed it? But looking at Lu Chaoga's posture, it doesn't seem like he gave up and admit defeat at all. At least at this moment, he did not fall behind. Although Zhao Ziqi was also very confused, he couldn't help but said, I see how many ice and snow you can borrow, and I see how many times you can condense the sword of ice and snow. As everyone knows, Lu Chaoga at this moment has already grasped it after his first test. His sword domain. The reason why the sword of ice and snow was condensed just now was actually a test. Now, he has to solve the problem from the root. Don't forget the moment when his natal supernatural powers consciously wake up, the big scene produced. Heart sword is also a sword of abomination. At the beginning, Lu Chaoga was in the trial place of Jianzhong, watching the sword monument and awakened the supernatural powers of his life. Outside the trial ground, every sword sect disciple's natal sword made a burst of sword cries. They hate it because it can threaten them. Essentially threatening them. Because it's so special and so scary, they're based on fear, and that's why they're so disgusting. The sword cuts the body, the heart cuts the flexibility. Lu Chaoga's heart sword, the target is not only the soul. Don't forget, it can also target sword spirit. Every natal sword is constantly nurtured by the sword cultivator, starting from the sword embryo, and expending effort to help it grow together. Therefore, natal objects are usually the most spiritual. Once these spiritualities are annihilated, the power of the natal sword will be greatly reduced. The sword can also die. The sword can kill too. This is the terrifying heart sword. Lu Chaoga stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. The wind blew the corners of his clothes, and in his indifferent eyes, the dark golden color continued to permeate, from light to thick. This makes everything hot and bright. This pair of dark golden eyes, without completely suppressing it, showed the power of Lei himself. Broken. Lu Chaoga looked up at the 100 flying swords in the sky and said only this word. In an instant, all the threads were broken. This has the effect of heart sword, because this is Zhao Ziqi's soul controlling the flying sword. Secondly, there are also the struggles of these spirit swords and sword spirits themselves. At the beginning, they were coerced to this point by Zhao Ziqi, and there was a feeling that since they couldn't do it, they would accept their fate. When you close your eyes, it's over. Go back to the scabbard and wash, then forget about this dirty past driven by others. However, it is different now. Heartsword, as soon as they come out, they only have two choices. Resist or die. I thought it was just a loss at best. Who would have thought that the man opposite was more ruthless? Dirty, and then killed, wouldn't that be? So, these nearly 100 flying swords began to make a sound of swords, and they were trying their best to resist Zhao Ziqi's control. Lu Chaoge seized this neutral position and directly inserted the needle into the seam. No, it is to insert a sword in the gap, and enter while taking advantage of it. The invisible heart sword slashed directly, and all the hundreds of silk threads were broken. The flying swords fell from the sky, and then quickly moved towards their scabbard. Can't be bothered, can't be bothered. I'm afraid, where is the place where the sword can stay? The shocking scene in front of them made the high-level officials of Spring and Autumn Mountain look at each other. Is this the master of Kendo in Qingzhou? In the way of the sword, he seems to have gone further than Zhao Ziqi, who is also a sword cultivator. Sword domain, after being broken open in such a miraculous and bizarre way. Zhao Ziqi appeared to be uninjured on the surface, but in fact his soul suffered a backlash. His face paled a bit in an instant, and the gentlemanlike smile on his face all along also solidified directly. There was a gloomy look in his eyes. The heavy damage of the soul is far beyond the body of the Tao, and it is even more troublesome. There are very few panaceas that can warm the soul. This injury, he may have to take care of it slowly. And this may have a small impact on their follow-up plans. After making a muffled groan, Zhao Ziqi fell into a mental shock, and he was in a trance for a short period of time. When he came back to his senses, Lu Chaoge was no longer there. It was only at this time that everyone understood why Lu Chaoge had to scabbard his sword earlier. Because for him, Zhao Ziqi's sword domain, under his heart sword, is not worthy of his life sword. It's not too late, if you are unsheathed, if you don't compete in the ring. Zhao Ziqi will already be dead. At this moment, Lu Chaoge was standing in front of Zhao Ziqi, and the not too late in his hand was still unsheathed, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at Zhao Ziqi. The unsheathing this time is purely to respect Chuanqiu Mountain and give everyone a face. But in this battle, he won beautifully and with dignity. The real villain was in shock and confusion at the moment, while Lu Chaoge showed a villainous grin. It's bells and whistles. Lu Chaoge thought in his heart. What if you have 100 swords? I am one sword. Enough. P.S. Second more. Chapter 238. 233. The surroundings of Chuanqiu Terrace were silent. On the contrary, all over the spring and autumn mountains, exclamations sounded one after another. Because after those sword cultivators' natal swords were forcibly taken away, they all returned to their sheaths at this moment, which shocked them. Since there are many female members of Chuanqiu Mountain, there are bursts of screams, one after another, like Inga Yanwu. The most important thing is that Jianxiu and Ben Mingjian have the same mind. And they can vaguely feel the emotions of the lifespan sword and sword spirit. There is fear, disgust, awe, and the feeling of the rest of your life. All the sword cultivators knew in their hearts that the natal sword was not a decoration, it was used to kill the enemy. Therefore, although sword spirits also have their own personalities, they are not soft and cute things in essence. What is it that makes them so afraid? What exactly did the head of the Momin do? On the spring and autumn stage, Zhao Ziqi's feeling is the most intuitive. At this moment, the pitch-black long sword was only a few centimeters away from his neck. If Lu Chaoge took another step forward just now, he would already be dead. After the sword domain was destroyed, the backlash brought about by shocking his soul, and now he is in an extremely uncomfortable state. He resisted the urge to pass out, and looked at Lu Chaoga. The sullenness in his eyes flashed, and Lu Chaoga's crooked smile also converged just right at this time. The two men, each with their own ingenuity, bowed their hands politely. Acceptance. Seriously, Zhao Ziqi has never understood that his sword domain would be destroyed by the supernatural power of his destiny. Because it stands to reason that the level of the sword domain is higher than the natal supernatural power. But defeat is defeat, and defeat is a complete defeat. The senior members of Spring and Autumn Mountain in the stands only felt a sense of shame and anger when they saw Lu Chaoga put his sword in the sheath. The dignified Chuanqiu Mountain Elder, a master of the 6th realm, was actually defeated by a young swordsman in the 4th realm. To put it mildly, Lu Chaoga is like a little ranger who has just entered the arena, and his fame is still a recent thing. Didn't this hit our Chuanqiu Mountain in the face? But on second thought, this is a man from our Spring and Autumn Mountains, his own family. Oh, that's all right. A group of female elders and deaconesses looked sideways at Jiang Xinyan, with teasing and joking in their eyes. Junior sister Zhang's eyes are like torches. It's okay to pick men's eyes. She was born so good-looking, and she will become a great weapon in the future. No wonder she can capture junior sister Zhang's heart. Jiang Xinyan met their gazes, all somewhat embarrassed. It's just that there wasn't much change in expression on that cold face. Instead, she felt a sense of pride. She was originally fair-skinned and had a slender neck, but now her chin was slightly raised, like a noble and proud white swan. Zhao Ziqi was helped to the side. He sat down with his knees crossed, and began to nourish the wounds on his soul. It is not a trivial matter for the soul to be injured, and he dare not slack off for a moment. Otherwise it will leave a curse that cannot be repaired for a lifetime. The most important thing is that he is self-inflicted, and no one can say anything about Lu Chaoga. Since he wants to destroy the sword domain, Zhao Ziqi must be damaged. The main reason is that if he doesn't use this sword and switches to other methods in the sword domain, the backlash will not be so serious. It can only be said that he played a fancy way of playing and wanted to make a wave of momentum, so he ended up in this field. Heng Yind sat on the main seat above the stand and glanced down at Zhao Ziqi. His expression was calm, showing no anger. A Taisheng elder sitting next to him said, "It seems that the disciples are very curious about our head of the road. More and more people are gathering outside the Spring and Autumn terrace." She just said casually, because just now the consciousness sensed it. Unexpectedly, Heng Yind frowned, and then waved his hand, released the ban, and let the disciples come in. When these words came out, everyone was slightly taken aback. According to the rules of Spring and Autumn stage, if someone wants to enter the ring, everyone is allowed to watch. Just watch it if you want. But after all, things are of a different nature today and tend to be housework. Moreover, the 3 supreme elders thought about giving Lu Chaoga some face at first. What if they lost too ugly? The 3 supreme elders were very fond of this young sword cultivator who was born so good-looking, not to mention their kindness. Just like men love beautiful women no matter how old they are, old women love handsome guys too. But now that the sect master made such a decision, he was actually putting pressure on others. Lu Chaoga has 2 more competitions, and now let the disciples come in too. Watch, you can show me well. You must know that all those present are high-level people, and there may be their own direct disciples who come in to watch. When a master loses in front of his disciples to a leader who may be younger than his disciples, his face will definitely be unbearable. Of course, this move is actually fair and aboveboard. After all, if Lu Chaoga wins, there will naturally be more people to build momentum for him. In fact, for Lu Chaoga, he was eager to do so. This can provide him with a higher amount of prestige. After defeating Zhao Ziqi, his prestige had already started to soar, which made him extremely satisfied. At this time, he held not too late and looked up at the other senior officials of Spring and Autumn Mountain who had been listed earlier. A Taishan elder said, Master Lu may need to adjust your breath for a while. I have a blue heart pill for you to restore your spiritual power. Lu Chaoga shook his head and said, Thank you for your great love, Chaoga. I see. And use it for the time being. At this time, he felt a little interesting. Because he looked up at everyone, and someone was avoiding his gaze. Without him, Zhao Ziqi is really not weak. Among the more than 10 people listed here, his strength is on the upper side. After a while, a large number of disciples will pour into this place. Those who believe that their strength is not as good as senior brother Zhao, do not want to be embarrassed. Chaoga on this road is so terrifying. How can the cultivation of the fourth realm be so outrageous? It goes against common sense. These practitioners of the sixth realm panic. It's boring and boring. Lu Chaoga shook his head. With his temperament, in fact, after he boarded the spring and autumn stage, he couldn't hold back a bit. Although Chuanqiu Mountain can indeed be regarded as treating each other with courtesy, but as the person being tested, he still holds his breath. His eyes swept over everyone again, and then settled on the female nun who had left the column. The ones who stood up were all male practitioners, and there was only one female practitioner. This made Lu Chaoga only think that his Taoist companion was really charming. And he actually killed both men and women, and even brought me a female rival. At this moment, her eyes were facing each other, and she did not avoid Lu Chaoga's gaze, and there was a faint smile on that calm face. Her cultivation was in the early stage of the sixth realm, and she was weak among the crowd. But she didn't shy away. Lu Chaoga directly threw a detection at her, and then the whole person was slightly taken aback. Immediately afterwards, he smiled. He made a decision at this moment, thinking about his challenge object in the second and third rounds. Lu Chaoga's gaze directly skipped these great cultivators, and turned to look higher up in the stand. Soon, he met the man in the main seat. Sect Master of Spring and Autumn Mountain, Hengyin. Facing Lu Chaoga's magnanimous and wanton gaze, waves appeared on Hengyin's face for the first time, and he was surprised. Immediately afterwards, there was a bit of admiration in his eyes. The two have a tacit understanding at this moment. They all know that they are uncomfortable looking at each other. Since it's not good, why not fight? Everyone's eyes were wandering on these two men. They looked at Lu Chaoga for a while, and their sect master for a while. No way. What does he want to do? How dare he? Pei Chanshan looked at the man in black robe on the spring and autumn stage, and couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. This man, who is only a few years older than himself, is actually facing the sect master directly. Dare to ask how many people in the vast profound sky realm can do this? What the hell are they thinking? A terrifying thought bred in everyone's mind, and at this moment, the disciples of the Spring and Autumn Mountains had been gathering at distant locations one after another. Although there is a certain distance from the Spring and Autumn stage, and you have to stand to watch it, everyone is a practitioner, and they naturally have an unobstructed view of everything on the stage. The disciples of Chuanqiu Mountain were excited one by one, some were surprised by Lu Chaoga's peerless appearance, while others were surprised that Lu Chaoga actually won a competition. As for the players, one by one was almost screaming with excitement. Lu Chaoga, I finally saw the legendary Lu Chaoga. Then, the live broadcast mode and recording mode were turned on. It's just that as war correspondents, their current shooting angles are relatively average, but it's better than nothing. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. And Lu Chaoga's next words caused the surroundings to fall into dead silence. In an instant, these spring and autumn mountain disciples and players who had just entered the arena opened their mouths in disbelief. Many people even wondered in their hearts what happened on the spring and autumn stage before we entered the arena? Did we miss something? Otherwise, why would such an amazing god unfold? I saw Lu Chaoga holding a sword in one hand, with the sword in front of him, doing a very standard sword ceremony. This ceremony is not completely worshipping people. Jianxiu was the proudest group of people in the profound sky realm, so the meaning of the sword ceremony was boundless pride. Sword training is not just asking for advice, but actually asking for defeat. But beg for defeat. Lu Chaoga said loudly, Momin Lu Chaoga, please enlighten me. Since it doesn't matter if you win or lose in the 3 matches, let's fight. Happily. Have fun. His dark golden eyes stared straight at Sect Master Hengyin in the main seat. How courageous. Hengyin said in his heart. Then, there were bursts of cheerful laughter from his mouth. Immediately afterwards, the Sect Master of Spring and Autumn Mountain, the great power of the dignified 8th realm, stood up from his chair in front of everyone's eyes. P.S. The first one. Chapter 239. 234, Lu Chaoga vs. Chuanqiu Mountain Sect Master. On the spring and autumn stage, Lu Chaoga and Hengyin, who were disgusted with each other, had an indescribable tacit understanding. The moment they looked at each other, they understood each other's meaning. He wants to fight. Then fight. And when Lu Chaoga made a sword salute openly, the emotions of everyone around Chuanqiu Terrace reached their peak. This is the second match, this is the second match. There should be no next game, this is the finale. After Hengyin got up, the disciples of Chuanqiu Mountain only felt their nerves exploded. The sovereign is fighting. The suzerain responded to the request of a practitioner of the same age as us. This alone is enough for everyone to look at Lu Chaoga. At least this proves that this person has entered Hengyin's discernment, one of the strongest in the profound sky realm. After getting up, Hengyin's momentum suddenly changed. Although there is no deliberate release, even if there is a hint of the pressure of the 8th realm powerhouse, many people feel that their breathing is stagnant and the pressure is huge. A black robe and a black robe. The superior looked down at Lu Chaoga and said solemnly, accept my 3 moves and you will win. Lu Chaoga looked at him and said only 2 words, 10 moves. Hengyin did not speak. The attitude is very obvious. He sticks to his own ideas and takes 3 moves, and you win. In everyone's heart, they felt that Lu Chaoga should not be able to take even 1 move, let alone 3 moves. How terrifying the powerhouses in the 8th realm are, the great cultivators present are well aware of it. Everything that Lu Chaoga was proud of was not worth mentioning in front of the 8th realm powerhouse. Yes, the 4th layer of your sword intent is indeed among the practitioners of the same realm, and it can be said to be unique in the world. However, how could Hengyin's spear strength be only on the 4th floor? A cultivator who can cultivate to the 8th realm must be among the hundreds of millions of beings in the entire profound sky realm who are at the top of the list. His gun power has reached the 8th level of terror. In the entire profound sky realm, the only one who can press his head in the spear path is the Saint Master who has forcibly raised the spear strength to the 9th floor through the heaven and human unity realm. As for the natal supernatural power, it is one of the biggest secrets of every practitioner. Almost no one knows the realm of Hengyin's natal supernatural power, but there must be a lot of Gaolulu Chaoga. What's more, he still has domain And only Lu Chaoga in the fourth realm, because his cultivation is limited, he can't even touch the threshold of domain. As the suzerain of Spring and Autumn Mountain, Heng Yin's exercises are also top-notch. The technique is also the best. Even if Lu Chaoga's slow voice and other skills have reached level 4, how could Heng Yin only be level 4? Therefore, even if the cultivation base is suppressed to the same level, Heng Yin can completely crush Lu Chaoga in any other aspect. This is an unequal war, and it cannot be equal. After all, if you want to be evenly matched, it is called a show, not a competition. Jiang Xinyan sat in the stands and looked at the man in the ring, feeling a little nervous. But seeing the faint smile on his face and the high spirits on his face, Jiang Xinyan felt a little fascinated. Youthful spirit. Yes, it is juvenile spirit. Many great practitioners present are no longer young. They all felt that Lu Chaoga was a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. But most of them did not ridicule him. On the contrary, it is all about appreciation. What I want is this kind of indomitable tiger mountain trip. At this moment, Lu Chaoga, this one holding a sword with the sword in front of him, really showed his romance and courage as a sword cultivator. Young master is going to challenge you. Candid. At this moment, all talents truly saw the true face of Lu Chaoga. This is his own appearance and character. He is such a person. Jiang Xinyan's beautiful eyes stared at him and said in his heart. Pei Chanshan looked at Uncle Jiang, then at Uncle Lu, then put his hands on his cheeks. It was difficult to take his eyes off the man standing on the spring and autumn stage. Today's Master Lu is really charming. Pei Chanshan couldn't help but said in his heart. At this moment, the confrontation is between young leaders and peak powerhouses. At the same time, it is also the spirit of the youth, and the domineering of the strong. Heng Yin's black robe moved with the wind. He looked at Lu Chaoga and said, I'll give you a stick of incense to adjust your breath. Is that enough? You can give Lu Chaoga the pill that restores spiritual power. Since it was him fighting Lu Chaoga, he naturally had to let Lu Chaoga adjust to the best state before he could end the game. The elder Taisheng was about to take out the medicinal pill, but heard Lu Chaoga say loudly, you don't need to bother Shu, and you don't need a stick of incense, just 10 breaths. After the battle with Zhao Ziqi, Lu Chaoga's blue, the bar is almost 2/3 gone. Although the two fought quickly, Lu Chaoga didn't spare his strength every time he made a shot, and his spiritual power was extremely depleted. In the battle with Heng Yin, he is not ready to be a big one. He is pulling, but pulling is a kind of tone, and it is still different from being arrogant. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lu Chaoga slowly closed his eyes, and then chose, upgrade. The forum exploded, and so did the various live broadcast rooms. Lu Chaoga vs Chuanqiao Mountain Sect Master directly detonated the nerves of every player. For Spring and Autumn Mountain players, being able to watch this battle on the spot gives them a feeling of joining Spring and Autumn Mountain. It is worth it. Today, all players recognize Lu Chaoga's identity as the chosen person and world protagonist. This means that the future powerhouse is challenging the older generation. It's on fire, it's on fire. And the throwing of a shocking secret made players feel that this battle was extraordinary. A Chunkyishan player posted, my master leaked his words yesterday, saying that the sect master pursued Jiang Xinyan when he was young. 2. Put in a sentence, it's really good, it's worth pretending, after all, you can cache and read books and read aloud offline. Players are keen to eat the attributes of melons, and they are instantly ignited. Damn it. And there are such shocking melons. Then what is this, a battle between men? damn it, I wish I could play in the game myself. Rival in love. Love, this man is too charming. In fact, in the hearts of many women in Spring and Autumn Mountain, they also felt that since he could face the sect master with a sword, then junior sister Jiang really found a good match. And when Lu Chaoga broke through the situation on the spot, everyone only had a feeling that the rumors were not wrong. According to legend, Lu Chaoga is like eating and drinking water, but now it seems that this is true. He can break through, and he doesn't need to adjust his breath. The most exaggerated thing is that he actually broke through the 4 realms in one breath, directly reaching the terrifying 4th realm, 7th layer. In fact, for Lu Chaoga, breaking one level can be full of blue, and there is no need to spend such a large amount of experience points to upgrade several levels. The reason why he did this, of course, was not to pretend to be on the spot. The reason is very simple, he wants to have a good fight today. There is a huge gap between him and Hangin. But, upgrade, can actually make up the gap. In the eyes of others, what if Lu Chaoga broke through to the 7th heaven? The sect master will suppress the cultivation, isn't it also suppressed to the 7th heaven? But actually? Big mistake. The reason why Lu Chaoga had to spend a large amount of experience points to improve sword intent so early, and the reason why he had to unlock everything that could be unlocked so early, was because after unlocking, each level up could have additional attribute bonuses. These attribute bonuses are very impressive over time. These are things that Hangin can't have. Anyway, Hangin only suppresses the cultivation base, what changes is only the total amount of spiritual power in his body. His spear strength is the 8th layer, or the 8th layer, this will not change. As for Lu Chaoga, what he has improved is not only the spiritual power in his body, but also many attributes. This can quickly close a part of the gap between him and Hangin. Hangin looked down at him, sensed the fluctuation of spiritual power in Lu Chaoga's body, and said, "Have you been deliberately suppressing your cultivation?" This question is also a question for everyone. Lu Chaoga nodded. Saving experience and pressing cultivation are actually similar. Your foundation is very solid, and you are the most solid person I have ever seen in my life. Hangin commented again. He looked down at Lu Chaoga and said something that shocked the disciples and players of Chuanqiu Mountain. Under the 5 realms, you are invincible in the world. With a level of 47 strength, even a 50-level body refiner is definitely not Lu Chaoga's opponent. As for peerless geniuses such as Pei Qianqian and Yu Yu, they have already used practical actions to face it, and Lu Chaoga can beat them with one blow. If the powerhouse in the 8th realm made such an evaluation, it would be equivalent to giving Lu Chaoga a golden signboard of the first person under the 5 realms. When this word spread, Lu Chaoga's reputation would skyrocket again. At the same time, this is actually equivalent to admitting that when Hangin was in this state, he was not Lu Chaoga's opponent. But he still has his pride. Because under the 5 realms is after all under the 5 realms, and he himself is the person who broke through to the 5th realm at the fastest speed after the ancient catastrophe. At this moment, Yu Yu is reading www.sonicmtl.com. Hangin pointed his toes a little, and the whole person flew down and landed on the spring and autumn stage. Black robe to black robe. In fact, both of them knew very well that if this battle were to spread out, in addition to shocking everyone's jaws, there would also be a lot of gossip. This is inevitable. However, neither of these 2 men mattered. Bystanders clap their hands and laugh madly. What's wrong with being sparse? What's wrong with being crazy? Hangin looked at Lu Chaoga and slapped his palm. Not too late, in Lu Chao's singers directly unsheathed, and the sword intent and heart sword were fully released, and the momentum of the whole person was also rising. This sword was very close to the sword that he had sealed for 10 years when he was in the mountain Ghost Valley, a sword of revenge. And the momentum of this sword is not much different from that at the time. His meaning had reached its peak in an instant. He showed his strong side to the fullest. After the first move, Hangin stood still, the clouds were light and the wind was light. Lu Chaoga's mouth overflowed with blood, but his footsteps moved forward an inch. Those dark golden eyes were always staring at Hangin. "Come again," Lu Chaoga said loudly. The youthful spirit scolded Feng Qiu. "I have a sword to fight alone in the spring and autumn period. P.S. Second more." Chapter 240. 235, Win or Lose. Take it. He actually took the palm of the sect master. In the stands, the high-level members of Spring and Autumn Mountain were completely restless this time. If it is said that Lu Chaoga defeated Zhao Ziqi, it is already an amazing thing. Then, he took Hangin's palm with one sword and one hand, and directly set off a huge wave in their hearts. In fact, Lu Chaoga challenged Hangin. Although most people appreciate this move, some people are not happy. Especially those senior members of Spring and Autumn Mountain who were listed earlier. Those who are weaker than Zhao Ziqi must feel that they have escaped the catastrophe, and the provincial one is defeated by Lu Chaoga, and then humiliated in front of his disciples. And those who were stronger than Zhao Ziqi felt that Lu Chaoga had skipped them and challenged the sect master directly. But now that Lu Chaoga took the palm, they couldn't help but ask themselves in their hearts, "Sect master's palm, if it were me, would I be able to catch it?" They couldn't come up with a definite answer, at least they had to try it. As for the live broadcast room and forum, the barrage and comments of players are overwhelming. "Fuck, they're so handsome. Damn, both of them are so strong. So handsome, I'm gone. Brother, kill me. I'm going to lose it." If Lu Chaoga took this one palm shocked everyone. Then, when he held the sword in one hand, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, but kept moving forward, and shouted, "Come again," his emotions were directly mobilized. Follow along with the blood boiling. "The first move," Lu Chaoga said in his heart. He raised his left hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Those dark golden eyes are usually indifferent, but today there is a rare sense of wanton. Hangin looked at him and said, "Not bad." Immediately afterwards, he slapped Lu Chaoga a second time. The next moment, Lu Chaoga heard a burst of sound. He felt a suffocation, as if the surrounding gas had turned into an invisible gas wall, squeezing him and blocking him. "This is the resonance of heaven and earth?" Lu Chaoga guessed in his heart. Although Hangin suppressed his cultivation to the 4th realm, he was still a powerhouse in the 8th realm. This is a field that Lu Chaoga has never been in contact with, so he doesn't know the magic of it. This kind of resonance between heaven and earth is obviously different from the power of heaven and earth. In his opinion, it is fortunate that Hangin is not a spiritual enlightener. If he was still a spiritual enlightener and possessed the power of heaven and earth, then the pressure on Lu Chaoga would be even greater. You must know that after reaching the 8th realm, the power of heaven and earth must have reached a very terrifying level. Like the power of water of Lu Chaoga, perhaps in a single thought, the water can fill the mountains. And now, he can only use it on the human body to achieve the effect of flooding the golden mountains. The meat mound can be submerged, but he is not worthy of the real mountain. The resonance of heaven and earth produced by this palm made Lu Chaoga inconvenient. Not only his movements, but all aspects are restricted. He only heard a loud shout, and he slashed forward with the right hand of not Late. The surrounding snow rose from the sky, mixed with ink-colored airflow, and the momentum was amazing. Bai Shui, Mo-chi, actually has a sense of Tai Chi. From a bystander's point of view, this is a very artistic scene. And if it is not a strong man like Hangin who is immersed in the situation, then it is estimated that he has felt the fear of death at this moment. In the second confrontation, Lu Chaoga let out a muffled hum. Hangin was still standing still. However, Lu Chaoga's footsteps moved an inch forward again. Hangin took a deep look at him and understood. Your sword seems to focus on only advancing and not retreating, he said. Although Lu Chaoga was injured more than once, no matter it was his meaning or his potential, every time he stepped forward, he could reach a new height. Forward. 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 This is his sword. Whether it's slow voice, normal attack, or his own sword intent and heart. Sword, this is all the same. His fighting language is intuitive and rude. If you have the ability, let Lao Tzu take a step back. After the two moves had passed, Lu Chaoga did not answer Hangin's words, but said loudly again, "Come again." Hangin nodded, but this time, he did not slap. His fingers rubbed the storage ring lightly, and a long spear appeared in his hand. When Lu Chaoga saw that he was finally willing to take out his life object, fighting intent began to flow in those dark golden eyes. This is a crimson gun with red tassels on its body. I don't know what kind of material the whole body is made of, and the whole body exudes a violent atmosphere. Hangin was the most domineering among the 4 sect masters of the 4 sections. The natal thing is connected with the master's mind, and is also similar to the master's temperament. This gun also has terrifying power. Gun name, Silence. Hangin held the gun in one hand, and the momentum of the whole person changed. Suddenly, with the spirit gun in his hand, he felt even more pressure. Lu Chaoga knew very well that what he would face next would be the gun power. On the 8th floor, everyone held their breath. In the eyes of the 3 supreme elders, the competition so far is enough. Lu Chaoga has completely proved his ability. In the huge Tianqian realm, I am afraid that there is no other young man who can match it, right? Jiang Xinyan looked at Lu Chaoga in Chuanqiu Mountain, but he never took his eyes away from him. She just looked at him, and she didn't care what the crowd was shouting. At this moment, she is more nervous and a little worried. Chaoga seems to be seriously injured, she said in her heart. But she could see that he seemed very happy. Hangin held silence and said, "Be careful." The next moment, the color of the world changed, and it seemed that the sun suddenly couldn't shine on the ring. This shot is not fast. But the power mixed with it, and the gun power attached to it, seems to have the power to destroy the world. The 3 supreme elders almost stood up from their seats. The sect master didn't hold back. They panicked a little. If this shot is a little careless, Lu Chaoga may die directly on the spring and autumn stage. But fortunately, she was also there. This made the 3 supreme elders instantly feel at ease. And Lu Chaoga looked at the gun, and the "not too late" in his hand let out a high-spirited sword cry. The sword is like a master, I don't know what fear is. Such a sword is easy to break in the face of absolute power. However, I would rather not bend. Since I'm invincible, what I want is such an opponent. Lu Chaoga gritted his teeth and swung his current peak sword. The snow around the spring and autumn terrace melted in an instant. The ink-colored airflow no longer continued to permeate, but continued to shrink. Those dark golden eyes became more and more hot. He could still laugh. The gun power swept in, and Lu Chao's singer, "Not Too Late," was also approaching its peak. The next moment, everyone only felt that their eyes were dark. They were about to use their divine sense to check the results on the spring and autumn stage, but at this moment they heard two words repeated by the young swordsman. Come again. Jian shocked Chuanqiu. What happened? What does the spring and autumn stage look like now? The disciples and players of the spring and autumn mountains who were watching were completely confused about the current situation. At this moment, there was thick fog on the stage, and the residual gun power was still fluctuating, making it completely incomprehensible. And with their divine sense, they naturally couldn't penetrate Lu Chaoga's water power and Sect master hanging spear. But the sound of come again was clearly heard. Immediately afterwards, they heard Sect master hanging's extremely cheerful laughter. Ha 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 ha. Hang Yin did not expect that his most hardy battle in recent years was actually with such a young swordsman. When everything on the spring and autumn stage dissipated cleanly, Lu Chaoga's right arm was already dripping with blood. The tiger's mouth where he held the sword was bloody. There was blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, but those dark golden eyes were hot and bright. The most terrifying thing is that his footsteps are still an inch forward. Injured like this, but the footsteps did not stop. I can still fight. I can still fight. I can still fight. According to the rules of the spring and autumn stage, if the opponent is knocked off the ring, they will win. Or beat the opponent to the point of being unable to fight back. Of course, if the opponent voluntarily admits defeat, he wins even more. And the Lu Chaoga at the moment does not meet any one of them. That is to say, 0.3 strokes have been passed. Win or lose. Pei Qianshan looked at the man in black robe holding a sword in one hand from Chuanqiu Terrace, and felt a little dazed. If I were on the spring and autumn stage. She felt that she must have died 3 times. She always knew that Uncle Lu was very strong, but she didn't expect him to be so outrageous. It was only at this time that Pei Qianshan accurately realized that Yu reading www.sonicmtl. Why did Com say Ejian Chaoga is mistaken for life? When you are young, you really shouldn't meet people who are too amazing. Because compared to it, the rest of the young men in the world will be eclipsed. For some reason, it is clearly in a state of stalemate, and Pei Qianshan should have been focused, but inexplicably the scene he saw with his master that night appeared in his mind. Yeah. Pei Qianshan, you can be distracted at this time, and you are still thinking about this. Pei Qianshan couldn't help biting her pink lower lip lightly. I was a little worried. Uncle Lu, how many tricks do you have to take to be satisfied? 3 tricks are already done, so that's it. This competition is over here, and no one will say anything. To be precise, Lu Chaoga's performance so far is enough to make him famous in Tianjin. On the spring and autumn stage, Lu Chaoga held the not too late, and the blood slid down the palm of his hand to the blade, and then down the blade to the tip of the sword. After the blood condensed into large blood beads at the tip of the sword, it rolled down to the ground. It's just the blood beads didn't fall to the ground. It starts to move forward with the sword energy. This ignorant man, after receiving Hanging's 3 moves, actually took the initiative to attack him with a sword. P.S. First more. Chapter 241. 235, Invisible Her. Boom. The sound of sword chirping resounded throughout the spring and autumn stage. A little higher than before. Taking the initiative to attack is unexpected for everyone. Lu Chaoga's idea is extraordinarily simple and pure, because he can see that Hanging has no plans to continue to make moves. The Chuanqiu Mountain Sect Master had said before he came to power that as long as Lu Chaoga managed 3 moves, he would win. Although Lu Chaoga said 10 tricks, Hanging was non-committal. He has his own perseverance. Say 3 moves, then 3 moves. Whether or not he made a move with all his strength, naturally only he knows. But since the 3 moves have passed, Lu Chaoga wins. But for Lu Chaoga, such an opponent is an excellent object for him to test his own limits. You have your insistence, and so do I. 10 strokes, that is, 10 strokes. Don't forget, he has already done the sword salute. For Qingzhou Jianqiu, the true meaning of sword ceremony is to seek defeat. But beg for defeat. Therefore, Lu Chaoga took the initiative to use his sword. Heng Yin raised his eyebrows as he looked at this young man whose right arm was blood-soaked, but still angrily drew his sword. The spirit spear, Silence, in his hand, handed out a spear straight forward. This spirit spear was actually sealed to a level comparable to not too late. The natal thing is nourished by practitioners, and Heng Yin is already a peak powerhouse, and his natal thing, Silence, is much higher than Lu Chaoga's, not too late. Not too late, which was piled up by Lu Chaoga's experience points, is indeed much stronger than most of the swords of the 5th realm, but it can't be compared with Silence, after all. Therefore, there are many emotions in the sound of the sword cry of, not too late. This time, Heng Yin was no longer standing still, and the two no longer fought each other in the air. His figure disappeared in an instant, and then, the spirit spear and the spirit sword confronted each other head-on. This shot is far more serious than the last shot. As for Lu Chaoga's sword, he tried his best, without reservation. Ku took the picture and presented it to him, and sent the picture. The picture was poor and the dagger was seen. The current Heng Yin is like an aloof emperor, the highest in the world. And Lu Chaoga was violating his majesty. There was no big scene, and the scene in front of him was somewhat restrained. From a distance, it looks like 2 ordinary Jianghu knights are learning from each other. But at the moment when the long sword and the long spear confronted, Lu Chaoga was almost overwhelmed by the bloody tiger's mouth, and, not too late, almost let go. A wave of air swept all around. Since all the people who were watching were the high-rises of Spring and Autumn Mountain, there was no restriction on the Spring and Autumn stage. Anyway, the aftermath couldn't hurt them at all, so the ban was unnecessary. But now that Spring and Autumn Mountain's disciples and players entered the arena halfway through, everything was different. This spear and sword, although restrained, the aftermath caused the disciples and players of Spring and Autumn Mountain in the distance to retreat one after another, and some of the weaker ones couldn't even stand firm and fell to the ground. The round buttocks of the female players fell to the ground. When creating characters, the female players who gave themselves peach butts even caused waves of buttocks. The live broadcast and recording are originally the first perspective. After the fall, the perspective looks directly at the sky, not the arena. This made the audience in the live broadcast room wailed. There is no love in esports, so it should be the case in the profound sky realm. Therefore, even if they knew that the female players were broadcasting live, many male viewers still spoke out angrily. Please, can the war correspondents be more professional? I'm so hot, I'll break it later. Lu Chaoga. Aim the camera at Lu Chaoga. On the stand, the elder Taisheng stretched out his finger and tapped the Spring and Autumn terrace lightly. A band was created, and the airwave was isolated. When everyone fixed their eyes on the center of the ring, they saw Lu Chaoga's mouth overflowing with blood, and his entire face was morbidly pale. I don't know why, perhaps because Charm 10 is too unparalleled. In this injured and weak state, he gives a heart-wrenching poignant feeling. But those dark golden eyes were too bright and radiant. His body was severely damaged, but his footsteps moved forward again. Fourth move. Come again. Lu Chaoga said again, resounding throughout the audience. The not too late in his hand crossed an afterimage in the air. Slow voice final style. This trick doesn't have a name because everyone performs it differently. Lu Chaoga has not given him the most suitable name for the time being, but this is his strongest sword. The final form of slow voice, the reason why everyone uses it differently is because this sword needs to have a superimposed effect. It can't be cut out directly, it needs to cut a few swords first to gain momentum for it. Just now, whenever Lu Chaoga took a step back, or if his forward pace was blocked, he would not be able to cut out this sword. With his current, slow voice, level, if he wants to use the final form, he must first cut out 4 swords. And when Heng saw this sword, his face showed a strong interest. He could see that this sword was very strong and very clever. This sword technique is definitely one of the top sword techniques in Kendo. This made him vaguely recall a discussion between himself and the vice sect Master Ji Chongkong of Jianzhong 15 years ago. To be precise, it's not called sparring, it's just pure fighting. A domineering suzerain and old urchin, when the two meet, they will definitely dislike each other. With Ji Chongkong's temper, he definitely threatened to fight directly. For Heng, the other party has spoken, how can he not fight? In the end it could only be considered a tie, because Jianzuan came forward and directly resolved the battle. He naturally couldn't see Ji Chongkong's shadow on Lu Chaoga, the two were not the same at all. But he always felt that this last sword should be related to Jianzhong Black Bamboo Forest. This is the intuition and vision from the 8th realm powerhouse. Heng was relatively casual with the shots he handed out in front of him. But facing this sword, he rarely showed a serious look on his face. The sword was so fast that it was almost as if it had vanished from this world. Everything around Lu Chaoga seemed to be frozen. The blood droplets spilled from his arm were suspended in the air and freeze. The picture is weird and wonderful. This time, Lu Chaoga's footsteps are no longer 1 inch forward, but 3 feet straight forward. He and Heng directly staggered away and walked behind Heng. It's a pity that under this sword, Heng was still standing still, and he was not injured in the slightest. But this 5th move was blocked by him after all. You don't have any extra spiritual power. Heng turned around and glanced at Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga's dark golden eyes were already extremely dim, and he did not refute. No blue is no blue. The two men in black robes looked directly at each other, and then spoke at the same time. You won. I lost. The former was said by Heng, and the latter was said by Lu Chaoga. He insisted on making only 3 moves, and he insisted on taking 10 moves. With the permission of the blue bar, Lu Chaoga didn't know how many moves he could take, but he knew in his heart that 10 moves would definitely not work. But he did not feel lost. The gap in strength is an established fact, and it is not impossible to face it. At least have a good fight. Victory is joyful, defeat is joyful. Heng glanced at him and said, since this is the case, there is no need for the 3rd match. Lu Chaoga was seriously injured, and his spiritual power was exhausted, so there was really no need to fight. His strength has been recognized by everyone. UU reading www.sonicmtl.com to be exact, it can be regarded as a battle to become famous. The female disciples of Spring and Autumn Mountain who were watching, their eyes focused on him, and they couldn't look away. How could there be such an amazing man in this world? He really taught the female disciples of Chuanqiu Mountain what Fengxinanqiu was by himself. But the man standing on the Spring and Autumn stage with a sword shook his head. For me, this is a rare opportunity, so I still want to try the 3rd match. As soon as these words came out, even the Spring and Autumn Mountain Executives in the stands were shocked. They don't understand, who else is Lu Chaoga fighting? The sovereign is gone. I saw that. Lu Chaoga made a sword salute with difficulty towards the far left of the crowd. Momin Lu Chaoga, please enlighten me, he said solemnly. Many people looked at the location, but saw no one. There is no one there at all. Hengyin stood beside Lu Chaoga and looked at that place as well, but there was no joy or anger on his face, no emotion at all. They felt that Lu Chaoga was talking to the air and salute to no one. But in Lu Chaoga's eyes, there was a woman there, smiling slightly at him. P.S. Second more. Chapter 242. 237, Saint Teacher, don't. Sure enough, they couldn't see her. Lu Chaoga got the answer in his heart. Among the people who came out, Lu Chaoga wondered at the beginning why there was still a woman. Although he himself did not discriminate or prejudice the so-called 100 years of love, this woman who stood up still attracted his attention. Immediately afterwards, he was keenly aware that she did not seem to interact with the people around her. Just like a transparent person. The most important thing is that Lu Chaoga threw a detection at the woman. It stands to reason that the breath on her surface should be in the early stage of the sixth realm. In terms of aura strength, she is the weakest among the crowd. According to the permission requirements of detection, her level is definitely not higher than Lu Chaoga's level 20. Unless she has a very deep concealment technique, like Lu Dongli can block exploration, otherwise, Lu Chaoga has the right to view her basic information. But when he threw a detection at this woman, the system did not respond. Yes, it stands to reason that even if the permission is exceeded, the system will respond with a. This phenomenon was the first time Lu Chaoga had encountered. Then, he almost got the answer in his mind. The legendary heaven and man in one realm. Lu Chaoga said in his heart. Spying on her is like spying on the world. She is a sage. This can also explain why Lu Chaoga can see her, but many people can't. Because after reaching the heaven and human unity realm, one's own body can be integrated between the heaven and the earth. She wants you to see, you can see, she doesn't want you to see, then, even if she stands in front of you so brightly, what you see in your eyes will not be her. Maybe you will see a stone, a tree, a flower. Everything is up to her mind. Of course, if you say that your personal cultivation has reached a certain level and you have a deep understanding of the Tao, you can still see through it all. Obviously, Sect Master Hengyin also knew that the Holy Master was present. And the three Supreme Elders at the peak of the seventh realm were also aware of it. Everyone in the stands saw Lu Chaoga asking for battle in the empty place, and after being slightly stunned, they quickly understood. It's the Saint Master here. Lu Chaoga looked at the woman and watched her face and figure change. The previous appearance was nothing but a disguise of the Saint Master. She took a step forward and appeared in front of everyone. As soon as she appeared, she immediately attracted everyone's attention. The Saint Teacher is not the type that looks amazing at a glance, but she is too attractive, and the more she looks, the more attractive she is. Heaven and man in one realm, there is a breathtaking beauty. Speaking of temperament, it seems that it is not just temperament, this is a very mysterious feeling. Like Lu Chaoga's side, it can be said to be surrounded by a group of fragrances. Whether it is his sister Lu Dongli, who has unparalleled beautiful legs, or Lu Obing, a young secretary who is a perfection of pure desire, or Jiang Xinyan, the master of a cold girl, and Ning Ying, a kind-hearted aunt who moistens things silently and has great tolerance. All are stunning in the world. But when he looked at the Saint Teacher, he still couldn't look away. In fact, the Master and his feelings are also the same. This is the wonderful feeling produced by heaven and man in one realm, and Charm 10. An ultimate feeling. After the Saint Master took the initiative to show up, there were one after another exclamations near the spring and autumn terrace. Immediately afterwards, many people saluted. I've seen a holy teacher. Among the four major sects, identities such as Sword Master and Holy Teacher are theoretically on the same level as the Sect Master. But in fact, everyone respects them more than the suzerain. No way, this is the strongest person in the world, the guardian of the major states. And after the Saint Master appeared, everyone's emotions were instantly detonated, and many people even thought that Lu Chaoga was killing crazy. After asking the Sect Master to fight, he turned his head towards the Saint Master. For the Spring and Autumn Mountain disciples, this young sword cultivator who looks similar to his own age is no longer crazy. But for some reason, admiration emerged in their hearts. Those who are capable are worthy of respect. Love, love. At this moment, everyone is paying attention to the response of the saint. I saw the holy teacher looking at the black-robed man on the Chuanqiu stage, with a smile on his face. The more you look, the more satisfied you are. Her intuitive feeling today is that this real Lu Chaoga looks better than when she used the sky eye technique to spy on it. In his life, the sage master has seen a lot of knowledge and has seen a lot of beautiful people and things in the world. However, none of them could compare with the man in front of him. This is a very strange feeling, an extreme feeling that is almost Tao. Is there anyone else who can be born with the Tao? The saint was puzzled by this. She looked at Lu Chaoga and said, "You are injured, and your spiritual power is exhausted." Lu Chaoga glanced at his bloody right arm and said, "It's just a small injury, but it can still break through. I have said that when practicing the drinking qi, it will bring great pain. So for Lu Chaoga, this kind of injury will not burden him too much, he has long been used to the pain. As for the blue, it is better to do it, and then upgrade to another level." Lu Chaoga is eager to fight against the beauty of the saint teacher. The reason is very simple. Don't forget why Lu Chaoga wanted Ji Chongkong to give him advice when they first met. According to the mechanism of Tiangshuanji, if a strong person above the 8th level, if he sincerely points, the system will automatically convert it into a reward. Each practitioner above the 8th realm can only effective guidance once. Back then, in front of him and Lu Dongli, Ji Chongkong performed his famous stunt, Equality of All Beings. This is a effective pointer. Then, the system gave Lu Chaoga a reward option, and he finally chose Sword Intent Upgrade 50% coupon. In front of Ji Chongkong, after raising Sword Intent one level again, he immediately won the favorability of this old urchin. Ha 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 ha, senior brother is really wrong. Ji Chongkong wanted to fly back to the black bamboo forest to hit Jianzun in the face. It is for this reason that Lu Chaoga will choose the balance sound in the second competition, and the saint teacher in the third competition. Of course, the reason for choosing Hanging Deeper is because the rivals in love met and wanted to fight unexpectedly. Hangin also thought so. As a result, the system did not judge the match as pointing at all. Hangin has a heart of beating people, and has no intention of pointing at all. Hit hard. This is so grassy. When he patted the first palm towards Lu Chaoga also realized this. Of course, it doesn't matter if it sucks. Then fight to the death, who is afraid of who? After hitting the back, he showed his true nature and fought happily. But for the Holy Master, his intention to obtain system rewards will be heavier. After all, the Saint Master and him cannot be rivals in love. Although Pei Qianqian once said that the sage likes to dress Jiang Xinyan and like to make her wear a skirt, it is only based on his own aesthetics, and it is his appreciation for beautiful people. It's pure, not tangerine. So, it's time for some harvest, right? When a saint master is fighting against himself, it is impossible for him to have no intention of pointing the younger generation at all, right? As long as she has it, there is a high chance that it will be converted into a system reward. In the stands, the saint master listened to Lu Chaoga's words, stretched out his right hand, and then tapped his index finger in the air. The next moment, the injury on Lu Chaoga's right arm was instantly healed, and a warm air flowed in his body, which was extremely comfortable. Even his exhaustion after 2 consecutive battles dissipated cleanly. It turns out that the holy teacher is still a nurse, Lu Chaoga said in his heart. Seeing that Lu Chaoga's right arm was restored to its original state, the Saint Master showed a satisfied look on his face. This made Lu Chaoga keenly feel, does she think that my scarred appearance destroys the beauty? The Holy Master looked at him and said again, when I am in the same realm with you, I am not your opponent. This remark once again caused an uproar in the audience. Although Lu Chaoga has always been known as invincible in the same realm, it is still amazing that the Saint Master, one of the 4 powerhouses, directly said such a sentence. Immediately afterwards, without waiting for Lu Chaoga to reply, she said to herself, in this third competition, you reading www.sonicmtl.com will directly count you as the winner. With that, she rushed to Lu Chaoga again. With a smile, he said, you and I may have a fight, but it shouldn't be at this time and it shouldn't be here. After speaking, the holy teacher disappeared from the stands. This series of words made everyone around him feel ups and downs. The players in the live broadcast room couldn't calm down either. At the beginning, everyone was looking forward to the last match between Saint Master and Lu Chaoga, so that there would be a good show to watch. The strongest in Beizhou and the strongest in the younger generation. It's interesting to think about. After the Saint Master refused to fight, many people still felt very lost. However, the last words of the Saint teacher made people think again. What does this mean? I feel that the Saint is like approving Lu Chaoga, and I feel that in the future, he is destined to have the qualifications to fight with his own strength. It should be, is that what it means? Lu Chaoga raised his head and looked at the empty place in the stands, but he didn't think too much about it. This is where the beauty is gone, this is the chance to win the system reward. For nothing? Sorry. There was only one thought in his mind. Before leaving Chuanqiu Mountain, you must prostitute her once, so that it is a worthwhile trip. P.S. The first update today. Chapter 243. 238, Fortune is added to the body, Chance 10. The 3 trials are over. Jiang Xinyan flew directly from the stand to the spring and autumn stage. Checking Lu Chaoga's condition. I'm fine. Lu Chaoga smiled at her, indicating that he was fine. After being breastfed by the holy teacher, Lu Chaoga felt that his body was in great shape. That is, the spiritual power in the body has been hollowed out, and it is necessary to slowly return to blue. Jiang Xinyan glanced at Hangin, then at the 3 supreme elders, and said, Sect Master, Shu, I'll take Chaoga back to recuperate first. After these people nodded slightly, she immediately took Lu Chaoga with her. Left here. Pei Qianqian in the stands was stunned. For a while, she didn't know whether she was going to the back mountain to find Shizuan, or to Shu Lu and Shu Jiang. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said loudly, Jiang Shu, wait for me. Then, after saluting the elders, she immediately took out the flying magic weapon and followed. The three Taisheng elders looked at the scene in front of them and looked at each other. Why does it feel like everyone's elbows are turned out? One of them couldn't help muttering. On the other side, Lu Chaoga, whose body was already unscathed, slumped shamelessly in Jiang Xinyan's arms, feeling a wave of softness and warmth. After returning to the small courtyard, Jiang Xinyan said angrily, "It's fine to take his 3 moves, but you still take the initiative to use the sword." Lu Chaoga laughed and said, "The top is on the top." Good to continue. What to say? Pei Qianqian, who followed closely, landed in the small courtyard, and said, with the same concern, "Uncle Lu, are you okay?" Lu Chaoga waved his hand and said, it's okay, I didn't expect the sage to still be with this kind of technique under her finger. My injury will be healed immediately. The strength is high, and it will return blood. This is the legendary big attack. Power. Love. Well, this is also the ability after the heaven and human unity. Pei Qian said lightly. It's just that for her, the heaven and human realm is still far away. Lu Chaoga looked at her, and only then did he remember something serious. Qianqian, can you tell the Holy Master about the Tianji Pagoda? He asked. When Pei Qianqian heard the words, she immediately said, of course I did. I the kind of person who can't remember things in Master Lu's heart. Lu Chaoga said in his heart, of course. He continued, then what did the sage say? Pei Qianqian said, Master didn't say anything, she just said she would pay attention. In her opinion, Master's attention yesterday was basically the same. Putting it on Uncle Lu, he was a little bit lacking in other things. But since the Master said that he would pay attention, there will definitely be a follow-up. Lu Chaoga nodded, expressing his satisfaction. By the way, does the Holy Master know the true identity of Tianji Sanren? Lu Chaoga said again. Pei Qianqian tilted her head and said, hey. I didn't ask about this. Lu Chaoga. Okay, then remember to ask when the time comes. Lu Chaoga said, or you find a chance and let me meet the Holy Master. Yes. Pei Qianqian agreed very readily. This trip to the spring and autumn mountains, if he can't go to the Holy Master for nothing, he will feel very disadvantaged. In the entire profound sky realm, there are only a few powerhouses above the 8th realm, and the effective guidance of each one is a huge fortune for Lu Chaoga. If conditions permit, he even wants to give all the 8th realm under the sun to whoring for nothing. Look for a chance and ask you to take me to see Jianzun as well. Lu Chaoga thought in his heart. Since they are all sword cultivators, from the perspective of the system, they are still sword cultivators in the 8th realm. After performing effective guidance, the rewards will be the most generous. Hungry. Lu Chaoga thought. Qingzhou, Momin. What is Jianzun, who is in the heart of Lu Chaoga's heart, doing at this moment? He was lecturing in Momin, and instructing the cultivation of the true disciples of Momin. The world is so wonderful. Lu Chaoga came to Chuanqiu Mountain this time, wanting to prostitute the Holy Master for nothing, but he didn't get it for the time being, and the swordsman he was thinking about was pulled to Momin by his junior brother at this time and gave instructions to Momin people. Practice. In other words, if Lu Chaoga was still in Momin, he would be able to get sword sovereigns effective guidance, naturally. Being able to get the advice of Jianzun is an extremely luxurious thing for the true disciples of Jianzong. Jianzun lives in a secluded place, and many of Jianzong's true disciples have never even seen his true face, let alone give pointers. Strictly speaking, middle-aged Confucian scholars do not like to instruct others to practice. The reason for this, only he himself knows. Therefore, even you can only ask him once a year, and he can only ask 3 questions at most. However, after Ji Chongkong gave an order, the middle-aged Confucian scholar immediately became tenacious and began to solve the puzzles for the true heirs of Mo Min. The principle is not important, the important thing is that the junior and the junior should not be unhappy. After all, junior and younger brothers can't be unhappy is a principle within a principle. And in the process of pointing, the middle-aged scholar also discovered several very interesting things. The first one, the Mo Min senior brother hiding, can't move. He may have improved in other areas, but his cultivation has always been standing still. The middle-aged scholar sensed the spiritual power in his body and found that he was unable to advance. Everyone has their own secrets, and in his opinion, this may be the secret of this Mo Min disciple. In this regard, middle-aged Confucian scholars will not conduct too much research. People who love to explore other people's secrets too much are not lovable. Damn even. The second interesting thing is that Mo Dongfeng, the third disciple of Mo Min, has recently shown signs of fusion with his great luck. Speaking of which, this is unexpected and reasonable. The middle-aged scholar once said that he didn't know when Mo Dongfeng's luck would be fully integrated. It could be tomorrow, it could be 10 years, it could be a lifetime. But since it is a big luck, and since it is chance 10, then, naturally, it is a person with great fortune. In Qingzhou, isn't sword sovereign the greatest opportunity and the greatest good fortune? So, right now, Mo Dongfeng fainted asymptomatically in the early morning, and then his heir fortune began to be disordered, which attracted the attention of the middle-aged scholar. If it wasn't for him, Mo Dongfeng would probably die today. The fusion of qi and luck creates dangers, and if you are not careful, you will suffer from the backlash of qi and luck. If he wanted to stabilize his luck, middle-aged scholars could help. As for Ji Chongkong, who was only one line behind him, he couldn't do anything about it. Of course, in the hearts of middle-aged scholars, since the person in the solitary tomb is in the Mo Min, it is the same whether he is there or not, and Mo Dongfeng can save himself from danger. But since that senior has fallen into a deep sleep, let me do it. The middle-aged scholar stretched out 2 fingers, and then tapped Mo Dongfeng's eyebrows. In an instant, the entire sky above Mo Min changed. Ji Chongkong, Lu Dongli, and others rushed here immediately, but found an invisible barrier around the middle-aged scholar. With Ji Chongkong's cultivation base, Rao couldn't get close. What's the matter? Lu Dongli couldn't help but ask, looking at his disciple Mo Dongfeng, who looked extremely painful. I'm afraid that there is a problem with the luck of the body. Ji Chongkong frowned, but there is a senior brother. No, it is with me, Zia Lizi, don't worry, nothing will happen. Lu Dongli nodded, after all, she also powerless. At this moment, the middle-aged scholar felt that the scene in front of him was somewhat miraculous. Hey, he is actually absorbing the spiritual power in my body, he said in his heart. The middle-aged scholar relies on the power within his body to resonate with the heavens and the earth, and then guide the chaotic luck. Who would have thought that this young man with his eyes closed in pain was quietly absorbing the divergent spiritual power unconsciously? Although he didn't suck a lot, and he didn't suck fast, these spiritual powers really merged with the spiritual power in his body. Then, Mo Dongfeng began to break through. Maybe this is the scary part of the atmosphere, and it can save the day. The middle-aged scholar thought. He was even a little curious at this moment, how much spiritual power can this young man in front of him absorb? Time passed by, and he soon discovered that Mo Dongfang had stopped absorbing. He was exhausted. For middle-aged scholars, it was only a drop in the bucket. But Mo Dongfang's realm is rapidly rising. The invisible luck surrounding him was slowly gathering towards his body at this moment. Boom! Mo Dongfang only felt that his sea of consciousness was about to explode. He vomited out a mouthful of blood. And his whole person's cultivation level also reached the third realm, the first layer of heaven at this moment. Beside Mo Dongfang, a dazzling white light began to flicker, but all of them quickly became introverted. If Lu Chaoga was present, he would throw another detection at this black, short and ugly disciple, then the feedback he would get would no longer be chance, but a terrible chance, 10. Full of opportunity. The legendary humanoid Koi, the son of luck. In fact, just when Mo Dongfang's strength broke through to the third realm, Lu Chaoga, who was far away in the far north of Beizhou, popped up a prompt message in front of him. Looking at this prompt message, Lu Chaoga was stunned for a moment, and then turned into ecstasy. Ding! Your sect promotion task has been completed, are you advanced? P.S. Second update today. Chapter 244. 239, Kendo Qualifications, 5, 2-in-1. Momin, Dan Qingfeng. At this time, the color of the sky and the earth changed, half dark and half bright. Mo Dongfang with his eyes closed is the dividing line between light and darkness, but in the eyes of the outside world, it is also a spectacle. In particular, the players at Momin Outer Sect were all stunned when the world changed. Why is the sky suddenly cloudy? Is it going to rain? Look over there, it's very bright over there. What the hell? It's so dazzling over there. Door players are actually a little used to it. Isn't it just a vision of heaven and earth the head of our family can trigger it a few times casually, and it's not worth mentioning. Today's Momin players have long understood the essence of Versailles, speaking on the forum one by one Versailles. However, they quickly reacted, our head is not at home. People just stirred up the situation in Chuanqiu Mountain, one person and one sword fighting Chuanqiu, and we all watched with enthusiasm and screamed. Then what happened to this vision of heaven and earth? Momin players began to record videos while they were scratching their heads, and then posted them on the forum to pretend. But it didn't take long for a violent energy to spread from Danqing Peak, and a translucent ripple spread around, causing the players in the outer door to stumble, almost unable to stand firm. This is a fart again. The players were stunned. When Mo Dongfang was absorbing Qi luck, although there was a middle-aged scholar to protect the law, there was still a small-scale disorder of Qi, which passed through the large formation at Danqing Peak and reached the outer door. Fortunately, a middle-aged scholar was present at this time, otherwise this turbulent airflow could be dozens of times stronger, and players might be injured at the outer door. Of course, the sand sculpture players lose a little blood, it seems. Immediately afterwards, a prompt message popped up in front of the Momin players. Ding! Congratulations, the sect you are in, Momin, has been successfully promoted to a 7th rank sect. Boom! In an instant, the Momin players boiled over. 7th rank, actually promoted to 7th rank. It's only been so long, it's 7th rank. Ha 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 ha, the sect is under our salted fish, and it has been upgraded by itself. Momin players are still very self-aware. I know that the upgrade of the sect has nothing to do with their group of weak birds. Although the players' upgrade speed began to speed up after the main storyline started, it is still in the growth stage after all, and it will take some time before it can play a real role. Therefore, they did not play a big role in the promotion of Momin. In fact, after the promotion of Momin, they can benefit from it and upgrade faster. At the very least, the total daily experience value of the division quests has doubled several times. Mom doesn't have to worry anymore that I don't have a task to do. For those guild executives who bet on the development of the entire guild on Momin, they are all overjoyed, and the corners of their mouths are grinning too. The ears rooted. Hey, hey, hey. The potential is endless, the potential is endless. On the forum, a large number of posts about Momin's promotion immediately appeared. Now, Momin players are looking forward to the ranking day of the sects of Sword Sect's subordinate sections. Today's Momin is still in the Xiaobaman, but in fact, the comprehensive strength of the Momin has long exceeded the scope of the Xiaobaman. I don't know what level Momin will be able to rank on the next qualifying day. I'm looking forward to it when I think about it. Players love this kind of false name. At this moment, recalling the previous vision of heaven and earth, Momin, players naturally linked it with the promotion of Momin. Our sect is worthy of being the chosen sect. This sect has been upgraded, and it also comes with special effects. What special effects? Awesome. Happiness always comes so easily, and the sand sculpture players fall into the madness again. Beizhou. Spring and Autumn Mountains. After Lu Chaoga selected promotion, the same prompt message that the players received also popped up in front of him. After the sect is promoted, the rewards are instantly credited to the account. Lu Chaoga just glanced at the experience points rewarded by the promotion of the sect and didn't care too much. What he really cares about is that 1 point, Kendo qualification. With it, one's own strength can be instantly increased by 10%, and at the same time, the upper limit can also be raised. This represents the sword intent of the 5th layer, the heart sword of the 5th layer, and the sword skill of the 5th layer. All these combined together, Lu Chaoga's combat power may not be as simple as doubling. Because everything came so suddenly, Lu Chaoga didn't have time to check which disciple in the sect suddenly broke through to the 3rd realm. Inexplicably. Before that, he was still chatting with Jiang Xinyan and Pei Qianqian, but now he can only snort and act like he is in a little situation, then sit directly on the ground and start adjusting his breath. This sudden abnormal situation shocked Jiang Xinyan and Pei Qianqian, and they hurriedly protected Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga sat quietly in the small courtyard, silently feeling the improvement of various attributes brought about by the improvement of Kendo qualification. By the way, the book-chasing app I'm using recently caches and reads books. And reads aloud offline. His whole person's aura was also exuded. Pei Qianqian and Jiang Xinyan looked at each other and couldn't help but be surprised again. This is another breakthrough. However, they were psychologically prepared for Lu Chaoga's breakthrough. After all, he had a battle with Hangin, and it was normal that he learned something in the process. There are not many opportunities for such discussions, and it is absolutely beneficial to every practitioner. And the aura produced by Lu Chaoga was also felt by some great cultivators in Spring and Autumn Mountain who were not far from here. Old and old. In the future, it will really be the world of these young people. I don't know how he can take over the sect master after breaking through at this moment. In fact, Lu Chaoga, who closed his eyes, said, after checking the various attributes in his character panel, people are a little numb. The improvement of Kendo aptitude is naturally a great thing, but when he sees the upgrade conditions for his sword intent and heart sword, the whole person is a little autistic. 16 million to level 1, why don't you grab it? Lu Chaoga was really convinced. Every time you level up, the amount of experience points must be doubled. Which is simply outrageous. This is the 5th floor, and if it reaches the 7th and 8th floors, it's simply astronomical. Where should I save such a high amount of experience points? Going to slash the ancient alien beasts in the 9th realm? Or go to the lair of the demon cultivator organization and take them all in one pot? Lu Chaoga instantly felt himself. Without the feeling of being rich and powerful, it turns out that I am not as tough as I imagined. Still a little brother. Today, the experience points in his character panel are simply not enough to upgrade Sword Intent and Heart Sword. These two things are too advanced, and he can't afford to add money for the time being. However, slow voice and normal attack can be raised. Although purple level skills are also very wasteful of experience points, in the face of Sword Intent and Fate magical powers, they simply don't need money. Without hesitation, he first upgraded the 2 skills to level 5, and experienced a wave of pleasure after she mentioning Kendo qualification. If you don't upgrade, you won't feel good at all. After doing this, Lu Chaoga did not open his eyes directly, but checked the next stage of the task. For him, the Sect mission, Strengthen Momin, is equivalent to his personal main quest as the head of the Momin. He likes this mission very much and will continue to do it. This time, instead of checking the quest content as usual, he first looked at the quest rewards. The sudden sense of poverty made him more sensitive to rewards. Fortunately, the rewards have finally been raised. Previously, the rewards for the task of Strengthening Momin were only experience points and Kendo qualifications. Now, with the perfect completion of the first few stages of the task, there is also one more task reward. Random special items. This is about the same as the reward for the Orange promotion mission. Lu Chaoga was relieved. No matter how bad your luck is, special items are still special items, and they won't rot. As for the promotion of the 6th grade sect, the experience point reward has also turned from 1 million points to the terrifying 5 million. But when he thought that after being promoted to the 6th rank sect, he would need 32 million experience points to upgrade himself to the 6th level of Sword Intent, and Lu Chaoga couldn't laugh at all. Sure enough, in the quest rewards, experience points are a bonus, a gift. He thought to himself. After checking the rewards, Lu Chaoga began to check the mission requirements. The mission requirements are also different from the previous ones, and the number of members in the sect has been directly removed. Obviously, the sect has developed to this point, and it is taking the elite line. It no longer requires more disciples, but requires the strength of the disciples. No, the first item is, the number of members above level 20 reaches 100. Isn't this still a requirement for the number of people? Can't I only have 99 people in my entire sect? Lu Chaoga complained in his heart. However, he thought about it, it seemed that the mission requirement of the previous stage was to exceed 300 members. Oh, excuse me. For this requirement, he does not think it is difficult, give sand sculpture players a little time and they will grow up quickly. Since the main quest has been started, the peak period for players to level up is coming. He felt that it would not be long before he could meet the requirements. The second task requirement is that the sect's reputation value reaches 15,000. Lu Chaoga opened Momin's reputation to check it, and it was over-completed. Again. Now it has gone to 30,000, and it is still skyrocketing. You know, this prestige value is still played by his head with one sword and one sword. Now, the general public's impression of Momin only stays on his head. Not much is known about the rest of the Momin members. This is the legend of flying the entire sect with one's own power. However, it won't be the case soon, right? Lu Chaoga said in his heart. He has confidence in the professional players in the sect, and more confidence in the true disciples such as Hiding. The Momin until now has indeed been purely relying on him as the head of the sect, but it can be seen from the momentum that the outbreak period of others is coming soon. If nothing else, Hiding alone is about to take over. Don't forget, there are 2 soul jades in Lu Chaoga's storage ring. These 2 soul jades, I don't know how many realms will Black Pavilion break through? Lu Chaoga couldn't guess for the time being. Anyway, just pile it up for him all the way, and use it if you have soul jade. And see how it can be improved in the end. After thinking of this, Lu Chaoga realized that he hadn't checked which disciple had broken through to the 3rd realm. So, he cut out the interface again and opened the Sect member column. In this column, only the true disciples of Momin are recorded. When Lu Chaoga opened it, he couldn't help being startled. How did this monkey break through? This was something he never expected. He originally thought that Luo Bing, who was already in the 2nd realm, encountered some kind of good fortune, and then he was promoted to the 3rd realm. Unexpectedly, Emo Dongfeng, who was even lower than Luo Bing's cultivation base, suddenly broke through to the 3rd realm. At this time, Lu Chaoga still had no idea how many surprises were waiting for him and his sect on his trip. Needless to say, the bamboo flute in his arms, Emo Dongfeng, turned into chance 10, enough to surprise Lu Chaoga. To tell the truth, among the true biographies of Momin, Lu Chaoga's favorite secretary when he went down the mountain was Luo Bing, a capable little secretary. After all, this girl can serve people, she is good-looking, she has a face. When she takes it out, and in private, she will be called daddy. At the same time, she understood Lu Chaoga's intentions very well. With just one look from Lu Chaoga, she knew what to do. It's like that old couple who know how to change their poses when they slap their butt. Secondly, it is Hiding and Xiaoqiu. As his only disciple, Hiding must have different feelings. And this kid is dumb and quiet. After years of training by Lu Chaoga, he has long been in the shape of Lu Chaoga. As for the round-faced chick Xiaoqiu, that is pure cuteness. Wouldn't it be nice to smash her chubby round face when she was in a bad mood? And also smash her chubby round face when she was in a good mood? Well, the mascot is to have fun. And the one that Lu Chaoga doesn't like to take down the mountain the most is Emo Dongfeng. It's not that I despise this black monkey, it's mainly because he is a opportunity. This kid is lucky and jet lag. When taking him down the mountain, Lu Chaoga always pays attention to him, for fear that this kid will suddenly have some bad luck and be disabled halfway. This young man, who wears a wooden sword on his waist and wants to become a figure like a great saint, is really unlucky when he is unlucky. Fortunately, the characters are tough enough. Lu Chaoga commented on him. Anyway. But at this moment, it became chance 10, and it immediately changed. The son of luck, so terrifying. It is suitable for developing hidden plots, doing some hidden tasks, and so on. Of course, there is also a new dungeon to open and explore the ruins. It's worth taking with you. Don't you want to be a saint? Then let this seat lead you, holding 2 watermelon knives, from Nanchunmen to Punlai East Road. Lu Chaoga, who was still kept in the dark for the time being, only thought that Emo Dongfeng, a guy with good and bad luck, might have just turned the other side recently and turned to the good side. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. It is estimated that some great fortune has been encountered. He thought to himself. After closing this interface, Lu Chaoga checked the sect promotion conditions. Again. Among the conditions for the Momin to advance to the 6th rank sect, there is the last item. Condition 3, there are 2 great practitioners above the 5th realm in the Sect, or 5 practitioners of the 4th realm, Dzogchen. Lu Chaoge looked at this column and felt no problem. It won't take long for him to become a great sword cultivator, and with soul jade in his hand, hiding will be fine. But after seeing this column, Lu Chaoge still set off a storm in his heart. Because within the mission, the current progress displayed is 1/2. This means that there is already a great practitioner in Momin. Little pair, how much did you hide from me? Lu Chaoge almost had a blue vein on his forehead. When did she break through to the 5th realm? At the same time, he felt that it was a bit outrageous. Because so far, the 4 world protagonists are still in the 4th realm. My little sister is so holy. Lu Chaoge thought of this for the first time. Of course, the thought that popped up in the next second immediately became as expected of my sister. Chapter 245. 240, Saint Teacher, take you to a place, 2 in 1. In the small courtyard, Lu Chaoge closed the system interface and took a deep breath. Why is Xializi's cultivation speed so fast? Lu Chaoge thought in his heart. Although he made fun of himself from the beginning, he felt that no matter if the sect promotion task was improved, maybe Xializi would be the unstoppable one in the progress. She will always meet the criteria for promotion missions. Note, I said earlier that worship can only be regarded as half a staff member. According to the system standard, the worship of the demon clan is not counted. However, regarding the fact that his sister is already a great practitioner, Lu Chaoge still felt a little too outrageous. Although Lu Chaoge always felt that Lu Dongli's talent was abnormal, and he knew everything, but he practiced faster than the world's protagonist, which was a bit unusual. You must know that the protagonist of the world can be understood as the darling of the heavenly Tao, who will be the strongest in the profound sky realm in the future. But it seems that my cultivation base is already higher than Pei Qianqian. Lu Chaoge only realized at this time that he had already surpassed Pei Qianqian. Oh, that's fine. But Xializi's specific cultivation is still a mystery in Lu Chaoge's heart. At the same time, he still feels that there may be something magical about Xializi, but he just doesn't know it. In other words, when the players grow up, and then or hiding successfully break through to the 5th realm, Momin will be able to advance again. Lu Chaoge felt that this day would not be too far away. After exhaling a mouthful of dirty air, Lu Chaoge slowly opened his eyes. He was greeted by the concerned eyes of Jiang Xinyan and Pei Qianqian. Chaoge, did you suddenly have an epiphany? Jiang Xinyan asked with concern. Lu Chaoge's sudden change just now terrified her. It doesn't count. Lu Chaoge waved his hand, but he didn't want to lie to his Taoist companion. But when these words fell into Pei Qianqian's ears, he only felt that Master Lu had started again. It's obviously an epiphany. You just had an epiphany. This energetic girl is a little autistic. Originally, her cultivation was still ahead of Lu Chaoge by a lot, but who would have thought that it had only been so long since she and Lu Chaoge first met, and she was overtaken like this? No. I have to think of a way for Master to raise my cultivation, but I can't be thrown too far by Uncle Lu. Pei Qianqian's heart was burning with fighting spirit. Just like Yu, who was about to enter the sword prison for training. Road, the protagonist of the world, Chaoge, the protagonist. The small leather whip in his hand has already hit the buttocks of the 2 world protagonists. Uncle Lu, what can you do for the sect master now? Pei Qianqian's small temper, coming and going quickly, immediately came over curiously and asked about Lu Chaoge. Lu Chaoge didn't say anything big, but said truthfully, when sect master Hanging fought me, he probably didn't do his best, so it doesn't make sense to pick him up. With his improved strength, he said, but if it was the 5 moves on the stage in spring and autumn, at least I wouldn't be hurt so badly after taking it. You said you didn't have an epiphany. Don't talk anymore. I'm going back to the back mountain. Pei Chanshan made an excuse, and went straight away, and went home to find her master for special training. 2 days later, Lu Chaoga was at ease in the past few days living in Chuanqiu Mountain. There is nothing to do every day, and at night you can embrace Jiang Xinyan to sleep. Occasionally, senior officials of Spring and Autumn Mountain would come here to meet him, exchange a few words, and then get familiar with each other. This feels like being a guest at the wife's house, getting acquainted with relatives and friends first, at least getting acquainted with each other and writing down their names to avoid embarrassment when they meet in the future. But today, there was someone who Lu Chaoga didn't want to see very much. Spring and Autumn Mountain 2 or 5 boys, Zhao Ziqi. The defeated general of Lu Chaoga's men has been in retreat for the past few days. The heavy damage to his soul has definitely not healed yet, and it is only a slight improvement after thinking about it, which has stabilized the shock of his soul. He clearly hated him to death, but after meeting, there was a gentleman's smile like a jade on his face, and there was a mouthful of no fight, no acquaintance. Regarding the so-called no fight, no acquaintance, Lu Chaoga couldn't help but complained in his heart, if it wasn't for the inappropriate occasion, and I didn't grab your little tail, what if I didn't fight and didn't know each other? I want to kill your biological mother. I don't know. After taking a seat in the small courtyard, Zhao Ziqi began to chat enthusiastically with Lu Chaoga, a fellow apprentice and fellow Taoist. I heard that the head of the road just came to my Beizhou, and he killed a moon-eyed snow wolf king in the ice field, removing a big scourge for my Beizhou. This sword slaying the demon wolf has recently spread all over the Beizhou. Yes. Zhao is very curious about the details of this battle. Why don't Sect leader Lu tell Zhao in detail? Zhao Ziqi said to Lu Chaoga. Oftentimes, it's a bit of a joke to have someone give you a thumbs up and let you brag about your glorious deeds. It's a pity that Lu Chaoga knew that he was a boy of 2 or 5, a villain, and even knew that the moon-eyed snow wolf king was his future dependent, so how could he reveal any details to him? So, he just said lightly, it's nothing, but that day I happened to be watching the clouds near the ice field and comprehending the Tao, and when I encountered a bad animal, I killed it. Zhao Ziqi saw Lu Chaoga's face is light and cloudy. His expression, listening to his mouth, seemed to have done a trivial thing. And his heart was even more resentful. The moon-eyed snow wolf king, that's not an ordinary moon-eyed snow wolf king. Zhao Ziqi could not wait to devour Lu Chaoga in front of him. His cultivation base is the 7th realm of the 6th realm, and it seems that he is not far from the 7th realm, but he knows in his heart that he may not be able to step into the 7th realm in this life. And that moon-eyed snow wolf king is different, it will be at least the 7th realm in the future. As long as he controls it through the secret method, this will be the biggest reliance in his life. But what he didn't expect was that he waited for a day and a night beside the blood array, but that person did not bring the snow wolf king with moon eyes here as promised. Instead, it didn't take long for him to hear about Lu Chaoga's deeds of slaying wolves under the moon. I hate. However, although he thought so in his heart, there was still a smile on his face, and he said, the head of the road is modest, and if you want to come to the 4th realm, you will definitely not be the opponent of the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King. Lu Chaoga looked at him and casually said a few words. The two chatted for a while, before Zhao Ziqi resigned. After Zhao Ziqi left, the smile on Lu Chaoga's face immediately subsided. He definitely didn't expect me to know his identity. This time he came to test it, and it seemed logical, and the whole process was almost leak-proof. Without showing any clues. But since I know that he is a 25 boy, then, he came here. What is the purpose of my temptation? Find a chance to kill me? It should be more than that. He believed that if Zhao Ziqi was given a chance, he would definitely try his best to kill himself and get rid of his hatred. Lu Chaoga looked at the direction Zhao Ziqi was leaving, and his eyes narrowed. Maybe, he also wants soul jade. In addition to my life, there may also be soul jade. Of course, this is also Lu Chaoga's guess. However, he still had a little bit of an eye in his heart. When it's time to leave Chuanqiu Mountain and go back to Qingzhou, there may be something to play. He smiled slightly, completely fearless. At this time, Lu Chaoga just remembered one thing and asked Jiang Xinyan. Xinyan, this senior brother Zhao, after he practiced the spring and autumn mountain exercises, what kind of human desire was affected? Huh? Why are you asking about this? Jiang Xinyan was a little puzzled. It's not like we don't know each other. Lu Chaoga smiled and said. Jiang Xinyan thought for a while and said, Chaoga, don't look at senior brother Zhao, who always smiles and has a gentle temperament, but once he gets angry, it's a bit scary. As soon as these words came out, Lu Chao the song nodded secretly, and roughly understood what the sequelae of this person's exercises were. This is particularly important. I hope you don't come looking for a dead end. Lu Chaoga said in his heart. Otherwise, he will reluctantly accept this experience value and contribution degree. The next day, Pei Qianqian rushed to the small courtyard in a hurry. Seeing that Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan were having a meal, they turned on the meal mode and drank a big bowl of soup. Then, she remembered that she was here under the orders of a teacher. She stretched out her little tongue and licked the soup at the corner of her mouth. Her rosy little mouth became more and more crystal clear, and then she said, Master Lu, Master is going to go out, go to a place, I'll call you and ask if you'd like to come along. Huh? Lu Chaoga was taken aback for a moment. The saint wants to meet me? He looked at Pei Qianqian and asked, where are you going? Pei Qianqian replied, Master didn't say anything, she just said that if Uncle Lu wants to go with you, she will let you go alone. Lu Chaoga looking at Jiang Xinyan nodded at him. So, he got up and said, then you lead the way? Okay. Pei Qianqian immediately took out her flying magic weapon in the appearance of copper coins and led the way in front. Lu Chaoga followed behind in a light boat, and followed her to the legendary back mountain to meet with the saint. I saw that Pei Qianqian took out a token, opened the restriction of the back mountain, and then landed outside a small courtyard with Lu Chaoga. Master, I brought Uncle Lu. Pei Qianqian stood on tiptoe and shouted into the house. Why have you been here for so long? The saint opened the door and walked out of the house. The sun shines on her, and there is an indescribable beauty. This is the second time that Lu Chaoga has seen the Holy Master in his life. And he only thinks that her beauty is better than the first time she met in Chengqiuti. Hee, what Uncle Lu cooked was so delicious, I couldn't help but eat some. Pei Qianqian stuck out his tongue. You. The holy teacher tapped Pei Qianqian's forehead lightly with his own fingers, but had no intention of blaming her. She turned to look at Lu Chaoga, who was on the side, with a smile on her face and undisguised appreciation in her eyes. Lu Chaoga knew very well that the sage is a senior face control, but she should just purely appreciate beauty. The boss of this realm should not be Greedy for me, right? Sect Master Lu, is it a habit to live in spring and autumn mountain these few days? The Saint Master spoke first. Well, I'm used to it. Lu Chaoga said. You must be very curious, where am I going to take you, the saint said. Again. Lu Chaoga nodded, I'm a little curious. The sage pointed to the north and said, I'm going to take you to the other side of the mountain. Lu Chaoga followed what the sage pointed to. Looking in the direction, he said, the endless sea? The saint nodded. Spring and Autumn Mountain is located in the extreme north of Beizhou, but the so-called extreme north does not mean that this is the end of Tianxian realm. In fact, north of Beizhou, over the Chuanqiu Mountain and a short distance ahead, is the endless sea. The four states of the profound sky realm are all surrounded by the endless sea, and no one knows where the end of the endless sea is. Even a practitioner in the eighth realm, who keeps flying forward, will not be able to fly to the end of the sea until his cultivation base is exhausted. Although Lu Chaoga has a system, the system has the function of map, but in the map, the area of the endless sea is also a gray area, and it is impossible to accurately locate it. Although I don't know what the Saint Master is going to do with him to the endless sea, Lu Chaoga is still willing to go. It won't just take me for a swim anyway. He still had time to say silly things in his heart. The plot of mandarin ducks playing in the water is unlikely to happen in mysterious places such as the endless sea. You too, close your eyes. The Holy Master said to Lu Chaoga and Pei Qian. Ah? I'm going too? Pei Qian thought that the next world would be the two-person world between Lu Shirshu and Shizhuan. Under the gaze of the saint, she still obediently closed her eyes. Lu Chaoga did the same. Soon, the two of them had a feeling that the world was spinning. After a few breaths, I heard the gentle voice of the holy teacher, okay, you can open your eyes. When the two opened their eyes and looked down, there was a vast ocean under their feet. Ah! Master, are you moving with us? Pei Qian said nonsense. The Holy Master nodded, and Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com said, do you know where this is? It's the endless sea. Pei Qian said another nonsense. The holy teacher glanced at her energetic young girl's face, and her temper immediately disappeared. She just said, Jing said something useless. After speaking, she gave the answer, under this, is the eye of chaos. What? Pei Qian was taken aback. Even Lu Chaoga couldn't hold back, his face was horrified. The Eye of Chaos, the legendary origin of the ancient catastrophe. In the ancient times, alien beasts appeared from the eyes of chaos everywhere, and then caused a long-lasting and far-reaching ancient catastrophe. Recommended, the reading app I'm using recently. There are many book sources. All books, and fast updates. Pei Qian opened her mouth and looked down at the sea below, but she couldn't see anything. The Eye of Chaos is in the deepest part of the endless sea. You can't see it just by looking at it with your eyes, the saint said. Then, she said to Lu Chaoga and Pei Qian, you two might as well take a good look down and see if you can perceive anything. Lu Chaoga nodded after hearing this. It's just that he is different from Pei Qian. Pei Qian closed his eyes and used his consciousness to perceive downwards, while he opened his eyes. And then a faint dark golden color spread all over his eyes like a tide. Chapter 246. 241, The Turning Point of the Fate of Lu Chaoga, 2 in 1. Pei Qian closed her eyes, her consciousness was like a tentacle, and she began to stretch towards the endless sea below. Divine consciousness entered the ocean, and then continued to dive, continued to dive. She didn't know how far she had reached out, but this sea area, just like its name, seemed to have endless breadth and depth. Even if she tried her best, her consciousness would not be able to reach the deepest part of the so-called endless sea. And according to the master, the Eye of Chaos is there. After trying several times, Pei Qianqian opened his eyes slumped and said to the saint, "Master, it's too deep here, there's no way to get to the bottom." The saint nodded, but he didn't say a word. Not to mention, she seemed to have expected this, but instead looked at Lu Chaoga with great interest. At this moment, Lu Chaoga is looking down. In the end is a man's obsession. The dark golden eyes gradually became richer, and after turning from light to thick, his temperament also changed slightly. He is like an aloof god, overlooking this human sea. Heartsword is the manifestation of Lu Chaoga's spiritual consciousness and soul. For him, seeing it directly with his eyes will have a better effect than his spiritual consciousness. But after the dark golden eyes appeared, his eyes could see things that ordinary people could not see. This is his natal magic power. Lu Chaoga looked at the endless sea below, and only thought that this sea area was really magical. There is no living thing, he said in his heart. Not even a stinky fish and rotten shrimp, let alone a magnificent underwater world. He looked down and all he saw was sea water, sea water, sea water. There is nothing else. Hey! Wait a minute. Water, there is only water here. Lu Chaoga smiled slightly. With the heartsword, the distance he could explore was definitely much deeper than Pei Qianqian. First of all, his current cultivation base has surpassed Pei Qianqian, and secondly, it is also because of the particularity of heartsword and the blessing effect brought by his divine sense. But after all, he is only a practitioner of the fourth realm, and he can't do it at all. Does it work? No. But here is the sea, so it will be different immediately. He began to try to mobilize the power of water in his body. In the sky above the endless sea, Lu Chaoga felt that the power of water in his body was extremely active, more active than when he was anywhere in the past. Without him, only watered all. There's too much water underneath. And when Lu Chaoga mobilized the power of water, a faint smile appeared on the face of the saint on the side, and then he nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction. Pei Qianqian looked at Master's expression, only to feel that he was being compared by Master Lu again. Forget it, Uncle Lu is a monster, so don't compare yourself with him. Pei Qianqian began to accept his fate. Nothing in the world is difficult, as long as you are willing to give up. About him, I thought about it. And when the power of water was activated, Lu Chaoga felt that the sea below was no longer an obstacle. Insert a sentence, it is really good, it is worth installing, after all, there are many sources of books, all books, and updates are fast. As for itself, the consciousness passes through the sea water, and the sea water is a layer upon layer of obstacles. But when the power of water was generated and got in touch with the seawater below, a mysterious induction was generated. It's no longer a hindrance, it's more like a lubricant. It has a fueling effect. No, far more than that. It can even be said that they are happily escorting Lu Chaoga's consciousness. Diving and diving. Hum hum hum, the sea water is just like the bearer, carrying the consciousness and constantly moving forward. This gave Lu Chaoga a very magical feeling. In his previous life, he had also crossed the spring and autumn mountains and visited the endless sea, but he didn't find it interesting. In this life, it was the first time he came to the endless sea. For people in the profound sky realm, the endless sea is the sea of death, the origin of catastrophe, like a sleeping volcano that can erupt again at any time and then bring disaster to this world. But Lu Chaoga is here, but he feels like a god. It's just that this god is still too weak, and the power of water in the body is not strong enough. Maybe when he reaches the realm of the strong, he is located in the sky of the endless sea, and he is the real god of the sea. Time passed by minute, and the endless sea really deserves the words bottomless. Even with the help of sea water, Lu Chaoga has not reached the bottom. The holy teacher and Pei Chanshan waited patiently by the side, observing the man who was now engrossed. Pei Chanshan was amazed at the terribleness of Uncle Lu. The saint teacher is simple. I think it looks good. This is a man who never gets bored. The time of a stick of incense flashed by, half an hour flashed by, and an hour passed like this. Finally, Lu Chaoga, who was as motionless as a stone, narrowed his pupils. Those dark golden eyes instantly became hotter and brighter. He opened his mouth in a deep voice, and said something that made Pei Chanshan's mouth slightly open and was terrified. I saw it. The catastrophe of the ancient times was born from the eye of chaos in the endless sea, until it devastated the four states of the entire profound sky realm. Terrifying beasts emerge from the eye of chaos, bloodthirsty and brutal, killing all beings. In ancient times, the world of practice was still in its heyday. Back then, there were still powerful ninth-level cultivators, as well as the supergrade sect, Tian Dao, and the ancient emperor who was recognized by everyone as the number one person in the world of cultivation, Qingdi. But even so, the catastrophe of the ancient times still left the living beings devastated and the people suffering. People were dying constantly, and strange beasts were being killed constantly. The strong death and ghost energy gave birth to another terrifying existence, Pluto. Blessings are unparalleled, and misfortunes do not come singly. This is indeed the case in the world. Tian Dao was destroyed in the ancient catastrophe, and the Qing emperor disappeared after quelling the ancient catastrophe. In the knowledge of future generations, if there was no such ancient emperor, it is very likely that the entire profound sky realm would have fallen in a catastrophe. The rest of his life after the catastrophe is now a new era of cultivation. Since the death of the first generation of Sword Master, there has been no more power in the ninth realm in this world. The alien beasts scattered all over the profound sky realm today are all descendants of the ancient alien beasts, and they are no longer as powerful as they used to be. And the current demon cultivators appeared one after another after the Qing emperor disappeared. Then, demon cultivators like Zai Weiwei and Huang Quanhui were gradually formed. With the passage of time, a new powerful force was born, which is the current four sections. In these 10,000 years, after the Qing emperor disappeared, everything seemed to be foggy, and there were many strange things, and no answers have been found so far. For practitioners in the profound sky realm, this is a secret they want to explore. For players, these can be said to be the biggest hidden plots in the late game. Anyway, until Lu Chaoga crossed over, he still didn't get the answer for a lot of time in his previous life. However, today he at least saw the source of the disaster. See the source of everything. Eye of chaos. After he said I saw it, even the face of the saint showed a look of surprise. The reason why she led Lu Chaoga to come here is because Lu Chaoga has the unprecedented power of water. She wanted to see how far Lu Chaoga could dive with the power of water. Her expectation for Lu Chaoga was 50%. It's really not easy to be able to dive halfway down. After all, he is only the cultivation base of the fourth realm. In fact, if it weren't for the heart sword, it was also very special. If it wasn't for the fact that he also obtained the heaven and earth affinity, he could have a faint feeling with the water of the world, which was equivalent. to having a weakened version of the heaven and human unity realm able to interact with the world. Hydrated one, he really can't do that. Ah. Master Lu, what is the Eye of Chaos like? Pei Chanchan, a young girl with vitality, immediately became very interested. She had asked the master this question before, but the master did not tell her. Just tell her, let her practice well, and when she reaches the 8th realm, maybe she will cultivate to the heaven and human unity realm early, and she may have the opportunity to witness the Eye of Chaos with her own eyes. However, Uncle Lu actually saw it. Hearing this, Lu Chaoge looked down at the sea and said, "It's hard to describe, you'd better see it yourself later." Pei Chanchan, the vitality girl, lost her vitality and closed herself again. In fact, Lu Chaoge didn't lie to her, nor was he perfunctory. The Eye of Chaos, since it has the word chaos, it really gives people a sense of chaos that is hard to describe. You feel like you see what it is, but don't seem to see it. When you look at it, you see it. But when you try to remember what you saw, it seems that you can't remember it again. The whole person can only remember a very vague impression, but it really gives people the feeling of a huge chaotic eye. At the same time, it is also like a bottomless hole. When Lu Chaoge saw it, he felt endless disgust in his heart. He didn't know why he had such emotions. It's hard to look at it, and I want to completely block it. Although it is said that the nature of men is to punch holes, that is, to insert eyes. However, this was the first time in his life that he felt such a strong emotion. The Saint Master looked at Lu Chaoge and asked, "What's your feeling?" Lu Chaoge raised his eyebrows without concealing, and said, "Disgust, endless disgust." The Saint Master heard the words, did not continue to speak, but fell into an silence. After a few breaths, she looked at Lu Chaoge and said, "Did you rely on power of water to see it? Your power of heaven and earth seems to be slightly different from everyone's." Lu Chaoge nodded. There is nothing to hide in front of the Saint Master, and there is nothing to hide. He's just different, it's a fact. The saint looked at him as if he had made a huge decision. "Master Lu, if one day you succeed in the 7th realm, you can come to the Spring and Autumn Mountains to find me. I have something to give you." "Huh?" Lu Chaoge was slightly taken aback. It feels like this sentence came suddenly. Moreover, the sage's tone was solemn, as if it was something extraordinary. It's just that he is now staring at the Eye of Chaos. Once he looks back, the previous hard work will be in vain, so he does not see the expression on the face of the saint. This supreme powerhouse in the profound sky realm actually turned a little crimson on his face after saying these words. As for Pei Chanchan on the side, he seemed to have guessed what the master said. In an instant, she was struck by lightning. "Ah. This. She was incoherent. "Master, stay awake, this is the man of Uncle Jiang. But it involves the biggest secret of her lineage, and it is absolutely impossible to say it now." She could only widen her eyes, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her face was redder than that of a saint. Pei Chanchan looked at Lu Chaoge, and then at the holy teacher. Her whole body froze slightly, and she couldn't help but let out a squeak. "This world is too crazy, isn't it?" Pei Chanchan trembled in her heart. After she decided to go back, she would have a good chat with Master about this, and have an in-depth chat. Lu Chaoge did not ask anything after listening to the words of the saint. The Holy Master has not said it clearly now, which proves that this matter cannot be said at present. When you reach the 7th realm, you may be qualified to understand. The self in the 4th realm is not worthy to know, nor can it be known. Above level 70? Lu Chaoge thought in his heart. He doesn't feel that he can't reach this level, he even thinks that it won't take long for him to reach the 7th level. It's just a matter of time. The Son of Heaven has never questioned himself in the slightest. The Tao heart is as solid as a rock, as stable as an old dog. At this moment, a sudden change occurred, causing his pupils to shrink slightly again. How could this be? He received one system prompt after another, which made him inexplicably accept the main story missions of the other 2 major states. Previously, through Pei Chantian, he successfully reached the evil soul nirvana in Beizhou by rubbing against the world protagonist. But now, why did the main missions of the other 2 states suddenly receive them? Because of the Eye of Chaos? Lu Chaoge guessed in his heart. This possibility is the greatest. He was about to check the main story missions of the other 2 states, but received a system prompt again. Ding! You have faced the unknown, the Eye of Chaos. After the system has judged, this is an advanced behavior, and the reward is being converted. It is really because of the Eye of Chaos. The reason why the system prompt was not issued the first time it saw the Eye of Chaos may be because this was an advanced behavior, and the system needed to spend a certain amount of time to judge. There is actually a reward. What will the reward be? Lu Chaoge thought to himself. After about 10 breaths, another prompt message was generated. Ding! According to the settlement, the system has increased the contribution for you, and the progress of the current main story in the 4 major states has increased by 3%. Seeing this prompt message, Lu Chaoge was almost uneasy. The progress of each state has increased by 3%, that is, a total increase of 12%. And I just glanced at it, just saw it. This means that Lu Chaoge can divide the prize pool of the 4 states. Which means that there will be a lot of experience points at that time, Reading www.sonicmtl.com and special attribute points will be credited. Crazy, almost crazy. He felt that there was an avenue to the sky that was emerging in front of him. At this moment. At this glance, I feel that my destiny has taken a big turn. Opportunity, 3.141596. It was in many coincidences that a qualitative change occurred. Fate, wonderful. In such an emotion, Lu Chaoge's heart soared, became weaker and weaker, and his consciousness was about to be hollowed out. He finally glanced at Eye of Chaos again. When the consciousness dissipated, he had a terrible feeling. Live. He thought he was having an illusion. He always felt that the so-called Eye of Chaos was like a living creature. It is staring at itself. When you stare into the abyss also stares into you. P.S. It's the end of the month before I know it, but I didn't expect it to be double the monthly pass. I'm not writing the plot very fast recently, so I have to fill in the outline. My strengths have always been character building, group portraits, and plots. Betrayal has always been my weak point, and this book will polish it a lot. Now more than 700,000 words, a lot of foreshadowing have been laid, and many characters have been created. In the back, hey. Chapter 247. 242, Master, you are sober, 2 in 1. When you stare at the abyss is also staring at you. Lu Chaoge's current feelings are just like this sentence. He only got this feeling when his divine consciousness dissipated. Now if he wants to take a closer look, his divine consciousness and divine soul are already exhausted and cannot be done. It shouldn't be an illusion. Lu Chaoge frowned slightly, thinking in his heart. Seeing that his expression was different, the saint asked, Master Lu, but what's the difference? Lu Chaoge turned to look at her and said, Holy teacher, why do I feel this Eye of Chaos, like living? He added, I even feel that when I am observing it, it is also observing me. Hearing the words, the Holy Master glanced at Lu Chaoga again in surprise, said, Master Lu also felt it? Lu Chaoga nodded, and at the same time came to the result in his heart, it. Turned out that it was not his own illusion. The saint looked at him and continued, what kind of existence, eye of chaos? Is, I can't give an answer. But its existence is extremely difficult. We can't destroy it, or even dare not. Try to destroy it. Lu Chaoga nodded slightly when he heard the words, and probably understood the meaning. This is like an active volcano, we all know that it is a hidden danger, and it will erupt one day if it is not guaranteed. But today's practice world has no ability to destroy the eye of chaos, and even dare not try it easily, for fear that something will go wrong in the process, causing it to be touched again, and then causing a new catastrophe. This makes Tianxian realm a little passive. Lu Chaoga thought to himself. Judging from the feedback given by the system, he observed the eye of chaos, which was judged to be an advanced behavior. That is to say, in the subsequent main storyline, the eye of chaos must also be a very critical existence. Otherwise, there is no reason to just glance at it, observe it, and reward such a terrifying contribution degree. This makes Lu Chaoga feel that this may be a later plot content. At the same time, it is also a bad sign. Does this also mean that with the development of the plot line, when the eye of chaos can't be properly secured, will something really happen? He said in his heart. This made his heart sink. It is true that there is no word for fear in his Lu Chaoga dictionary. But to him, profound sky realm is not a game at all. Here are his family, Taoist companions, disciples, sects. This is where he lives. For him, he has too many fetters with this world. And if there is an abnormality in the eye of chaos, it represents the catastrophe of the world. It's terrible. This was not what Lu Chaoga wanted to see. The dark golden eyes were restored to their original state, and after the sword of heart dissipated, he finally took a deep look at the endless sea. Although he could no longer see the eye of chaos, he still said in his heart, sooner or later, I will block your hole. In the sky of the endless sea, the saint looked at Lu Chaoga and Pei Qianshan waved his sleeves lightly and said, go back. Ah? Are you going back now? Pei Qianshan didn't expect that Shizhuan really just brought himself and Uncle Lu over to take a look. Otherwise? The Saint Master smiled slightly, looking at his somewhat silly disciple. On the contrary, Lu Chaoga could roughly understand the meaning of the saint. The Holy Master wanted to see if his power of water was really that special. At the same time, didn't she say that she wanted to find her in the seventh realm? Did she want to give herself something? So, today's trip is actually a test. If I don't behave well, maybe I won't give me something. Lu Chaoga understood this very well. At the same time, it also made him realize that this thing may be very special, and even significant. What will it be? He thought to himself. At this time, the Holy Master said, you too, close your eyes. She was about to take the two back to Spring and Autumn Mountain. Obviously, where the Eye of Chaos is located in the Endless Sea is a secret. Judging from the current situation of Lu Chaoga and Pei Qianshan, it is impossible to know. Therefore, it was the Holy Master who brought them here, and then brought them away. This endless sea looks the same, I really can't remember where it is. But Lu Chaoga is different, he has a system. There are 4 eyes of chaos in the entire profound sky realm, and this is extremely important information. So, before closing his eyes, he directly marked this location on the map. In the map, although this area of the endless sea is an unknown area, it is a gray area, but it is still possible to mark it, and the player can actively generate a coordinate. This way, maybe I can find it here next time. After doing this, Lu Chaoga closed his eyes. Then, the feeling of a whirlwind struck again. After the Holy Master said that he opened his eyes, everyone had returned to the mountain behind the spring and autumn mountains. Lu Chaoga was about to resign when he heard the saint call him. Sect Master Lu, I heard that junior brother Ji Chong Kong gave you a sword? The saint master said. Lu Chaoga nodded and said, there is indeed such a thing. The deputy sect master once showed me that all beings are equal, and he is my master of swords. The holy teacher smiled and said, I don't know if the head of Lu has any concerns about, are you interested? Lu Chaoga's eyes lit up when he heard the words. The saint master looked at his high-spirited expression, nodded with satisfaction, and said, why don't sect leader Lu come back to the back mountain tomorrow? Okay. Lu Chaoga responded immediately. It seems that the Holy Master is going to show himself a wave of the unity of heaven and man, tomorrow. This is equivalent to actively carrying out effective guidance. Although I don't know why she is like this, but one of the purposes of Lu Chaoga's trip to the spring and autumn mountains has been achieved. I didn't expect this to be a free prostitute. He felt a little too relaxed. Sure enough, a good-looking handsome face is indeed helpful for this hero to walk in the arena. After leaving the back mountain, Lu Chaoga sat on a canoe and flew slowly towards the small courtyard. Along the way, he finally had time to check out the main story missions of the other two major states. Qingzhou main storyline mission, named The Sword of Hades. Beizhou is Evil Soul Nirvana. The other two major states are Luzhou, and the main story mission is called The Pearl of the Devil. There is also Nanzhou's, Destroying the World and Leaving the Fire. Lu Chaoga must have some understanding of the plot content of these two big states, but it is definitely not as good as his understanding of the plot tasks of Beizhou. But this first stage of the task prize pool, he must have divided it up. To be precise, today's forum has caused a large-scale sensation. No way, the progress of the main story missions in the four major states suddenly increased by 3% simultaneously. This is too scary. Players are talking a lot, all kinds of brain supplements. No way, this sudden improvement is obviously something big happened. Is there any guild or club that has done a lot of work in silence? Some players speculated. No, it's really so awesome, and you're still dissatisfied with the world's publicity? Immediately, some players came out to deny it. It stands to reason that if it is done by the player group, then 80% are big guilds and professional clubs. Because they are the most powerful force in the player group. Other players are a bit like loose cultivators in the cultivation world, but they can't come up with such a big project. However, just as these players refuted, what big moves have the guild and club really made so they can hold back like this? Basically impossible. Unless this matter is very involved, the follow-up will be carried out in secret. If it has been dealt with and it has come to an end, then the guild and the club will stand up and pretend to be the first to act, and it is impossible to keep a low profile. Exposure is so important to them. Therefore, there are still some players who think that it is probably also done by NPCs. For example, Lu Chaoga didn't do it at the beginning. Lu Chaoga? No, it shouldn't be Lu Chaoga. Soon, the sand sculpture players were asked to stand up again. He is busy playing martial arts and recruiting relatives in spring and autumn mountain. He can't say he is fighting, and he has made contributions, right? Although Lu Chaoga will always be a god in my heart. But this time I should be with him. It doesn't matter. Rational analysis, don't worship blindly. I put my head here, if it's him this time, I'll kick my head as a ball to cheer. Everyone up. Damn, the cheerleader is here again, it's really rational. Lu Chaoga browsed the posts and some replies on the forum, but he didn't take it too seriously. His current exposure is too high, and he is simply a top-notch popular idol in the profound sky realm. Occasionally this kind of behind the scenes, but also don't have a taste. After returning to the courtyard, Jiang Xinyan didn't ask much where he went today. The two of them have been living together in the past few days. After getting used to it, she is in a good mood every day, and her sense of coldness has weakened a little bit. Sure enough, good love is 3 meals a day. Although the former cannot do all of it, it can also get a small amount of nourishment. On the other side, behind the spring and autumn mountains. After Lu Chaoga left, the master and the apprentice began to sit and chat with each other. Without Shishu Lu present, Pei Qianqian was more carefree and spoke with impunity. Master, why are you taking us to the endless sea today, just to take a look at the Eye of Chaos? Pei Qianqian asked. Yes or no? The saint looked at her and said, actually, I led Chaoga to take a look at the Eye of Chaos, you just did it by the way. Pei Qianqian closed, as if it were broken. After she filled herself with anger for a while, she continued, Master, what is the secret behind this matter, or is it the purpose? She always felt that it would not be so simple. The holy teacher nodded slightly, and did not perfunctory her, but replied. Seriously, as a teacher, I have to take a look at the Eye of Chaos every once in a while. Today is a good day. I just thought of him before leaving. The special nature of the heart sword and the power of water, so I wanted to take him to see it together, and to confirm some of my conjectures. Ah? What conjecture? Pei Qianqian asked again. This can't be said. The holy teacher smiled slightly and refused to give a positive answer. Pei Qianqian pursed her lips and muttered, Humph, don't say it if you don't say it. The saint raised his green jade finger and lightly tapped the disciple's forehead, then laughed and scolded, You. Pei Qian looking at his master, he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, and asked again, Master, are you really going to show him the heaven and man in one realm, tomorrow? This is the strongest way and the biggest secret of their lineage. Pei Qianqian felt that, with the degree of master's appreciation of Uncle Lu, if he took the initiative to open his mouth and wanted to give pointers, master would definitely not refuse. But this time it was master who took the initiative to show her, so it was completely different. The holy master nodded and said, But this time it's not me, but you who want to show him the heaven and human realm. Ah? Pei Qianqian was stunned again. Am I worthy? Master, but I haven't entered the heaven and human unity realm yet. Pei Qian said lightly. She is still far from this realm, and she has only stepped into the threshold with one foot, and she has not yet entered. On the contrary, Uncle Lu's power of water gave her a feeling somewhat similar to heaven and human unity. Of course, this only refers to the same thing as water. Tomorrow I will guide you so that you can perceive this realm in advance. The holy teacher said softly. That's it. Pei Qianqian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She is really afraid that tomorrow she won't be able to hold back for a long time, and then she will be embarrassed in front of Master Lu. I don't know why, but she still cares about her image in Uncle Lu's heart. As soon as she thought about it, she immediately remembered something more serious and important. Master, you and Uncle Lu said that when he reaches the 7th realm, you will give him something. She looked at the saint and hesitated for a long time before opening her mouth and said, No, it won't be is that the one? After she finished speaking, her cheeks were covered in red, and her whole body only felt hot, and she was extremely ashamed. It's really embarrassing to discuss such a topic with your master. The holy master looked at his blushing disciple, smiled slightly, and said calmly, yes. Pei Chanshan stood up from the chair with a sigh, her cheeks flushed, and said, ah. Master, how can you admit it so calmly? That's. What's the matter? He was indeed chosen as a teacher. The holy teacher spread his hands, his face was full of indifference. It's just that although it looks like this on the surface, the slender eyelashes of the holy teacher still tremble a few times, and the rosy lips are tighter than usual. Pei Chanshan looked at her master, and after thinking about it carefully, she really felt that if there really was such a man in the world, it seemed that Master Lu would be the most suitable. Whether it is his talent, potential, and the special power of water, and the appearance that Master must appreciate very much. However, there is one more important thing. Pei Chanshan looked at Master, and finally felt that she had to say it. She poured Lingcha into her mouth abruptly, moistened her slightly dry red tongue and throat, and said, Master. And, what's the matter? Pei Chanshan looked at the Saint Master with a serious face, and said, But Master Lu is the Taoist companion of Master Jiang. Hearing the words, the Saint Master also showed a serious look, and said, It's very, 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 very good. It seems that it is time to find a suitable time and opportunity to discuss it with junior sister Jiang. Pei Chanshan? Master, please be awake. Is this kind of thing still negotiable? P.S. The double monthly pass is really fierce. In other words, there is a fan title event in the book review area. As long as you are a full book reader, you can draw 20 fan titles by leaving a message. If you are interested, you can pay attention. Only for one day today. Then, tomorrow, April Fool's Day, is my birthday. I want to take a day off to have a good time and relax, so I won't update it tomorrow. Chapter 248. 243, Heaven and Man in One Realm. That night, Pei Chanshan lay on her bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Originally, she went to the Endless Sea with her master. When she tried to detect the Eye of Chaos, she had exhausted her consciousness, and she needed a good rest tonight. Even if you don't sleep, you still need to go into meditation. But, how can I fall asleep? Pei Qian couldn't calm down, let alone settle down. She thought the world was going crazy. Especially when Master said that, and he wanted to discuss with Uncle Jiang. When Pei Chanshan thought about this, her delicate little face flushed red. She wrapped herself in the quilt, revealing only a pair of eyes and her fair and tender feet outside the quilt. The 2 feet overlapped and rubbed from time to time, and I just felt ashamed. However, after thinking about this matter seriously, she really felt that Master Lu was the most suitable candidate. As far as Master is concerned, it seems that there is really no one who is more in line with her heart than Master Lu, right? Pei Qian snorted, thinking. In her heart. To be precise, in her opinion, there are not many women in the world who can resist the charm of Uncle Lu. As soon as she thought about it, she couldn't help but think of the biggest secret of her own back mountain lineage, the biggest secret about the heaven and human unity. Master already has a candidate in his heart, so what about me in the future? She thought of this, and the whole person became even more shy. She turned into lying on the bed, and buried her face directly in the quilt. It seemed that a thought that she was unwilling to admit and face had popped up in her mind, causing her to escape like an ostrich. Ah! The next day, there were beauties who embraced each other again, and Lu Chaoga, who did not sit still every day, fell asleep. The emptiness in spiritual consciousness has also been compensated to a certain extent, and it is not as confused as yesterday. This feeling of weakness reminded him of the demon worship at home. By the way, it's been a long time since I went away this time. The promise of a drop of blood essence per month for Awu was not fulfilled. After returning, I have to make it up for her, otherwise she will not be satisfied. The body will be hollowed out at least twice within a month, and this man, who missed his homework, couldn't help but tremble. After getting up, Lu Chaoga made a simple breakfast first, and then said to Jiang Xinyan, I should return to the sect in a few days, will you go back with me, or stay in Chuanqiu Mountain for a while? After thinking about it, Jiang Xinyan said, there are still some affairs to be dealt with in the sect, and then there are some trivial matters. When you are gone, I am going to read Spring and Autumn again, and when these are all busy, I will come to Momo. The door is looking for you. Spring and Autumn? Lu Chaoga said. Jiang Xinyan nodded. Regarding the book Spring and Autumn, Lu Chaoga also knows something about it, but this Spring and Autumn is not the other Spring and Autumn, very different from Guan Yu's reading on the earth. Jiang Xinyan thought that Lu Chaoga didn't know the book, so he said, Spring and Autumn is a wordless book, which was left by the founder of the Spring and Autumn Mountains. Every true disciple of the Spring and Autumn Mountains, there are 3 opportunities to comprehend Spring and Autumn in my life, and I still have one useless. Lu Chaoga is well aware of this. After all, he also went to see Spring and Autumn twice in his previous life. The system will convert it into a certain amount of rewards. It is said that this wordless book was not made by the founder of the Spring and Autumn Mountains, but she obtained it by chance. Everyone who visualizes Spring and Autumn will feel something. It's just up to you how much you can comprehend. The reason why Lu Chaoga was surprised was because he didn't expect Jiang Xinyan to have another chance to visualize Spring and Autumn. He thought that when she reached her realm, it should have been used up long ago, but he didn't expect to keep it once. He estimated that Jiang Xinyan's original plan was to break through to the 6th realm by himself. If he couldn't break through normally for a long time, he would visualize Spring and Autumn and look for opportunities. In his previous life, he had never heard Jiang Xinyan mention this. He hadn't even asked, and he acquiesced in his heart that she had used up 3 chances. Having said that, Jiang Xinyan looked at Lu Chaoga and said, Chaoga, I heard that a few days ago, the sect master and several elders were still discussing. Should you make an exception and let you visualize Spring and Autumn once? Huh? Lu Chaoga was a little surprised. Why did you discuss this all of a sudden? Because you didn't help Beizhou save a moon-eyed snow wolf king, and the previous test was a bit. Jiang Xinyan hesitated. Lu Chaoga probably understood the meaning. Since his identity has been recognized by Chuanqiu Mountain, he is half of Chuanqiu Mountain's own, Chuanqiu Mountain's son-in-law. So, it was a test before. After the test, there should be a wave of family members, right? What he didn't expect was that it would be a treasure that made him visualize the Spring and Autumn Mountains once. Who proposed it? Lu Chaoga asked, curiously. Sect master. Jiang Xinyan replied. Lu Chaoga fell into a brief silence. Then, a clear look quickly appeared on his face. Chuanqiu Mountain sect master Hangin was like this. After finishing this topic, Lu Chaoga said to Jiang Xinyan, Xinyan, I have to go to the back mountain later. Huh? The saint is looking for you again today? Jiang Xinyan felt that it was a bit frequent. Lu Chaoga nodded and said, the Holy Master said yesterday, let me read the heaven and man in one realm, today. Well, then you hurry up and don't let the holy teacher wait for a long time. Jiang Xinyan urged. Lu Chaoge smiled and nodded. After drinking the hot porridge in the bowl, he waved to Jiang Xinyan, and then flew towards the back mountain. He just flew to the vicinity of the back mountain, and the restriction of the back mountain opened a corner for him to walk freely. Lu Chaoge rode the light boat and directly entered the crack of the ban. When he came to the back mountain, he felt that refreshing feeling again. This mountain is actually not much different, the difference is the woman on the mountain. Lu Chaoge landed in front of the small courtyard in the mountains, where Pei Qianqian was already waiting. But for some reason, Lu Chaoge always felt that this energetic girl was not as enthusiastic as she used to be today. In the past, she is now estimated to have tiptoed to Lu Chaoge, waved her little hand, and shouted, "Uncle Lu, good morning." But today, she actually avoided Lu Chaoge's gaze a little bit. She always felt very worried. Just as Lu Chaoge was about to open his mouth to ask, he saw the Saint Master pushing out the door, so he dismissed the idea and asked Pei Qianqian when he was about to leave. However, the feelings of a girl are always poems. Many girls of this age are sunny for a while and rainy for a while. And there are a few days in a month when you are in a bad mood, and that's not normal. Holy teacher. Lu Chaoge slightly bowed his hands to the holy teacher. Sect Master Lu. The holy master smiled at him. Pei Qianqian looked at this picture, and actually felt a bit harmonious. Come with me. The saint stepped forward, interrupting his disciples' thoughts. Lu Chaoge followed behind the holy teacher, and she could see her beautiful back. It's strange that I can't help but look at her, and I'm unconsciously attracted to her. Of course, the premise is that she is willing to let you see her and let you notice her existence. The saint teacher quickly brought the two to a small forest. In the center of the woods, there is a huge stone platform that was cut to the ground. The holy master pointed his toes, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com, flew up to the stone platform and then said to the two, "Come up." Lu Chaoge and Pei Qianqian did the same. After arriving at the stone platform, the Saint Master said, "Give me your hand." Immediately afterwards, the Saint Master held the left and right hands of the two of them. Everything happened suddenly. Lu Chaoge's first feeling was, this hand is so soft. There was no such cold feeling, on the contrary, it was warm and soft. The touch is quite sensual and very comfortable. Close your eyes and meditate. The saint said to the two of them. Lu Chaoge and Pei Qianqian followed suit. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chaoge and Pei Qianqian only felt a sudden buzzing in their heads. There was an extraordinarily strong sense of tremor, and the consciousness fell into a blur in an instant, and the brain directly shut down. However, this feeling only lasted for 3 breaths. What followed was an indescribable pleasure. Even with his eyes closed, he seemed to be able to see everything around him. The whole world seems to come alive. In an instant, Lu Chaoge felt that the power of water in his body and his perception of the water of heaven and earth had also changed. P.S. The first update today, and there will be more at night. In the new January, please ask for a guaranteed monthly pass. Chapter 249. 244, Rain. Is this the heaven and human unity realm? Lu Chaoge thought. However, there seems to be something wrong. At this moment, he saw the system prompt message. Ding. You are feeling the realm of the unity of heaven and man. Pseudo. After Lu Chaoge saw the prompt message, he immediately understood that it was a fake realm. Because after entering this mysterious state, although he feels that the world has become more vivid. It seems that the most obvious perception is the water between heaven and earth. Second, it is lightning. And his inspiration is water, and Pei Qianshan's inspiration is lightning. In addition to these two, other things in the world seem to have only become more vivid, and their perceptions have become more acute. In the legend, the most terrifying, the realm of harmony between man and nature, in the spring and autumn mountains should be more than that. But since it's a fake, it's understandable. The most important thing is that, from the current situation, it is not a holy teacher who has entered. It's Pei Qianshan. He entered Pei Qianshan's pseudo-human unity realm, so he sensed a part of the power of thunder and lightning. As for the power of water becoming active, it is just that his personal resonance has been strengthened. At this point, Lu Chaoge wanted to understand. Feelings are teaching the disciples, and then, by the way, let yourself watch and feel it. It's right to think about it. The unity of nature and man is the biggest secret of spring and autumn mountain, and it's not easy to feel at once. After all, I am the Taoist companion of Xinyan, not the Taoist companion of Saint Master. He joked to himself in his heart. But with the blessing of the pseudo-realm, he did have a certain degree of insight into the more active power of water. Then, he was quietly waiting for the system's judgment. I don't know if the system will treat this as effective guidance. He thinks there is more than 80% possibility. After all, strictly speaking, this is indeed a kind of pointer, which is helpful for enlighteners to deepen their own perception. Sure enough, after about another 10 breaths, he received a system prompt. Ding! You have received an effective instruction from the saint. The system is transforming the reward. Lu Chaoge looked at the prompt and felt a little excited in his heart. The last time I watched Ji Chongkong cut out the sword called Equality of All Beings, the system gave a variety of reward options. I don't know what rewards will be available this time. Lu Chaoge thought to himself. After another 10 breaths of time, the prompt message finally popped up. There are no options this time. Lu Chaoge looked at the prompt message and fell into a brief thought. After guiding the two into the pseudo-heaven and human unity realm, the holy master began to observe the changes of the two. Observing from the point of view of a sage teacher, in fact, it can be seen that Lu Chaoge and Pei Qianshan's understanding is higher and lower. At this moment, only a minute or so has passed. Although Pei Qianshan doesn't have a deep understanding of other things, he already has a deeper understanding of his power of lightning. A strange scene occurred in the sky above Chuanqiu Mountain. It was obviously snowing today, but above the clouds in the sky, there were bursts of thunder. The thunder is not loud, but it is very obvious. The occurrence of this scene immediately made the high-level members of Spring and Autumn Mountain understand. Hey, this little girl, Qianshan, the power of heaven and earth has broken through. However, the back mountain of Chuanqiu Mountain is a forbidden area, and most people are forbidden to enter and leave at will. Therefore, in the small woods of the back mountain, there are also only a figure in a black robe appeared. Hengyin, the sect master of Spring and Autumn Mountain. After Hengyin appeared in the back mountain, he saw Lu Chaoge on the boulder platform at a glance. Why is there him everywhere? Hengyin said in his heart. Although he has his own set of principles for dealing with people, he will not deliberately target Lu Chaoge or anything, but he is indeed disgusted with Lu Chaoge. Both of them look down on each other in their bones. To put it simply, it is Lu Chaoge, yo, you are very domineering. Hengyin, yo, you are very. I don't know how to describe it. The saint teacher saw the sect master coming, smiled at him, said, why do you have time to come and see Qianshan's enlightenment? Hengyin didn't climb the stone platform, so he stood below and looked up at The holy teacher, looking at her face that could not be described as delicate, but with an extraordinary temperament, and said, "You guys are behind the mountain. One pulse can only lead into 3 false realms, and this is already the 3rd time for Qianqian. I naturally want to come and have a look." After speaking, he focused his attention on Lu Chaoga and said, "It's just me. I didn't expect that you would make an exception to guide him, you really spared no expense. I'm happy." The saint looked at Heng Yin with a smiling face, just wanting to piss him off. Heng Yin is always serious, and he is domineering. Throughout the spring and autumn mountains, the holy master will be idle and be fine, all kinds of anger at him. "Anyway, you can't beat me." Heng Yin immediately frowned upon hearing this, too lazy to talk to her. Heng Yin couldn't understand why he paid a certain price for the holy teacher, and forced Lu Chaoga to realize the false realm together. Although he is very clear, with the appearance of this kid, the holy teacher will indeed, he will appreciate it very much. But not so. He looked up at Pei Qianqian, then at Lu Chaoga, and said, "What you want to do is up to you, but from the current situation, this kid seems to be wasting your kindness." Saying that, he raised his finger and pointed to the clouds in the sky. The thunder was still roaring, and the sound was getting louder, but no other visions occurred. "Light thunders," Heng Yin said lightly. It can be seen that in this regard, Pei Qianqian seems to have a better understanding. However, Heng Yin thought about it and said, his control and perception of the power of heaven and earth is indeed a level higher than Qianqian's. With his current state, it is almost impossible to make a breakthrough. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Lu Chaoga, who closed his eyes to meditate and couldn't hear the outside world, let out a muffled hum. Immediately afterwards, the vision of heaven and earth happened. And just 10 seconds ago, he received the system reward. This time, the rewards of the system are very targeted, and no options are given. There is only one reward, and that is a special attribute point, heaven and earth affinity. This special attribute point is somewhat similar to the heaven and human unity realm, but it is mainly aimed at the power of heaven and earth of the enlightener, which is the main one, and the rest is supplementary. Like the heaven and man in one realm, there is a bit of balanced development. If it is a spiritual enlightener, maybe her enlightenment will be more prominent, but not too much. But Lu Chaoga's heaven and earth affinity is different, it's really sudden. Basically, what is strengthened is the power of heaven and earth after enlightenment. Book Friends benefits: you can get cash or coins when you read books, as well as iPhone 12 and Switch waiting for you to draw. Pay attention to the VX public account, Book Friends Base Camp, to get it. If the number of this special attribute point becomes higher, will it also achieve an alternative effect of the unity of man and nature? Lu Chaoga thought in his heart. It's just that he didn't have time to lose his mind at this moment, because after receiving the reward, he entered a new state. There was only one thought in his mind at the moment. This world is so moist. Water, it's all water. All kinds of water. The active water power is calling for him. It was a wonderful feeling, and he didn't know how to describe it. If at this moment, he went to the sky above the endless sea to perceive the eye of chaos again, it should be much easier than before. The Saint Master stood aside, feeling the changes between heaven and earth, as well as a phenomenon that was getting stronger and stronger, and looked at Heng Yin with a playful look. It's not just thunder, the saint said with a smile. Heng Yin glanced at the sky and stopped talking. Lu Chaoga's talent once again shocked him. The comprehension of this sun is truly unparalleled in the world. The most important thing is that what happened next surprised even the holy master. As I said before, the reason why Chuanqiu Mountain is called Chuanqiu Mountain is because this area is very magical. There is only summer and winter in a year, but there is no spring and autumn. Half the time it was hot and scorching hot, and half the time it was snowing every day. Since there is no spring and autumn in this place, the sect was named Spring and Autumn Mountain. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. And the wordless book also officially has a name, which is called Spring and Autumn by everyone. Today's spring and autumn mountains are in winter, when snow falls every day. There is hardly a day without snow. But at this moment, the snow actually stopped. It stopped suddenly, no symptoms. The rain is coming. The black-robed man in a mysterious state with his eyes closed on the stone platform spoke lightly. Immediately afterwards, water droplets fell from the sky, and became denser and larger. For thousands of years, on a day like today, the spring and autumn mountains, which had only snowed all the time, unexpectedly ushered in a sudden downpour. P.S. In the second update, there are activities in the book review area. Those who did not win the fan title last month can participate again. Chapter 250. 245, Speaking Out of the Law with. The rain has been falling, and the atmosphere is not harmonious. Sect Master Heng-in of Spring and Autumn Mountain looked at the pouring rain, facing the playful gaze of the Saint Master, and couldn't help groaning. Thunder and no rain? Isn't it just a sudden downpour? Most importantly, the meaning behind this rain. Both Saint Master and Heng-in knew that if it was just a simple rain, it was nothing unusual. Lu Chaoga has the power of water in his body. He is a spiritual enlightener, and he can indeed do things like cloud and rain, making the sky rain. This is not too difficult, and its difficulty factor is probably not as good as when he drove the sword of clouds and mist that spanned 10 miles, and then cut the ice field with the sword. But, who are Saint Master and Heng-in? They are all top practitioners in the 8th realm. With their perception, they could sense it at once. Although Lu Chaoga said, "Rain is coming," after entering the mysterious realm, in fact, he did not affect the power of water in the body. This is where it matters most. Like Pei Qianshan causing thunder, it was because the power of heaven and earth in her body produced traction. Lu Chaoga did not. Heaven and earth resonate. Heng-in looked at Lu Chaoga, who was also wearing a black robe, and spoke lightly, saying these 4 words. The saint nodded, feeling very fresh as well. After a cultivator reaches the 5th realm, he can more or less resonate with the heavens and the earth to a certain extent, but when he first enters the 5th realm, the resonance between the heavens and the earth is actually very small. The saint looked at him and said, "But I have and entered the 5 realms." Heng-in nodded slightly, and said, "And this world resonates, even I can't do it." The saint heard the words and said, "It's normal that you can't do it, because you are not a spiritual enlightener." Heng-in frowned, and irritably continued to separate the torrential rain from the sky, saying, "But, you can't do the same." The saint nodded calmly and said, "So, this is what I will let him experience, heaven and man, once. The reason for the pseudo-realm of unity. He is very special." The saint said. Of course, it was precisely because of this that she was going to let him find her when he was in the 7th realm. Reading welfare, follow the official account, Book Friends Basecamp, every day you read books and draw cash/point coins. It's just that she didn't tell Heng-in about it. The current Lu Chaoga is in a mysterious state. Heng-in and the sage know it. When he gets out of this state, he will naturally not be able to resonate with the world to this degree. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that this means that if he can enter this mysterious realm in the future, or if one day he can maintain this mysterious realm at any time, then it will be terrifying. This is equivalent to, say the words and follow the law. With his words, the world will change. Like heaven and human beings in one realm, it is just a fusion of heaven and earth, and if the words follow the law, then the heaven and earth are driven by it. If there is such a day. Hanging took a deep look at Lu Chaoga's back. Time goes back and the rain is still falling. Everyone in Chuanqiu Mountain was shocked by the sudden downpour. Whether it is a disciple, a player, or even a high-level executive, they have never seen such a scene. Nowadays, almost everyone knows that Lu Chaoga's inspiration is water, which led to the occurrence of the heaven and earth vision, and everyone immediately thought of him. Did Lu Chaoga break through again? Or is he just comprehending? The players started chatting again. Everyone is making up their minds and guessing, but none of them are thinking in the direction of speaking out and following the law. This is so terrifying that people don't know where this person's limits are and where he can go in the future. At this moment, the downpour alone has made the elder Zhao Ziqi of Chuanqiu Mountain look solemn and his eyes are sinister. This man, who always had a faint smile in front of everyone, stood by the window and looked at the big raindrops outside the window. Hearing the sound of rain hitting the eaves of the window, there was only one thought in his heart. A standard villain can always come up with the inner words, "This sun must not be kept." With the cultivation level of the fourth realm, you can make clouds and rain, and rely on the power of water in the body to pull out such a situation. The scale, the downpour for such a long time, is unheard of. Zhao Ziqi thought to himself. It stands to reason that, based on his strength, his pattern, and the ultimate goal of their group, the ones who can really threaten them are the top powerhouses such as Saint Master and Hangin. Just like Pei Qianshan and his ilk, Zhao Ziqi didn't take it to heart, even though he was a genius, he felt that at least he didn't deserve to disrupt the plan. But Lu Chaoga is too strange, or he dances too much. And the sense of threat he brings is too strong. New grudges, old grudges, plus vigilance about the unknown future, Zhao Ziqi finally made up his mind to do something. Just about to say, "Jia jia jia jia." The time of a stick of incense has just passed. Pei Qianshan was the first to escape from the false realm. She has learned a lot and gained a lot. If there is no accident, she should be able to break through again in the past few days. Well, I can finally narrow the gap between Xiao Xiao and Master Lu. If the momentum is good, there may be a chance to overtake. Pei Qianshan was delighted in her heart. But when she woke up from the state of meditation, she was immediately startled by the pouring rain in front of her. She raised her head and glanced at the translucent barrier separating the rain, then looked at the master, at the Uncle Lu, who was still closing his eyes, and the sect master on the side, full of question marks in her heart. What's the matter? Is it still raining in the spring and autumn mountains in this season? Why did Shu Lu still do such other things when he entered meditation, using the water in his body? Hey, why is the power of water in his body not moving? Pei Qianshan was stunned. The holy teacher glanced at his beloved disciple and said, "You can feel it." Pei Qianshan. Does this mean that I should learn from the ass of Master Lu? But, it's really exaggerated. Pei Qianshan couldn't help but stretched out her hand through the barrier, letting the rain hit her palm. Cold and cold, just like her current heart. As for our client Lu Chaoga, he is about to withdraw from this mysterious realm at this moment. At this moment, his feelings around him became clearer, and he had changed from a state of ecstasy to reality. However, although he closed his eyes, he could see all the water around him. As long as there is water, there is no escape from perception. The more water, the clearer the perception. For example, Pei Chanshan and the holy teacher who are close by. Women are made of water. In their bodies, Lu Chaoge finally gave up his plan to perceive carefully. This game is not a teen mode for me. It's fucking youth mode. The holy master glanced at Lu Chaoge and said, he is about to wake up. Hang Ying nodded and said, I'll go first. He didn't want to stay here, and he didn't bother to talk to Lu Chaoge. However, before leaving, he still said to the saint teacher, I have discussed with the elders of the Supreme Being, and I plan to make an exception for him. To visualize spring and autumn. Oh? The saint teacher glanced at Hang Ying with a smile. Hang Ying turned his head away and disappeared directly into the back mountain. When Lu Chaoge slowly opened his eyes, he immediately saw the sage master with unparalleled temperament and attractiveness, which made people unable to take their eyes off. Then, he lowered his head and glanced at the hand that was still clasped with the saint master. It's really soft. Lu Chaoge had such an instinctive thought in his heart. Again. The subtle sensuality is captivating. But he let go of his hand at the first time, and then cupped his hands to the Holy Master. The world of heaven and man is one, is really amazing. I understand it. The holy teacher just looked down at his right hand, and then smiled slightly. Said, I also understand it. Only Pei Chanshan, who jumped off the side, couldn't help the curiosity in his heart like 100 claws scratching his heart, and said, Master Lu. Master Lu. How did you know? Saying that, she pointed to the heavy rain that was still falling. Lu Chaoge shook his head and didn't speak, because he couldn't speak clearly either. It cannot be said that Lao Tzu has a system. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com just obtained 1 point of special attribute, and then entered some kind of magic. Right? It's the words that follow the law. The holy teacher said. What? Pei Chanshan didn't respond immediately. Lu Chaoge didn't care, because he couldn't get into such a terrifying state on weekdays, and he mainly relied on the power of water in his body, instead of saying one thought or one sentence of his. The water between the whole world just will follow him. But for this heavy rain, he actually felt fresh. He stood on the boulder platform and looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. And just as he looked up, the rain stopped. The dark clouds spread out in the air, and the first ray of golden sunlight, for some reason, hit him just right. Pei Chanshan looked at the scene in front of her. Looking at this profile face, she couldn't help but be fascinated.